Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter's twin sister fell for Draco Malfoy during the darkest year at Hogwarts. Here is short summary. As Hogwarts descends into chaos during the Triwizard Tournament, Harry's twin sister steps into the spotlight, and into the arms of Draco Malfoy. But with danger rising, will her heart lead her to salvation or destruction? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry, in all of his Gryffindor glory, was known to be the most honorable person that you could ever meet. He was kind if you could ignore his overactive temper. He was considerate if it was within his personal moral reasoning. These qualities could be nice to have around, but, to be honest, they could be a killer to try and put up with. Do you know what could possibly be worse than all that? Being his twin sister. I know you most likely haven't heard much of me. To be honest, I'm not really surprised. It's probably for the best, considering what you are most likely to have heard never ends up being very flattering. After all, I do not have the sterling reputation my older twin brother hogs. You Potters are always so malleable. A good mind. Wise, observant. You have a natural talent to read people, it is impressive. But you must be sly to accomplish this, and oh, my dear, such bitterness. Fascinating. Just look at all that passion. You have a silent kind of courage, not quite so bold as some. I would not have expected such a mind from a Potter. You use your passions well, for good purposes and to great expense. You are a talent, my dear. So where do you belong? I can see you thriving in Slytherin. That was all it took for a hat to drastically change my life. I liked being in Slytherin, don't get me wrong. They have pretty colors, wicked humor, and a lot of perks for mischief like mine, but I have always had a distinct problem with bowing down to authority. Constantly being a general key ass has never been a talent of mine, either. I guess it's possible you heard some whispers of me when my brother and I entered our first year at Hogwarts. Likely when I was sorted into Slytherin, a feat that startled the entire school. It was some storybook cliché that started me off with a bad reputation before I had done anything to deserve it. You wouldn't have gotten to hear that I was the one who had calmed down Fluffy and helped them get through the trap door in the third-floor corridor, or that I grew quite close with the giant pups over time. You wouldn't have gotten to hear how I went down to Hagrid's hut every day to go take care of Norbert, who I took a particular liking to. You wouldn't have even heard about me being with Harry when he found the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, right. That's because I wasn't involved in that last feat. All adventures stayed hidden away from me unless they needed to use me as a distraction. You probably didn't hear about how in second year I was put through the ringer, all because everyone suspected I was Slytherin's heir. Well, they all suspected up until I was petrified with the lot of the enemies of the heir. It had made the profit that I was the only non-Muggleborn to be attacked by the damned basilisk. Instead, of course, you would have heard that Harry speaks Parseltongue. Paired with my paralysis, it had knocked me out of the running for the villain of the year. I sadly can't speak to snakes, but I tend to metaphorically understand animals. With all the regular language barriers that should be expected of an animal lover. I tend to be able to comfort them, and they seem to be drawn to me, almost as if it was my own special form of magic. At the end of the day, it seemed like the Slytherins were too afraid to hate me, and they had rallied against my brother too much to worship me. It's one of the very things I had ranted about when I had a brief hold of Tom Riddle's diary. I'd had hold of the enchanted book just before my brother had, though it was stolen from me by Ginny around the same time I was petrified by that damned basilisk. My incapacitation had given her the perfect opportunity to get it back. You definitely wouldn't have heard about what happened to me in third year, when the Dementors came to town. You wouldn't know that we found out I'm actually a pretty decent seer thanks to Trelawney's overwhelming analysis of my daydreams and migraines, or that the Dementors have gotten some good bites out of me because I apparently have no happy thoughts. I do not remember my mother and father talking to me, I do not hear my mum's voice when I black out as Harry does, and I cannot produce a corporeal Patronus at all, though the Dementors and I did gain a rather one-sided, parasitic love affair when it comes to the consuming of my soul. Unfairly, I did not get to learn the details on the infamous Sirius Black's escape, besides the fact that Hermione had done some kind of impressive magic that let the Gryffindors be in two places at once. But I do love my godfather unconditionally, and were it up to me I would serve him Wormtail in a silver dog dish. Sirius and I talk as often as we can, though I only met him when he was in the Shrieking Shack and while we were running away from Lupin. But he always promised to make up for the lost time, and not to stretch facts, but I'd wager he's nicer to me than most others who judge me thanks to my relations. What you probably have heard about me is that I'm Harry Potter's far less impressive twin sister. Harry has always been the boy who lived, and I will always be the girl Voldemort didn't have time to get to. I survived by chance, not a display of power. I was even scarred too, but not in so epic or magical of a design. You've probably seen pictures of it, considering how much harder it is to hide than Harry's, the jagged scar in the shape of an X over the left side of my throat. Apparently, you know who tried to cut it in a way that would leave a message when he left me to bleed out and die, but I showed him, now didn't I? I do have talents of my own, though they are not anything that has helped me save the wizarding world. My talents are ones that I can keep to myself without Harry's reputation smothering them. Yes, I have premonitions, not commonly useful ones, but it's something I can say I'm capable of doing. Especially when I'm defending my very unpredictable magic. Yes, my wand etiquette still beeps, and I am a joke in defense and dueling, but I realized that I was pretty good with the intricate things. Like wordless spells and sometimes, if I'm really lucky, even a wandless conjuring charm. It took forever for me to learn how to do it at will, which was quite the feat considering that half the time my wand still refuses to work properly, or at all. Yes, you would think to just get a new one, but a wand is a wand. You usually only have one in your life, and it did choose me. And I won't be given a new one as I can perform magic, it's just oddly sporadic, like an energy blast or some strange coincidence I didn't mean to happen. My wand sometimes just randomly goes off, or at times something happens that I thought of trying but didn't prepare for. Who can honestly know whether or not it was me? Otherwise, I was basically a dueling punching bag. I agreed with Harry over the years that it was probably best for people not to understand what I was, or was not, capable of accomplishing when we learned dueling and the strange coincidences started happening. Keeping my little slips quiet was actually one of the very few times I had ever taken his advice. But it wasn't entirely secret. My friends found out thanks to spending so much time around these accidents, but it's not often brought up in conversation. It's nice to know that my friends can at least be embarrassed enough to be seen with a freak that they'll keep my secrets. But Slytherins protect their own. It's just something that's written into the Slytherin criteria. Gryffindors, on the other hand, are simply too loyal to sell me out. Now, before you go spreading rumors, let me straighten this all out. I love my brother, no matter how much of a git he can be. He's been there for me through everything, and I'm now a stronger person for it all. He drives me absolutely insane, and I tire of always having to save his ass, while getting absolutely no recognition for it, but Harry is one of the only true things that I have left. I'm not going to leave him behind, though I wouldn't doubt if he ended up leaving me. Still, even then, I would stick by him to the end. I will stick by him to the end. I'll stay through thick and thin, blood and pride, loyalty and ambition. Being his sister is all I've ever known, and he is the only real family that I have left. And despite being on opposite sides of the Hogwarts spectrum, I will always remain loyal to that, Slytherin or not. Realistically, I would even wager I'd die to save the Lord. After all, he constantly plays with that kind of fire. Luckily for me, family never dies. Dad, where are we going? Ron yawned from behind me, still complaining quietly to Harry about how early he'd had to wake up. I looked over my shoulder to see the two boys lagging behind the group and couldn't help thinking about how Hermione had practically begged me to leave them alone and let her wake them up. I maintain that the twins and I should have been the ones to deal with the two, but I understood her fear that they may not make the Quidditch World Cup at all if we had. Haven't the foggiest. Mr. Weasley smiled back at them as he trudged on through the dimly lit wooded area. I sent a look of concern over my shoulder to Ginny and Hermione, who returned it eagerly. At least I wasn't the only one nervous for our sakes, though I was distracted while I smiled up at my favorite twins. So you two, how is that little project of yours going? It will be a lot better after this match, George smiled brightly, nudging me in the ribs. I smiled as Fred entwined our arms, George following his lead and wrapping himself around my left side. Thanks for it, by the way. Now that we know how the match will turn up, we'll bet on it. When we win we should have enough money to start the shop. Fred gave a cheer that made Mr. Weasley look back at us with suspicion. To distract from his outburst, Fred began scratching the back of his head, pretending he had not shouted at all. Not a problem, I shrugged off Fred's thanks, laughing quietly before I let the smile die off. I still don't understand what I saw during the last bit, though. It looked like bright flashes, celebration, Fred mused with a wave of his hand. We'll be doing a lot of that ourselves. George smiled, reaching around me to elbow his brother. The feeling was lost to me. I don't think so, I whined quietly, remembering back to the dread that had filled my gut 4 days prior, back when I'd had the vision of what was to happen at the World Cup tonight. There had been shouts and bellows, even a scream that had been so blood-curdling it had woken me from my trance. Then they were the losers, stop worrying about it. There's tons of security at these things, I even heard there will be security trolls. Besides Potter, they have to have graduated seers looking out for some sort of tragedy anyway. Nothing bad is going to happen. Exactly, Fred finalized with a smile to George's guarantee. Both twins began nudging me with a smile as they continued to mock my lack of use as a decent seer. Everyone here was well aware that I rarely saw anything of value, which was probably why I jumped on the opportunity to help them so quickly. I nodded, trying to convince myself to find comfort through their certainty. Sirs, I called loudly, contented by how quickly my pet Kneazle weaved herself between my legs. Thank Merlin she did this so often that I had gotten used to not tripping over her. She purred up at me and I smiled back while we continued walking. It had been a long walk and I was already getting tired. After all, I had woken up an extra hour before my brother so that the Weasley twins and I could finalize the plan for their gamble. Arthur, a booming voice yelled from in front of us. Circe eyed him a moment before she continued walking in a straight line. That simple action let me know that this man was most likely a friend. He was shorter, slightly plump, with glasses and a hat covering most of his peppery hair. He seemed the happy sort and like most wizards, he was dressed in a poor imitation of Muggles' clothing. About time, son. Sorry, Amos, Arthur smiled, embracing him shortly. Some of us had a bit of a sleepy start. This is Amos Diggory, everyone. He works with me at the ministry. With hardly a shout for a warning, a boy fell out of the tree and landed gracefully on his feet from the tree branch above them. He was a very, very handsome boy. Even more handsome than the twins if I had to wager, which said a lot for me as I always argued that the twins were perfect men on top of it all. This particular looker had sandy owned hair, beautiful gray-blue eyes and flushed cheeks from his climb. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and also about as attractive as the sun in winter. And this strapping young lad must be Cedric, am I right? Yes, sir. His voice was low and I raised an eyebrow when I looked at the twins. And Cedric Diggory is whom? Hufflepuff's 7th year, Fred answered, looking down at me with a frown. Quidditch captain. Bit full of himself, so I wouldn't. Excuse me, I winked at him, falling back in stride so that I could walk alongside the other girls. Ginny was whispering animatedly, probably about our newest find, when I fell in tow with the two of them. Both looked at me and sounded like they were about to say something when I cut them off. Dibs. Dibs, Ginny asked, sounding shocked. Yes, dibs. Dibs on Diggory, mine. You can't have dibs on a person, she argued, practically aghast. Yes, you can. You have dibs on Harry, I have dibs on Diggory. Only because you can't have dibs on your own brother. I looked at her pointedly, trying to show that no matter how I was connected to Harry I would never want dibs on him in the same way that she did. All right, I get it, point proven. I smiled as we kept walking, proud of the blush that was creeping its way over her features and even more glad that I was victorious. 3rd year or not I knew that Ginny Weasley was quite the sight and nerd or not, Hermione was beautiful and a genius, if not a frustrating know-it-all. She could probably outwit any seventh year in whatever posse this Hufflepuff probably lead. I watched as Mr. Diggory shook my brother's hand and grew nervous when he was quick to slow his stride to meet back with me. I threw a look at Hermione, begging for help just as he reached me. When she didn't catch it in time, I covered it with one of my infamous false smiles. "Hello, sir. So you're the Audrey Potter, then?" He smiled, holding out his hand. "I've heard so much about you. I found that hard to believe. All good things, I hope." "I never accept less," he smiled. I found myself smiling back because he looked so genuine. The mark of another Hufflepuff, like his son. When the group of us were finally near the top of the hill, I could hear people explaining to Harry and Ron what was happening. "What is it we're doing?" I asked, trying not to show how annoyed I was by being left out on the Muggle-raised disclaimers that Harry always got from the Weasleys. Really, it was as if they forgot that Hermione and I also grew up in Muggle households. We also tended to enjoy the same explanations, even if we rarely received them. "It's a portkey. You have to take hold of it and grab on tight. It will take us to the tournament." "Sometimes I forget how Muggle you two are." Ginny giggled. I smirked back. "You magic folk and your junk looking, but somehow important devices." Hermione laughed at my joke and we walked forward, grabbing hold of an old boot that actually even smelled. I didn't mask the fact I didn't enjoy how all out the wizards had gone to keep this off the Muggles' radar, and I found myself taking time out of my busy schedule to plan washing my hands a few dozen times when we got to the World Cup. I could only assume this level of discomfort came from the boot, probably stemmed from me living in a hallway closet with smelly winter boots and moldy jackets for so many years. "Time to go." "Ready," Amos shouted, breaking me from my thoughts as he tried to get everyone's hand on the boot. Harry was still looking at the boot, completely dumbfounded, and I rolled my eyes at him. It amazed me that he could clamp onto the concept of flying on brooms or having a spell to tickle someone, but he could not grasp the concept of a boot being a teleportation device. Ridiculous. After 3, 1, 2, panicking when I saw Harry's hand was still not on the boot, I took one of my hands off so that I could forcefully pull his onto it. Soon, it felt like we were being flung around through the air. It was almost like flying, which means I hated it. What was strange was the feeling had been mixed with the sensation of being on a theme park ride that had you spinning too fast to control. Overall, it was less exhilarating and more nauseating than I'd have liked. Particularly while I tried hanging on for dear life with my right hand and holding on to my brother's hand with my left, just in case he decided he should let go too early. "Let go, kids, let go," Arthur Weasley shouted. No. I would not just let go. But it felt like Mr. Weasley had signaled something that made the wind pick up and the spinning worsen. The force pushing against us was so strong that even though I fought against the sensation, it was impossible not to feel like I was being flung away from the garbage in my hand. There was a moment where I thought I would probably die, or at the very least be crippled. As I divvied up who would get what in the will that I had never made, I felt my fingers slip from the wilted leather of the boot. I felt some sort of connection break and let out a scream of terror right as I crashed into someone. This crash, evidently, slammed me right into Cedric Diggory's chest. The Hufflepuff Quidditch captain caught me quickly and had the time to smile at me since he was gracefully flying down. Sorry, I groaned, my cheeks burning pink as I immediately pulled myself away from him. "It's no problem," he laughed. "New to portkeys, then?" "However could you tell?" I asked sarcastically. He sent me a dashing smile and I felt myself blush. "Are you all right?" he asked politely, checking me over. I convinced myself that it wasn't out of interest and out of concern, mostly because that was the most realistic, but I felt my cheeks burn as if he were. "Fine, thanks to you." "Come on then, Potter," Fred grumbled coming up from behind me. He was quick to grab a hold of my arm before he started to drag me in the opposite direction of where the pretty boy was headed. "You're coming to our tent." "Bye, Cedric," I called out. He waved in turn and I watched Fred as he gave me a mighty frown. He really did not look pleased, but I gave him a frown of my own. "You were rude." "No, I was in a rush," he corrected. "Want to get to the tournament. It won't be held up on my account, I assure you. You need to be there for the amazing amount of money we're going to rake in." Come on, the tent isn't far away. Rip yourself off of the stud for 2 minutes, can you? He asked with a roll of his eyes. I sighed dramatically towards him, feigning weakness. You're lucky you're here or I'd go into withdrawal. You're just saying that, Fred Weasley, amazingly, blushed. I grinned at him wolfishly. You were absolutely right. We stuck our tongues out to each other as we walked through the campsite. It was strange seeing so many people that I recognized cozying up with their families. The entire area had a feeling of unity and fun floating on the air that you didn't even see at the school, or I didn't, anyway, thanks to house rivalries. I couldn't wait to see what would happen when the tournament actually began. I have never been a big fan of Quidditch. I like the idea of flying, not that I ever did it, and I like the idea of the game itself, but I found it easier not to root for any teams. It was hard when my house was enemies with my twin's house, and that twin just so happened to be the team's star player. When I went to matches I just never knew who to cheer for, so most of the time I simply didn't go, as much as the twins and my twin disliked it. There was always more fun to do in the hallways during those games anyway. It was always interesting to see what people thought was worth missing a Quidditch house game for. But this was different. These were two teams who had no impact on my daily life. Well, that wasn't entirely true after I'd had a vision of the outcome, but at least I wasn't rooting for the enemy. I had been excited to tell Fred and George when I knew the results, knowing just how great they were at being entrepreneurs. They needed money so that they could start work on their joke shop merchandise, and I was more than happy to start them on their way. When we got to our tent, I looked at Fred with a skeptically raised eyebrow. The tent was hardly large enough for him, his brother and I to fit in, nevertheless the entire Weasley family, Hermione, Harry and myself. He laughed at me and pushed me forward, making me fumble into the tent while I was cursing at him, but I stopped my swear to let out a different one. Damn, I muttered quietly. The inside of the tent was huge. It had a whole mass of different sections and rooms, more decorative than the burrow with its differently leveled bunk beds and couches. It even had a kitchen. Holy Helga, it was heaven in a magically air-conditioned, outdoor community. I love magic, Harry whispered, coming up to my side. I elbowed him jokingly and we smiled to one another before he nodded that he was headed towards Ron and I was pointed to where Hermione and Ginny had headed off to. While he left, I turned to say a quick farewell to the tall twin in front of me. If we have to share beds, you know you'll be sharing mine, right Drea? Fred, I gushed mockingly. Do you want to cuddle with me? Would it be manly to say yes? He asked with an innocent expression on his face. I taunted him by taking a long time to deliberate, then shook my head. Not at all. Then no. Woman, he added, puffing out his chest and frowning dramatically. I rolled my eyes as I went to pick a bed. There were more than enough to have options. I went to the girls' area. A bunk bed and a cot were decorating this room, which was a deep lavender. I rushed and crashed into the bottom bunk in the very corner. Dibs. Do you dibs everything? Hermione asked with a sigh. Honestly, you can't dibs a bunk and a hunk. Ginny scorned with a smile. I like corners. I think it's a psychological thing. Huh? Ginny asked, confused by my meaning. I shrugged my shoulders. It's probably psychological. Like, mental. I think it's a mental pattern that has to do with me feeling safe or something. I waved my hand to dismiss the rather embarrassing analysis, but Hermione had already raised her eyebrows as if she was surprised by my observation. Wow, I'm impressed. That's very astute of you, Audrey. All right, I muttered, don't act too shocked, will you? By the time we had eaten, changed, and Fred and George somehow found time to place bets with my less than legal prophecy for the outcome of the game, we all started to go out to the Quidditch stadium. I was upset to find out how high up in the stands we would be seated and that we would have to walk up and down afterward, but at the same time, it would be interesting to get a bird's eye view. Almost like the Quidditch players themselves. It will be kind of like flying, I said to Harry with false enthusiasm as we passed the height of the goal posts and I heard him sigh. I just hope we're not so high we can't see them. He murmured. Yeah, I sighed, I may have to borrow your glasses. Get your own. He frowned, pulling away from me slightly. I naturally touched my temple as if I had glasses to protect from his glare. I had them. Dudley broke them 5 years ago, recall. Get new ones, he suggested lamely. I rolled my eyes. Tell me when we find time to do that, will you? I asked sarcastically. He shrugged his shoulders as if he were taking this very seriously. Maybe I will. Fine, I grumbled, crossing my arms. Fine, he grumbled back, following my mannerism. I didn't actually expect him to give me his glasses, which he knew. Sure, I probably needed glasses, but not nearly so bad as he did. I just ignored it, and though things would be blurry from the back of the room, I never actually missed anything as he would have. Hermione laughed. Sometimes I forget who's older. You can both be such children. Harry and I glared at her. That is not what I want to hear, we both said in unison before we looked to one another and began to laugh. Ron, who hated when either set of twins did that, groaned to his father. Blimey, Dad, how far up are we? We need to split these two up. Well, let's put it this way, the voice that answered was not that of Arthur Weasley, but the low and familiar drawl of a snake. When I looked down, it did not take me even a moment to identify Lucius Malfoy and his son glaring up at the group of us from the crowd. They were dressed to impress in their finest robes, looking very proud of themselves. If it rains, you'll be the first to know. I was really hoping I wouldn't run into you until school, Malfoy. I sneered at him, looking down on the youngest reincarnation of evil. I would have called him one of my cruel nicknames. It was one of my greatest talents, even more so than my uncanny nature with animals, but his father was with him. I didn't want him to somehow screw Mr. Weasley over while at work because of one of the smartass remarks I came up with. Father and I are in the minister's box, the teen smirked, raising a taunting eyebrow towards me. He was stupid to try to goad me. For all he knew, I hated Quidditch because I rarely ever went to our games. I don't know who he thought he was trying to impress. By personal invitation of Cornelius Fudge himself. Don't boast, Draco. Lucius shoved his creepy snake-headed cane straight into his son's gut, and I narrowed my eyes at the display. Get or not, in my mind a father should not act like that around his son. It just felt wrong to me. There's no need with these people. Lucius Malfoy and I met eyes, and I glared at him openly. Even during my best deceptions, there would have been no hiding that I hated him even more than his son. Besides that, the eldest Malfoy and I had long been on terrible terms thanks to my big mouth and aforementioned talent with descriptive nicknames. Loopy Lucius and Malignant Malfoy were apparently not among his preferred terms of endearment. Do enjoy yourself, won't you? He looked between Harry and I. While you can. The two began to walk away, but that same terrible habit of insults and needing the last word itched at me, relentless. So as the Weasleys walked forward, Hermione and Harry yanking on my arms, knowing what was to come, I called loudly back to him over my shoulder. I love what you've done to your hair, Dorco. The Jerry curl really works on you. Keep it forever. Audrey. Hermione gasped as she pulled me roughly. I smirked when I saw Malfoy turn to glare back at me. I was pleased enough by the reaction to keep walking with them. I even walked happily and without complaint while Hermione lectured me the rest of the 42 flights of stairs to our place in the stands. A good insult always warmed the cockles of my heart. By the time we got to our spot, the game was already starting to begin. Fred tugged on my arm and pointed to where a group in the same green robes that represented Slytherin were flying around the pitch. He jumped up and down excitedly, just because he knew they would win. It's the Irish. Here come the Bulgarians, George continued, grabbing my other arm. Harry looked to me and laughed. Apparently I looked like a rag doll being pulled between two young girls. They stopped when one flyer from the red and black Bulgarian team started to do spectacular tricks that I'd never seen any other flyer do. He was amazing as he flew past us, up and around everyone else. He looked severe even as he tried to look charming for his fans. Crumb! The Weasleys shouted excitedly. I looked to Hermione with a look of surprise. She was the only one who was like me and didn't really care about the game, only excited to be part of the experience, but this was almost cult-like behavior. She had to be able to see it too. I wasn't really watching the game as intently as I could have been. It was pretty much like static to me. I'd had a dream of it days ago and thought it was another thing to have it in real life and be able to feel the atmosphere, but I was really there for my friends, who seemed really involved with what was going on. I was sure to point things out and cheer when applicable, and Harry looked over to me and smiled at me sympathetically. The Irish were on fire and literally conquering the field. Half the time I couldn't follow along with Crumb's movements. He was whizzing around the field as if he was constantly able to see the snitch. He was on a wild hunt for it. I almost felt bad for the Bulgarian keeper, who was trying as hard as he could, but the Irish's offensive chasers were far too good for him to stand a chance. Hours passed and Crumb didn't seem to tire. The Bulgarian chasers had put up a good fight but were showing intense exhaustion, and the Irish chasers looked like they were lazily winning the game now. Unless the Bulgarians got some serious goals and caught the snitch, there was no way they would win. Suddenly, Harry yelled out and pointed to where Crumb and what's his name, the Irish seeker, were madly chasing after the snitch. It took me a few moments, but soon enough I could see at once it was mentioned, just a faint flicker of gold inches away from Crumb's fingers. Finally, he caught it and the crowd went wild, lots because the infamous Crumb had done it again. But the Irish fans were cheering because their team had still won. I couldn't make out the score because we were so high up and the crowds were so loud and boisterous. By the time we had gotten back to the tent, even Hermione and I were dancing along with everyone. The happiness was infectious. Fred was getting ready to go out to collect the twins' winnings and George was staying to ease suspicion as we celebrated. It wasn't long before Fred came back with a heavy bag of gold. The twins so happy with themselves that they began to hoist people up and sing at the top of our lungs. Without even knowing the true reason for their excitement, people all around us seemed to be screaming in excitement with them, only encouraging us further. "There's no one like Crumb," Ron exclaimed dramatically. "It's like a bird the way he rides the wind. He's not an athlete, he's an artist." "I think you're in love, Ron." Ginny laughed. I joined in. "Victor, I love you." "Victor, I do," the twins sang. We all raised our glasses of butterbeer to join in the familiar melody. "When we're apart my heart beats only for you." Sounds like the Irish have got their pride on. Fred smiled at the sound of the excitement outside. I took the time that he and George were distracted to climb on a chair and jump on George's back when he least expected it. He nearly fell forward but caught his balance on the chair opposite of where I had climbed. "I think we have more pride than them, let's prove them wrong." He and Fred cheered, George pushing me up on his back as he started to prance around. I was laughing wildly as he did this, but we were stopped short when Mr. Weasley came in with a wild look. When we saw it, George immediately released me. Something was wrong. "Stop it." That would be the moment that I was dropped. "Stop it. It's not the Irish." He pushed us out of the tent, leaving all our stuff behind. "Sirs," I called, and immediately my pet Kneazle came down to rub against my leg. I hoisted her up into my arms and hugged her as I looked at the chaos around us. Tents were on fire, smoke billowed into the air and made it harder to breathe. The sky was lit with curses and screams almost deafened me the further from the tent I stood to gawk. How had we not noticed this happening? "Get to the portkey everyone, and stick together. Fred, George, Ginny is your responsibility," he ordered. Fred grabbed one of Ginny's arms and George the other before they turned to me. "Keep up, will you?" "Got it," I nodded, walking forward with them. "Harry," I screamed when I saw that he wasn't following. He nodded and ran to catch up with me as we bustled through the crowd. People were hysterical and pushing, not caring if they were trampling others or running past injured people. Behind us marched a band of wizards in black, cult-like attire with KKK-worthy cloaks with very similar, pointed hoods. As they marched, they seemed to be chanting and shooting curses at the crowd, laughing behind their disturbingly skeletal masks. One particular spell ended up sending the crowd in the opposite direction, right toward us. And within that group, there was apparently one wizard who wasn't good enough to be near me, at least that was according to Circe, who then jumped out of my arms so she could run and attack him. "Circe, get back here," I screeched, not even considering what would happen if I went after her, which is exactly what I did. I chased after my pet, hearing someone yell my name but ignoring them. I needed my Kneazle. She'd saved my life more than once and I'm pretty sure if she was chasing something, it was something worth saving me from. That likely meant it that I may need to save her. "Drea, I have to get Circe." I screamed at whoever was calling me. It was impossible to recognize the voice through the chaos, but the fact I was being called by the nickname Harry had made up for me let me know it was likely him or one of his friends. Sirs, please come back. I ran through people like running over grass, propelled forward by my worry. I could only see glimpses of my leopard-printed, crystal-white cat while she weaved through people's legs. I called out to her until my voice was almost raw, and finally when the crowd had thinned out and disappeared, I was able to catch up to my hissing pet and grab her. Sirs, never do that to me again. Never, I scolded in a whisper. I looked around and cringed. Look what you've done. We've lost everyone. I tried to see through the dark, back at the smoldering ashes that remained of all the tents that had once been a happy place of unity. It was all ruined like the spirit and the memory of what tonight had been. It was disturbing how quickly destruction could happen. I backed up into the small patch of trees that supplied a little woodland area. The witches and wizards in the masks were scattered around the campground, and suddenly being engulfed by trees seemed the only safe place left. Everything else seemed to have literally burnt to the ground. Come on, scamper, we need to find help. I have no idea how to get back to the burrow. Help always comes from the least likely of places, doesn't it? A familiar voice drawled. I whipped around, Circe letting out a surprised mew before we fixed our eyes on the speaker. The tall, lean figure of Draco Malfoy was leaning up against a tree maybe 10 feet away. I looked at him for a long moment, trying to understand exactly how I could get myself into, and now out of, this situation. What are you doing here? I have certainly not been chasing after an easel. Aren't those supposed to keep you away from dark wizards, not toward a throng of them? He asked, shoving his hands in his pockets as he smirked down at me. I looked down to Circe, who still had a firm gaze honed on the boy in front of us. Do you know who they are? I asked, not even trying to hide my curiosity. He looked away for a minute, over past the other side of the forest where the trees thinned. Of course I do. His eyes hit mine again harshly. They're Death Eaters. Death Eaters. I made a face but took a few curious steps forward to see through the thinning trees as he had. As that like Fire Eaters, but Fire Eater, he repeated skeptically. No, they're the Dark Lord's followers. The Dark Lord? I asked a little bit more deeply. I heard the discrepancy in the title. I thought only his followers called him that. Really? Then what do you call him? Voldemort, Tom Riddle, Tommy Boy, or when I'm feeling really angry I have a variety of curse words that I will insert between syllables. There was a brief moment where Malfoy looked shocked at my nerve, then a moment where it almost looked like the shock was being torn through by humor. That spark in his eyes died quickly, as most things did when in his presence. You think you're so brave, Potter? He sneered, taking a few steps closer to me. I raised an eyebrow, holding Circe close. I couldn't help but twist my body away from him a little, just to shield my beloved Kneazle. Well, as long as it doesn't get me killed, I figure it's not a bad characteristic, I shrugged. Why are you stalking in the woods, Dragon Boy? Hiding from the Death Eaters, obviously. He walked past me and looked out from the trees. They seemed to have passed. And just what would happen were they to find our little rendezvous spot? Me, they may hex. You, they'd probably torture. I made a face again, particularly as his cool, gray eyes seemed to slice through me. Which is probably why you should shut your big mouth. I don't have a, I said, shut it. He hissed out, his voice quiet as if he were worried about someone passing by. His voice still lowered, he pointed towards me aggressively. Do not let that rat go again. She is a Kneazle, I corrected, irritably. And I'm surprised she hasn't tried to claw your eyes out. You are the resident villain. Before I could pay attention to whatever his reaction may have been, my body froze. I could hear Draco giving his rebuttal, but I wasn't able to actually bring myself to pay attention to it because I felt like I was being drowned by cold water. It was a familiar sensation, the sensation of a premonition, and I prepared myself for the shock of falling out of linear time and into the tangled web of consequence. Time is consequence. It is not linear, it is not a line, it is not a bunch of lines, it is completely consequential. It all has to do with the decisions that you make and how each decision changes it. If you were headed somewhere and decided to run a red light, it would have a different future than had you waited. You could get hit by a car, you could get to your destination sooner, but it would be different, and I had learned quickly that the future was no different than a series of decisions that dictated what life would bring. My vision, as always, came in snapshots that didn't make sense and moved through themselves too quickly to catch all of them as they passed. Some, the ones that would come sooner rather than later, were bright and vivid while the ones farther away seemed more drained of color. I first saw what could only have been 3 seconds of having Hermione hovering over my face, then another second of water all around me where I was screaming soundlessly. I saw my brother crying, I saw Harry on a broom, I saw myself close to Malfoy as he smirked, I saw a man advancing on my brother under a harsh green haze. What the hell is wrong with you, Potter? I startled myself out of my premonition, shaking my head to try and reorganize the new information. When I was back with both feet in the present, I looked at him in shock. Malfoy. What, are we exchanging nameplay now? He drawled. What's wrong with you? I had a premonition, I whispered, looking around to take into account everything that was around me. The last scene I had seen, the one of a man going to chase Harry under a green haze, that would happen soon, based on the vibrancy of the vision. Dreadfully soon, and if I could remember properly, the man was not a happy one. A premonition? No, you didn't speak at all, he growled, stepping closer to me. Do you mean your little experiences you have in divination? Yes and no. Have you really ignored all our divination coursework? If I'm talking aloud and telling the future while I'm out of it, that's a prophecy. Seeing the future like a daydream is a vision or a premonition. They're entirely different. A prophecy is definite, unavoidable, long-term, about something very, very specific. A premonition is a series of things that have happened because of something that someone has done to change the course of the future around me. I've never given a prophecy, I have premonitions. I corrected him, not even bothering to see his reaction as I looked to see if the Death Eaters had gone away. I noticed, after a moment, that I wasn't holding Circe anymore, and when I looked to find her, I saw her rubbing up against Malfoy's leg. Horrifyingly, he didn't seem to mind, but I did, so I called her back to me. So, you have premonitions, Like you weren't weird enough, he muttered to himself. Well, at least you can claim to do some sort of magic now. You must know that your disabilities can be shameful to the house. Piss off, I growled. I need to find Harry. Something's about to happen and I don't want him to get in any trouble because I'm not there to save the Lord. You go find Boy Wonder, I'll stay here and wait for everything to blow over. I rolled my eyes. Typical. You're such a coward, Malfoy, sometimes it shocks even me. I'm not a coward, he hissed, his cheeks tinting pink even in the dim light. Oh, you are a coward, I assured, turning a taunting glare on him. You know, it can be shameful to the house. Oh, shut it, you can come with me if you want, I offered. You may get brownie points. Brownie. He didn't finish his question as he shook his head. No, I think I'll leave Boy Wonder to save your ass. After all, he's the one who saves and survives anything, but if it makes you feel better to feel included in his glory. Just because I don't have a lightning bolt scar. And you aren't famous, he mocked. And I'm not the best in classes. And you're a Slytherin of all things. And I'm forced to spend so much time with you, I continued with a sneer, does not mean that he saves my ass. We don't want the same things out of life, and if it makes you feel better, you can pretend to be related to my brother instead. Share his fame, I don't really care, but know that even then I would still be better than you. I began to walk out of the trees and heard him let out a loud groan. Will you get back in here? The wood is hardly a romantic location, dragon douche. Romantic location. In your dreams, pothead. You can't just go out wherever you want when the Death Eaters are out, they'll curse you into oblivion. He argued while he kept pace beside me. He was very nervous, turning his head constantly to see every direction around us. I rolled my eyes at him, watching as his cool gray eyes tried to give off their own warning. It was probably a trap. I wouldn't fall for it. If you're really going to walk with your tail between your legs, go back and hide. I don't want you slowing me down, I hissed, making my walk a little more brisk. I really had no idea where I was going, but I knew that if I walked soon enough I would either find Harry before or find the green light that had been reflecting on him in my vision. The man with a shadowed face had looked very angry. I wasn't overreacting, was I? Did you have any premonitions of me dying, by chance? Malfoy asked with a glance towards me. I was surprised he bothered staying with me. I turned to him, taking a moment to tell if he was serious. I felt both bad for him and amused when I decided that I thought he was. The poor little rich kid was scared of what's in the dark. His eyes somehow looked paler, followed by an ashy pallor. To lighten the mood, I pretended to think about it for a moment. No, but I do fantasize about killing you on a daily basis. I can accept that, he mumbled, rolling his eyes a bit. I could have sworn it gave him a tad bit more color of red to his cheeks. He turned towards me with a glare, probably just to hide how nervous he actually was. Bitch. Ass. Bint. Git. Mudbull. Harry. I gasped when I saw a green jet of light fly into the sky over Malfoy's shoulder. He widened his eyes briefly. Huh. He gritted his teeth thoughtfully as if it was an insult in our little game. No. I mean, I have to go. Sirs. I gasped, taking off at a sprint towards the hazy, green shape that was now twisting towards the sky. It was a ghastly cloud, bright green and illuminating. It was forming into a disturbing, broken-jawed skull that had a snake spilling from between its teeth. The snake writhed in the sky as it looked down on everyone below it. Potter, don't go there, idiot. It's the dark mark. But I kept running and Malfoy did not follow me. I could see Circe streaking past me, then slowing a little to make sure that she didn't lose me. I knew I was going in the right direction because of how fast she was running. Circe had always had an uncanny knowledge of things like this. By the time I got closer to the horrendous skull, I could also see Mr. Weasley running, coming from the opposite direction of me, towards a group of wizards. The wizards were surrounding Harry, Ron, and Hermione, each of whom looked like they had been through quite a rough time since I'd been gone. I quickly jumped between two people, both of them looked terrified, and wrapped my arms around my brother. Harry, I gasped, you scared the crap out of me. Me, what about you? Never disappear on me like that again. Circe will always find you, Harry hissed at me, but I only smiled at him as I dug my head back into his shoulder. Well, I found her, I amended as I pulled away. What's going on? Which one of you conjured this? One man asked with his wand pointed to Harry and I. I took a step back as I looked at him with wide eyes. Excuse you, do not lie. You have been discovered at the scene of the crime. The man with the bowler hat and a wand pointed to our throats seemed to want a confession to a crime I didn't know had been committed. I raised my eyebrows, already displeased by his method of questioning. Actually, I began to argue, but Mr. Weasley shot me a look that silenced me quickly. Crime? Harry asked. Barty, they're just kids. Mr. Weasley breathed. I looked at Harry, now fully interested in Barty, and whatever was going on in that brain of his. What crime? Harry and I asked together. Barty looked between the both of us quickly, lifting up Harry's hair to see his scar. It was exceptionally rude, and right as I opened my mouth to berate him, Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. I took a deep, sour-feeling breath that lasted the entire time he moved his eyes to examine my own scar. I was glad that my t-shirt covered the large portion of it. This ass didn't deserve to get to see it. That's his mark, Hermione whispered with a certain emphasis. I raised my eyebrows. Voldemort? I asked. As always, everyone around us flinched. Those people in the masks, they were his too, weren't they? His followers. Harry spat. I nodded, remembering what Draco had said to me back in the wooded area. I couldn't help but shiver at the thought. So Death Eaters, Voldemort's followers, were still roaming around and terrorizing the wizarding community. Had we gone back in time? Suddenly, now that I wasn't playing tough or rude to the pure-blooded prick, this was actually a really unnerving situation. Death Eaters, I whispered to him. He looked at me momentarily before he nodded ever so slightly to let me know he had processed the information. I mimicked him to let him know. Yes, we will talk about this later. There was a man before. There, Harry pointed to a spot in front of him and everyone's head turned to look at the ground that had been indicated. This way. Barty, the rude man, shouted to his posse. He easily rallied the rest of the men to follow after him as he tailed who was likely the same man from my vision. Mr. Weasley leaned into Harry as they left. Harry, who? I dunno. I didn't see his face. I looked at Harry for a moment, ready to speak up over the fact that I had seen some of the characteristics from the man's face. I'd seen the dark hair, sunken eyes and waxy skin covering his high cheekbones, but at the last moment, I held my tongue. There was this tug deep in my stomach that told me not to speak, that this information was something important that shouldn't be shared with just anyone, even Mr. Weasley. Maybe Harry was thinking the same thing. Either way, I was going to keep my mouth shut. At least until I figured out what the feeling meant. So my Slytherin informants, I announced loudly as I entered the compartment where my best friends sat, awkwardly talking to each other. What's the dark mark mean? I almost felt sorry for making my two friends sit in the same compartment. Slytherins are not all of us got along just because of blood status and money. Theodore Nott and Daphne Greengrass were complete opposites. Theodore being on the verge of too shy and open-minded to be comfortable around Daphne, who was very into her pureblood beliefs and keeping mainstream with the best of the Slytherins. I was known to bring out both the best and the worst in the duo, particularly with my bold conversations. Everyone knew that I hated tagging along with the mainstream Slytherins, like Theo, but they also knew that I hated submitting to whatever insults people tried to throw at me, like Daphne. We were quite a volcanic triad. And to think, Daphne sighed as she rolled her eyes. I was just saying how I wanted a quiet year that didn't involve your brother getting into trouble. You said nothing about her getting into trouble, Theodore pointed out. I crossed my arms as I wormed my way to sit in the corner of the compartment beside Daphne and looked pointedly to both of them, not letting Circe distract me as she jumped on me and rested her head on my knees. Just answer the question, I growled, rolling my eyes dramatically. I watched as Daphne and Theodore looked at each other nervously, as if they were conspiring against something that wasn't supposed to be spoken of. They even leaned forward as if they needed to be more quiet. Well, the dark mark being cast, like at the cup, well, it normally means someone's dead. Theodore whispered quietly, it's how they let people know. So why was it cast at the cup? No one turned up dead. I thought suspiciously. All funny pretenses and jokes had dropped by now and the three of us were very serious. I don't know, he shrugged, leaning back in his seat and rubbing his hands against his knees. Maybe it was to live up old times. Ignite the flame, Daphne offered. I sat back and thought through as many of the little flashes I had seen, had there been any danger. I remember the most vivid, the man going towards Harry. I hadn't told him I'd had a vision. And I certainly haven't told him that I saw a vague description of the man who had somehow been so threatening without having said a word. I remembered that Harry was on a broom and I remembered Malfoy smirking at me, but I couldn't think of anything else I had seen. It was the thing that beeped most about my premonitions. It was just as rare to remember them as they were to have in the first place. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Don't say that, Daphne gasped, reaching over and touching my arm. I shrank away from her instantly. She should have known that I hate being touched by now. Every time you say that something goes terribly wrong. No it doesn't, I snorted. Don't be so dramatic. It kind of does, Drea. Theo winced. Don't mean to be down or anything, but we've yet to have a calm year and you always say you have a bad feeling. Maybe I just always have bad feelings, I offered with a shrug, scooching to the edge of my seat so that I could rest my feet across the aisle and next to him. Theodore rolled his eyes but did not shove them away. You could just be turning into Trelawney. Daphne muttered. I widened my eyes at her and balled up a piece of parchment from my pocket to throw it at her. That's an even worse feeling. She laughed and threw it back at me. Poor Theodore just sat and waited for it to be over, until I dragged him into it. Of course, creating a battle of flying parchment and stunning aerodynamics. By the time the poor trolley lady came around, she saw a torn-apart compartment with 3 kids in Slytherin robes, unable to breathe through their laughter. So, what do you think the idea is behind the carriage and the ship? Daphne asked us as we were led up from the trance of the sorting. It wasn't like we weren't allowed to talk to each other. It was frowned upon. But the ceremony was so long and dull that people seemed to fall into a meditative state when watching it. Now that it was over, With 8 new additions to our table, we were free to roam on our questions. Most of the conversations were about the giant carriage that had showed up, pulled by flying horses, no less, as well as a large pirate ship that had literally popped up out of the Black Lake. We had not seen whatever creatures had been in them, other than that the ship and carriage were ushered near the rear of the school and that Hagrid had been walking that way, as he was meant to greet them. "Did you see the Pegasuses pulling the carriage? They were amazing." Jackie Gorns sighed dreamily from beside Not. I rolled my eyes at her. "First of all, it's not Pegasuses, it's just Pegasus. And second, they weren't Pegasus. They were Abraxan, a very specific breed of winged horse. Pegasus are crosses between winged horses and unicorns." After a pointed and meaningful look from Jackie and another from Daphne, who was trying to remind me to play nice, I added a smile and a sweet, "I guess you just missed that day of class. Some of us don't hang off of that giant's every word," Jackie grumbled back. I didn't actually hate the girl, even if she was far too excitable and gossipy, but I was very proud of my relationship with animals. Besides, that was a juvenile mistake. Okay, maybe not actually, but I couldn't sit around and leave it unmentioned. "It's my best class," I shrugged back to her. "I'm the only one who beats Granger for points in it. When you all can do that in a class, let me know and I will be glad to step down to you." Some Slytherins forced out laughs just to lighten the mood and people quickly changed the subject, probably because no one could deny it. I started putting food on my plate when I heard an obnoxious voice making yet another obvious and stupid statement. "What the hell was with the Hats song?" Millicent Bulstrode asked as the food appeared on the table. She was sitting beside Daphne, who was across from me. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at one of her better observations. She had never been subtle or an intellect to be reckoned with. "It's never changed before. It still said the same thing, didn't it?" I asked lowly, picking at my food. She glared at me from across the table and I felt Theodore kick my shin from beside me. He looked at me meaningfully from the corner of his eye and I tried to tell him with my glare that our agreement for me to try and be nicer this year should not have to include being nice to idiots. Idiots weren't people. As if to prove my point, Crabbe then spilt his pumpkin juice over Goyle's trousers. "Crabbe," Goyle yelled, taking his napkin and dabbing at his leg. "I didn't mean to." Crabbe yelped back, but I was too busy to laugh because I was watching in amazement as Goyle lifted the napkin back to his mouth and licked it, probably just to wet it, but I couldn't let the opportunity pass. "Goyle, are you really that hungry?" I asked loudly, pulling attention towards the large, bumbling boy. "There's an entire hall full of food." "Wah," he blinked, looking at the table of food. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that I had confused him with the insult. It was hard to be surprised by these dolts. "Ow." I looked away from the two gorillas who were both busy trying to fix the mess Crabbe had made. I looked down to see who had yelped in pain to see Daphne across from me with a fork dangling from her dark owned curls. Her brown eyes were wide with distress. "What the hell just happened?" I looked at her with my eyebrows furrowed. "What are you talking about?" "My hair. Someone put a fork in my hair and pulled." She whined, slamming her hands down beside her plate. I heard someone laugh from behind me and turned around to find no one there. Strange. I was sure I heard someone giggle, but how could no one be there? "Oh my, what a nice skirt." I heard the giggler whisper as Daphne let out a very explicit threat to whomever had charmed her fork to mistreat her and put her weight on her hands. I put my hand out. "Daphne, don't stand up," I yelled, making her stop with wide eyes. "Why not?" I didn't say anything. In fact, I didn't even move while I concentrated on the giggling that swirled around us again. "Ah, I'm understanding now. Audrey, why not?" "Peeves, stop harassing my friend," I yelled, not really sure where he had ended up since I knew he was floating around us. Poor Crabbe probably hadn't done anything at all. He'd been hit by Goyle and put through some humiliation for nothing. Not that the oaf didn't deserve it. Those thugs deserved much worse than some laughter at their expense, let me tell you. I heard another round of giggling. "Oh, Lukey," little Potty went and caught me. Peeves giggled more as he rolled over in the air above us, falling onto his back as he held his stomach. "What will you do, Potty? Sick a hippogriff on me like the own chap." "What about a hippogriff?" Malfoy asked, tensing up as if the memory of his little attack last year had been traumatic enough to scar him. I rolled my eyes. Nothing about a hippogriff, dragon breath. And you can't prove I did that, Peeves. I yelled to the ghost, who only laughed a little bit more before floating down, closer to my level. You can't ruin all my fun, Potty. I'll get your little friend's skirt when she gets up to go to sleep. And I'll call the bloody Baron faster than you died, I said quickly. Peeves finally stopped giggling as his eyes bulged from his sockets. He leaned down towards me. You wouldn't. I'd even get Fred and George to call on him, I said with a smirk, crossing my arms over my chest. He seemed to weigh his options for a second before he frowned dramatically and floated until he was standing up straight and proud. Then he blew me a raspberry. Stupid Potty ruins my fun, just because she's got no mum. Call the Baron cause I'm not fond. Well, wait till she sees what I do with her wand. His song was followed by a round of cackling before he repeated the riff. You best stay away from my wand, Peeves. I yelled at him, even though he was already floating from the hull and singing the song so that the whole of the upper years could hear on his way out. I looked back at Daphne, who had pried the fork from her hair and was fixing herself up. Thanks, Audrey, she mumbled. That song was very rude. It's actually one of his better rhymes, I acknowledged lightly with a shrug, not letting it show that the rhyme about my mum was a little more than hurtful. I started to dig back into my food and couldn't help but let out some groans of pleasure. The Weasleys always had great food, but nothing ever seemed to compare to the food that just magically appeared in front of me in the Great Hall. Maybe it was that I didn't like seeing the chickens before I ate them. Maybe it was that I was so exhausted from the hard work we did around the house that I never got to taste the food and appreciate it as much, but Hogwarts food was the best food. Hopefully I'd get back to a healthy weight in a month or two. It always took longer to gain it back than it did to lose it thanks to the Dursleys. So Potter, I looked to the voice who addressed me and saw Blaise Zabini smirking at me from a few seats down the table. He eyed the speed I was eating my large leg of meat with displeasure. What kind of trouble will you get us in this year? Choking on that roast beast. I'd rather something that will win us some bloody points, I grumbled, setting down my leg like the pristine pureblood women had taught me was polite, even though I couldn't help but sneer when I thought about how Gryffindor had won the past 3 years thanks to Harry and his heroics. A few Slytherins let out a dull cheer, but Zabini laughed. With you sorted here, we were guaranteed to never win the House Cup. He informed me with a roll of his eyes. I saw Pansy Parkinson, my mortal enemy, beside Malfoy as she shot me a glare. We all knew that her opinion was that if I died, Slytherin would probably receive all the points there were to be given. Maybe if I follow Harry to trouble I'll get some points for surviving. I cheered sarcastically, to which Zabini rolled his eyes. He did this because everyone knew that's the only reason Harry ever got points, because he didn't die when he was most likely supposed to. And for some reason all those events happen right at the end of the year when the House Cup is about to be given. Were he to be eliminated from the race, Gryffindor wouldn't stand a chance to our key, asked Nature. That's a horrible idea, Parkinson spoke. I snapped my eyes over to where she sat some seats away, hooked onto Malfoy's arm as she usually was. She had always been disturbingly clingy to the ass and he had always been uninterested, but she never gave up on him. I had to give her some credit for it. Determination could actually get her out of the fast food chain future she was destined, but I hated her far too much to admire it. It wouldn't be because you survived. After all, we'd get more if you were to just die. I'm sure they'd give it to us as thanks for getting rid of you. I'd use the terms, when pigs fly, but I happen to remember your fat ass sitting on a broom. Audrey, Daphne groaned, upset that I was so quickly ruining the promise that I was going to try and be nice to the pureblood folk who held her future in their hands. Honestly, I don't know why she wanted to beep up to them so badly. She could actually do magic. It seemed that made her more pure-blooded than the rest of them, even if she didn't have as much money. Why try to wriggle your way into a society that's actually below your social standing? Pansy was growing red and I really enjoyed it, despite Daphne's warnings that I should be more polite to my superiors. It was like a high, or a word vomit. As soon as the first bit was out, there was no stopping the flow. So clearly there's nothing can be done to save the world. One day I'll die, pansy. Not soon enough, you bint. She hissed. I did not stop my rant. But I can assure you that it will be before douchebag Malfoy over there ever says he loves you. I clucked my tongue in fake pity and the table went silent. It was one of those things that everyone knew but no one ever dared to say out loud. Well, I was never one to listen for disclaimers anyway. Daphne let out a groan while she drooped her head so she could hide behind her curtain of curls, and I looked to Theodore, who was looking at me in slight annoyance. I was drawing too much attention to us for his liking. I think that's a brilliant way to start the year, I announced to him with a smile. Audrey, you're being unnecessarily. He grumbled quietly, hoping that no one would be able to hear what he said. He would never be one for public speaking. In fact, last year for divination he had failed 3 separate assignments because he refused to stand up in front of the class to explain what he saw. Poor bloke. Fine, I'm sorry Theodore. I didn't mean to foil the attempt so soon. Maybe you should be apologizing to her, he asked with a shake of his head. Apologize to her, I repeated, pointing a finger at Parkinson, who was so red that I was fairly certain she would blow up some sort of red candy treat she'd gorged herself on earlier. But she's so. I'm going to kill you, Potter. She hissed at me. I rolled my eyes, not even bother to look at her. Oh, get in line. You're about 800th on the list. No, I'm going to be the one to kill you, if it's the last thing I do. Pansy screeched, finally tearing herself from the neon beacon that was Malfoy. I fought back another laugh and looked at Theodore with a preemptive apologetic look. Best stay in school then, Parkinson, I said with a tut. Just keep in mind that far more talented magical beings than you have tried and failed. USL, but before Parkinson could finish her words that were obviously full of love and care, I was distracted by Professor Dumbledore standing up at the podium and raising his hands to get everyone's attention. It never ceased to amaze me how one man could rule over such an impressionable crowd. He never yelled, he was never angry, you rarely saw him as any emotion other than amused. But Dumbledore held an authority that not even Professor Snape could compete against, and it was one of those powers over people that didn't come with experience. This was bred. Dumbledore wasn't just a powerful wizard, he was a powerful presence. Powerful enough to calm down the entire school in mere seconds, anyway. Now that we're all settled in and sorted, I'd like to make an announcement. It was about time. Everyone wanted to know who was in the ship and the carriage. This year, Hogwarts will not only be your home, but also home to some very special guests as well. You see, Hogwarts has been chosen to host a legendary event. My ears perked up and I looked around the room to see everyone seemed to be reacting in the same way as I did. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. Everyone seemed to begin to whisper. The Slytherins seemed to know what that meant. They were from older families, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually something legendary, but Dumbledore didn't seem to mind the interruption. Instead, he waited for us to stop so that he could continue. Now, for those of you who do not know, the Tri-Wizard Tournament brings together 3 schools for a series of magical contests. From each school a single contestant is selected to compete. I'm trying, Malfoy said immediately with a courage that I knew from experience he did not have. Oh Merlin, please do. I snorted at him, only to get a glare in return. Now let me be clear, if chosen, you stand alone. And trust me when I say that these contests are not for the faint-hearted. Rules you out, Bleach Boy. I whispered to him. He sneered at me. Please help me to welcome the lovely ladies of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and their headmistress Madame Maxime. The doors to the great hall opened noiselessly, and on the other side stood a horde of women who were so beautiful it almost hurt my eyes to look at them all in such a concentrated group. The horde ran forward, some dancing more elegantly than Goyle could chew messily, others did acrobatics better than Harry could fly. There was no way to deny that it was downright depressing. Clearly I would be boyfriend-less yet again this year. By the time the acrobatics were done, the ladies released butterflies into the air and all the girls gasped and giggled, reaching for any that came close to the tables. Not surprisingly, near half a dozen decided to land by me. I smiled, not paying attention to the large woman who walked down the aisle while I ushered the butterflies onto my arm. Hello, you pretty things. Why, aren't you just spectacular? Why aren't you flying outside? You must need to migrate soon. Stop talking to animals, they can't hear you. Daphne hissed, clearly embarrassed for herself through my actions. My eyes turned to Theodore, who made a slight face quickly so that I would know I was in the clear. Daphne, as always, was just being self-absorbed. And now, meet the proud sons of Durmstrang. The doors opened again, and this time an army of some of the most attractive men I have ever seen started walking towards us. I lied. I would definitely wrangle myself a boyfriend this year. Especially considering I'm pretty sure I fancied every one of the boys. No, every one of the men who walked through those doors. Instead of an acrobatic display of beauty, they had a flashy display of masculinity. They hammered their staffs on the ground and even did some breakdancing, which surprisingly never looked so brutish. By the time they were done, equipped with a phoenix of fire, 2 extra men walked through the door. One of the men looked vaguely familiar. Merlin's malady, that's Victor Crumb. Millicent gasped. I know my conquest of the year. Daphne fawned over him, as I assumed she would for the rest of the year. Everyone seemed to be. I would mark him off my list. I already had a Quidditch player in the family. I'm entering the tournament, Malfoy announced, only to let the other Slytherins return to fawning over him, but I was happy to see that most of the girls' eyes still kept flickering over to the new fame up front. Now, to be clear, I should say that there were 2 people that was completely exempt from my list of people who I should try to play civil with. The first being Pansy Parkinson, just because she was such a barnpot. But there was one person on that list who would forever have a place etched in stone, and that person was Draco Malfoy. Malfoy and I had hated each other through the years thanks to both his hatred for my brother and the crush he had had on me during second year. It was obvious how that one ended, a swift kick to the testicles, but it was now to the point that a few minutes with him could possibly lead to someone's death. Clearly our hatred for each other was actually for society's safety. Are you sure you can enter with that tumor growing off your arm? It's not like you could enter, Potter. Your brother will snag that away from you too. My eye twitched, but I immediately saw the flaw in his argument. Then how on earth are you going to enter? A 4th contestant from the School of Idiocy. Watch your tongue, Potter, Malfoy hissed, leaning towards me as if to intimidate me. I let out a laugh that I didn't even try to hold away from myself. At least he was attempting to make something of himself instead of fawning all over me. I was glad there would be no repeats of legalities like harassment. I'm sorry, Malfoy, am I spitting venom again? Hopefully it doesn't stain that pretty bee-owned head of hair of yours. But instead of getting angry, he suddenly looked very, very pleased with himself. I narrowed my eyes. What? I knew you liked my hair. I gaped, hardly able to make a coherent sentence. My Salazar, you are insufferable. With pretty hair, he pointed out with a smirk. He turned around, pretended as if he didn't see me writhing. Just like at the Quidditch World Cup, I could not bring myself to let the fool have the last word. You'd best watch your back, I hissed across the table. That hair of yours might not be pretty for long, otherwise. I was glad that I could dig into dessert after our little tiff, which in my mind, I had lost. To such a little condescending comment, too. I wasn't used to losing, nevertheless to Malfoy. And losing so badly, it was a blow to my ego and my talents. Clearly, this is something I will have to rectify. Your attention, please. Professor Dumbledore did not need to yell, yet again, to get our attention, and suddenly all 3 schools had their eyes fixed properly on him. I would like to say a few words. Eternal glory, that is what awaits the student who wins the Tri-Wizard tournament. But to do this, you have to complete 3 extremely dangerous tasks. For this reason, the Ministry has seen fit to impose a new rule. To explain this, we have the head of the Department of International Magic Cooperation, Mr. Bartimus Crouch T. But before Mr. Crouch could come up to the podium, the sky of the Great Hall lit up like fireworks. There was a moment where I was about to shout at Peeves that the prank was not appreciated right now, but I realized that instead of fireworks it was actually lightning raining down from the enchanted sky that nearly touched some of the candlesticks. I couldn't imagine what taller kids like Fred and George must have thought of it. Though I am ashamed to admit it, I jumped about a foot out of my seat at the loud crash of thunder that followed and ended up wielding my fork like a weapon. But as the lightning struck for a third time, a wand lit the corner of the room and flashed up towards the ceiling. I was shocked by how quickly it calmed the weather so that it again mimicked the outdoor twilight. Red flags exploded from every crack in my gray matter when I looked outside and saw the weather had stayed calm through the entire panic in the ceiling. Nothing like that had ever happened in Hogwarts. Ever. The man who saved all the tall kids had walked out from the shadows by now, and I was shocked by his appearance. He was a tall, rounded man who walked with a bad limp and staff. He dressed in casual wizard wear which matched the clumsiness of his thinning hair and patch which fit around what looked like a false eye that spun eerily in his head. "Who the bloody hell is that?" Daphne whispered from in front of me. I looked to her and shook my head. "I have no idea. That's Mad-Eye Moody. He's a dodger now, used to be an Auror for the Ministry. A good one too, before he went batty as Trelawney." Mafalda Pruitt, a third year down the table, said notably. She was the biggest know-it-all gossip queen in the house. "They'd be quite the cute couple," Millicent giggled with her. I literally bit my tongue to keep from commenting. Instead, I watched Moody and Dumbledore exchange words and a handshake, coming to the conclusion that this man would be the new Dada professor. The man who all but accused us of being Voldemort's followers at the Quidditch World Cup stepped forward to a podium. Now that I thought about it, I do recall his name being Barty. After much deliberation, the Ministry has concluded that for their own safety that no student under the age of 17 shall be allowed to put forth their name for the Tri-Wizard Tournament, but before he was even finished, the crowd was in uproar. "That's rubbish," my favorite pair of twins shouted from across the room. "You don't know what you're doing." I turned to Theodore and widened my eyes dramatically. "Those twins will tear this school apart until they're allowed to enter, won't they?" Nod asked with a grimace. I couldn't help the dreamy, excited smile that played across my face as I imagined it. "Oh, they will. It will be marvelous." The Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore's voice cut the riot down to silence once again. "Anyone wishing to submit themselves for the tournament merely write their name upon a piece of parchment and throw it in the flame before this hour on Thursday night. Do not do so lightly," he emphasized, his eyes skimming the crowd as the thick goblet flamed a cool blue. "If chosen, there is no turning back. As from this moment, the Tri-Wizard Tournament has begun." "Well, I'm ecstatic," Daphne said as we walked out of the Great Hall. "I hope that the Hogwarts champion is from Slytherin." "I doubt it," I laughed, falling in step between she and Theodore. "As much green pride as I have, we're a little bit too cowardly to risk our lives, don't you think?" "Well, you and that twin of yours have done it basically every year, haven't you?" Blaise asked lowly with a raised eyebrow. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. "Not by choice, Zabini. Not by choice." "Think you'll be out of the spotlight this year?" Theodore asked mockingly. "Please just say yes, even if it's a lie. Just say it for my sanity. She can't possibly be in the limelight with this tournament. Thanks Salazar you aren't 17, if you entered and were picked, I could just imagine the uproar. Or if your brother were not entering, and I wouldn't even if I were old enough." I interrupted immediately. "Eternal glory. I can find eternal glory in my packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans faster than I would if I were in that tournament. I'm a lost cause for anything but shadow fame." "But you're the best shadow of fame ever." Daphne put on puppy dog eyes. "I mean, you even save your brother's ass. Shadows aren't commonly that considerate." "Consider me a saint," I smiled. "Compared to what, a demon?" Theo snorted. "I'm not that bad," I argued with a pout. "Yes you are. You're the most evil and loyal Slytherin hybrid that has ever existed." Daphne laughed loudly, drawing some eyes toward the three of us. It wasn't often that we displayed our conversations in public thanks to how bashful Theodore was. I rolled my head over my shoulders, trying to loosen my muscles. "I'm certainly not heavenly, Mr. Knott," I frowned melodramatically. "But I will be an angel to one of those boys this year." "Audrey." Daphne laughed. "Angel," Theodore snorted to himself. I rolled my eyes at the two while they laughed at the images popping into their head. Were I not so proud, I probably would have joined them, but instead I stood up and straightened my clothes to leave the Great Hall. "Your lack of faith in me is just plain rude." They only laughed harder. I'm on time, I announced factually, if not a little loudly, while I ran and slammed myself into the seat next to Not, knocking into him in the process. I didn't quite move before he pushed me off of him and brushed off his sleeve as if I had somehow transferred dirt to his robes. No, but the teacher's more late than you are, so I think you're safe. Not smirked. At least Not was his normal self, and was considerate enough to remember that I liked sitting near my brother in the few classes we shared and sat behind him for this one. I smiled at him. Did you miss breakfast? Harry asked as he turned around to talk to me. I shrugged. Meaningless meal, isn't it? He rolled his eyes. Ron gaped at me. Meaningless. There's no way that any meal is meaningless. You're a glutton, Ron. I snorted. But I agree with you, unless I'm running late. You missed it then. The Bulgarians have taken to eating with the Slytherins, and the French are with the Ravenclaws. Harry informed. I looked to Theodore, who shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. Thank Merlin that my friend wasn't obsessed with Quidditch and, most importantly, he wasn't obsessed with appearances. Feeling left out, my loyal lion? I asked sarcastically. My brother rolled his eyes. Not at all, though Ron seems upset he hasn't gotten his autograph. It won't mean as much if everyone gets one, Ron argued, as he frowned. You're such a girl. But I couldn't laugh at my brother's best friend for any longer because at that moment, our defense against the dark arts professor just so happened to walk right past my seat. I felt a shiver go down my spine and a strange feeling pass over me. I don't know how I could tell, but that I was watching me through the back of his head. But why would he be watching me? I don't think I'll like this professor. I thought aloud to Theodore, not really taking into account that said professor could probably hear me, but I didn't really care. Theodore just sighed deeply. He knew from each of my experiences that not liking someone means he should feel sorry for the bloke. Theodore, like me, seemed to be compassionate enough to hope that his punishment for being strange wouldn't be too mean on my prank scale. By the time he had limped up to the front, the chalk was magically writing his name on the board in twisted and messy cursive. I hoped I'd be able to take notes from his writing. It was difficult to read. Alistair Moody, he announced with a thick Irish lilt. I was surprised. I had mostly expected to hear a Scottish grunting, just because he was so brutish and all. Ex-Auror, Ministry malcontent, and your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I am here because Dumbledore asked me. End of story. Goodbye, the end. Any questions? The class sat silently. I think we were all afraid that if we spoke, he'd be rid of us like he had the lightning the night before. When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. I believe in constant vigilance. Now, which of you can tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? I raised my eyebrows. This guy was insane. I was positive that this was not in our curriculum, so why was it necessary to talk about? I'm no goody two-shoes, but I do have common sense. 3, sir. Hermione spoke up from the table beside mine, not that her answering was predictable or anything. And they are so named. Because they are unforgivable, Hermione explained. I turned to Theodore and blinked slowly. How bloody typical, I asked quietly. He snorted and lowered his eyes to try and pretend like he hadn't reacted at all. Shy little bugger. The use of any one of them will earn you a one-way ticket to Azkaban, correct? Now the ministry says that you're too young to see what these curses do. I say different. I lied. I like him, I said immediately. Harry looked over his shoulder and shot me a look that showed I should clearly be more judgmental, so I gave him a look that clearly said, step off. Learning about something like the unforgivable curses meant that it was against curriculum, but seeing them. Not only was that something we weren't supposed to do, it was something that would radically change our lives. My curiosity was almost burning through me. You need to know what you're up against, Moody continued. You need to be prepared. You need to find somewhere else to put your chewing gum other than the other side of your desk, Mr. Finnegan. My jaw dropped as I heard Seamus mutter something bitterly. And here across classrooms. I lied. I stated bluntly, I love him. You're a twit. So, which curse shall we see first? Moody smiled, his magical eye whizzing around the room. Weasley. Yes. Ron shot up almost a foot off his seat when Moody addressed him, and I couldn't help but giggle quietly. looking behind me to Daphne, who was reacting in the same way, but not quite so subtly. Give us a curse. Well, he looked behind to Hermione, then myself for some sort of support. I widened my eyes and shrugged my shoulders. I'd never paid attention enough to know what they were. My dad did tell me about one. The Imperious Curse. Ah, yes, your father would know all about that. Gave the ministry quite a bit of grief a few years ago. Perhaps this will show you why. I widened my eyes as I looked over to Hermione, who looked flustered. He's actually going to do it. But he was already cooing a large, daddy long-legged spider as he placed the curse on it. I watched in shocked, disgusted fascination as he sent the spider around the class. He held his wand confidently. I could tell that he had used the curses many times before. He liked scaring people. I couldn't even laugh when he put the spider on Malfoy's face. The bastard had been so smug and fascinated, but I was too busy assessing my professor. While he smiled at the terror he caused the brainwashed spider, his magical eye seemed to be focused on me. So, he was interested that I was observant, was he? Good. I narrowed my eyes. He should keep in mind that I would be watching just as closely. What should I have her do next? He asked loudly, the smile falling from his face. Make her jump out the window. The spider hit the glass with a painful slap that made even Ron wince in sympathy. But there was no other sound from the students, who were still all shaken. Drown herself. I clenched my jaw. I didn't particularly adore spiders, but they were still creatures, and if I had to choose between creatures and humans, the creatures would always win. Possibly even in a fight with Harry, Theo, or Daphne, they could at least defend themselves. I looked away from the spider as it landed back in his hand. Scores of witches and wizards have claimed that they only did you-know-who's bidding under the influence of the Imperious Curse. But here's the rub. How do we sort out the liars? His magical eye was still trained between Harry and I as he looked around the room with his real eye. Another. Come on. He turned to the table that was directly beside Theodore and motioned for Neville Longbottom to stand. To me, Neville Longbottom was the bee's knees, for teasing. Not that I ever teased him. I had a lot of respect for the kid, so long as we weren't talking about magic, but I had a terrible feeling that whatever would happen would be like a bee after it stings. Lethal. Longbottom is it. Professor Sprout tells me you have an aptitude for herbology. Which was the only subject he was good in. Not that I was really one to talk, this was possibly my worst. Yes, sir, Neville muttered gravely. There's the, Cruciatus Curse. Correct. Particularly nasty one. The Torture Curse. Moody set the spider down on my desk, directly in front of me. The magical eye shifted between Harry, myself, and Neville. I shifted towards it instinctually, knowing that the animal was about to be hurt. Crucio. Professor Moody cast the spell directly in front of me and I watched the spider writhe in pain in front of me. I could hear its terrified screams and feel the room collapsing around me from all the dread that everyone, including myself, felt. Stop it, can't you see it's bothering him? Hermione hissed to the professor from behind me. I nodded my head, not even looking at Neville. I could sense his pain like one could sense the time of day. Stop it, I agreed loudly. Moody lifted the curse without complaint and walked towards Hermione, leaving the spider on my desk. I petted its torso lightly, trying not to scare it. I cooed it a little bit as Harry turned around and spoke in panicked tones. Take your hand off it. No, Harry, she's going to die at this rate, look at her. I hissed back desperately. Audrey. Harry got my attention. Something tells me she won't be suffering much longer. Moody turned his wand back to the spider and I turned my eyes to him. His good eye watched me and his fake eye was trained on Harry. I stared him down for a moment, a long moment where he did not cast a curse. It let me know the reality of it. That there was nothing I could possibly do. I took my hand away from the injured arachnid. Avada Kedavra. A green jet of life shot from Professor Moody's wand and the spider keeled over not 2 feet in front of me. I backed up in my seat instinctually, clutching at the sides and breathing heavily against the constriction in my chest. I felt my eyes water defiantly as I tried to glare at my professor. There was no need to take its life. I took back all my thoughts. We could have learned by theory. We should have learned by theory. This was one thing that we never needed to be shown. The killing curse, Moody announced after clearing his throat and having both eyes look away from me and towards Harry. Only one person is known to have survived it, and he's sitting in this room. Everyone's eyes turned to Harry and I saw Harry fight hard not to turn red and sink in his seat. Because I felt bad for him and because I felt even worse for the spider, I placed the corpse in my hand and let the sadness drench me. As everyone started packing up their bags in a hurry to leave, I allowed myself to begin the walk up to the professor's desk. He watched me the entire way. He did not stop me or ask me what I was doing. I think that's probably why the class diverted their attention to the gutsy Slytherin who they thought would probably chew the teacher out. I walked forward a few steps, just enough to get to his desk before I turned and placed the corpse right on top of his papers. I turned around, ignoring the rest of the class who were supposed to have been walking out during my act of compassion, and glared at the doors in front of me, refusing to meet eyes with Moody. I said nothing to anyone and kept my gaze cold as I delicately stormed out of the class, hoping once I'd already left that Nott would remember to grab my satchel for me. I hadn't left for 2 minutes before the rest of the class seemed to dismiss themselves. Apparently they were told such a disturbing lesson was to be left alone after that, and we were given time to recoup. Harry, Ron, and Hermione caught up to me first, and luckily, Harry had my bag. Nott said he'd meet you in care of magical creatures. Thank you, I muttered, grabbing my bag from him and slinging it over my shoulder. Are you all right? He asked, walking close to me and putting his hand on my shoulder. You shouldn't have walked out like that. You'll be the talk of the school. No more than those bloody curses should be, I hissed. He killed that spider for no reason. I wasn't that upset, Ron whispered to himself. I glared. Not the point. He shouldn't kill in front of students. Animals or arachnids are invisual at all. I spit. Hermione wrapped her arm around mine and nodded. I completely agree. It was so irresponsible and so inhumane. I offered. She nodded. Exactly. I think we should have a talk with Professor Dumbledore, Hermione went on, but I shook my head and withdrew my arm. As much as I'm against it and as much as I look dashing in these green robes of mine, I smirked. I'm not a snitch. I will handle this situation maturely and without help, because I can do that. Then, one day when his back is turned, he'll find just as pretty a present on his desk. Audrey, Hermione scolded. I rolled my eyes. Would it comfort you were I to say I was considering the assistance of Fred and George? I asked. She thought about it for a moment, blinking, before she shook her head. No, that does not comfort me at all. It's a terrible idea. Fred and George it is. I laughed, placing my hand over Harry's that still rested on my shoulder and gave it a squeeze. He gave me a stern look and I shook my head. I'm fine, Harry. We're going to stay in the entryway by the Goblet of Fire after supper. Will you join us? He asked. I rolled my eyes. Will you leave me to go to my class in peace and not be a worrywart if I say yes? I will leave you to go to class, he negotiated. I sighed. I'll see you at 7. Love you, he chuckled, walking in front of me. I laughed quietly to myself. No public displays of affection, Potter. I shouted after him, but quietly muttered a quick, love you too, before I turned to the right and went to my next class. As much as I loved Theodore and Daphne, I found that I couldn't be more excited for 7. Professor Alistair Moody had shaken me, not that I liked to admit it. I liked watching people. I was good at watching people because they never realized how brilliant I was when it came to everyone else. They never knew that my eyes were trained on every move they made. But for once, someone else's eye had been trained on me. Not Harry. For once, I wasn't invisible. Not even translucent. He not only knew I was there, he seemed to know exactly who I was, especially with the act of putting the spider on my desk. I didn't like he knew my weaknesses, knew what I hated. Usually I didn't dignify anyone with that knowledge, because even the people who disgusted me didn't know what could make me feel this terrible. Maybe a part of me had liked being invisible more than I appreciated. Maybe I had finally realized for once that all I wished for was that I wasn't seen at all. I was glad to walk down towards Hagrid's hut. As expected, Circe caught up to me about halfway down. I didn't really draw attention to it. I didn't find it necessary. She loved joining me for outdoor classes or transfiguration. Either way, having her weave between my feet helped make me feel more at ease. The September air was not crisp yet, but it still sent a shiver through me because of how sensitive to the cold I was. It had only gotten worse after the Dementor attacks last year. The cold now frightened me a little because I was always worried what was causing it. I would probably be just on time for class, but I knew that it wouldn't matter if I came when half the class was over. Hagrid loved me too much. "Do we need to tell Hagrid that you'll be late, Potter?" A girlish, nasal voice asked from behind me. "You've had quite the emotional day." I didn't stop walking or turn my head to look at Parkinson, who was obviously the only person who had such a disgusting voice. Instead, I looked at my watch, hoping that I would be late so that she would get a nice talking to by the professor. "Still in shock, or is your voice box still off from that scar on your neck?" That one made my eyes narrow and made me turn to look at her. She was smirking, having known that the last insult had hit home, and her little girl posse seemed pretty proud of themselves as well. I raised an eyebrow. "I'd much rather have this thing on my neck than that thing called your face," I sneered, walking a little faster so that I wouldn't break my cool. Parkinson jogged to keep up to me. I was surprised her knees didn't buckle under that stuffed cloth of hers. "Are your little blood traitor boyfriends going to put their name in the goblet, then?" she asked, referring to Fred and George. The Slytherins had never been too fond of my relationship with them. "I hope so. Lots of people die in the Tri-Wizard tournament, you know. It'd be the funniest thing they've ever done." I rounded on her. I accepted taunting, but death had never been a funny joke or acceptable threat for me. I took it too seriously. My brother and I had almost been murdered as babies, and who can count how many times since. "Parkinson, I suggest you shut up, before I shut you up. Hagrid doesn't need another disgusting animal like yourself to have us dissect. I'd hate to waste anatomic abnormalities such as you." I could finally see Hagrid's hut just yards away and waved to Daphne, who tried to get me to speed up. "Abnormality," Pansy screeched, whipping out her wand and running in front of me to stop me from walking. I rolled my eyes, not even quick to grab my wand as I looked down at my feet where Circe was circling. "Circe, go to Theodore, please," I said sweetly. My Kneazle looked between me and Pansy, the latter of which looked about ready to slaughter, before she traipsed off towards the class, who had all turned to watch our tiff. "Don't make me grab my wand, Parkinson. It's not like you're any good with it anyway, Potter." She laughed. "I may have slow reaction skills, but at least I can do the spells they require." "Oh, come off it," I scoffed. "I can do magic better than you, and I don't have to be a pureblood to do it. If you really want to test it, I would be more than happy to appease you." "Like you could," she hissed, straightening out her wand hand. "Impede. Expelliarmus." Now, because I really was such shite with a wand, even though I was rather good at dueling, my spell did not go as planned. It was the sad reality of being a bad wand handler. My wand was pretty much pointless, and while my spell did not disarm my opponent as it should, it did make her fly backwards from the force. Luckily, I packed a hard punch because of how much magic I had. Problem was there was no way to direct it and make it do what I wanted. "You win some, you lose some, I guess." "You," Pansy got up quickly, red-faced and angry. I rolled my eyes. "Don't try it again for your own good, you're getting dreadfully close to the trees." "Audrey, Parkinson," Hagrid's booming voice yelled from behind Pansy. I lowered my wand to show that I was paying attention. "RY, fight endure in my class." "Merely defending myself, Hagrid," I said with a shrug. "She started it." "I did not. Didn't mean to disrupt." I pocketed my wand and walked forward towards the class, taking a firm place between Daphne and Theodore. Theodore quickly nudged me in the ribs and Daphne took a few steps away from me. I tried not to appear hurt by it. I knew that she was friends with Pansy, but she had always said I came first. I hoped one day she'd show it. "It's a good thing you brow, Circe, Audrey. Today class, we'll be learnin' 'bout Kneazles." "Fantastic," I smirked, eyeing Circe, who was again right at my feet, before turning my eyes to Theo, who was snickering. Because I had a Kneazle, This would be yet another class where I did all the work within a few minutes and we got to laze around for the rest of the period. With that announcement, Daphne took a quick step back towards me just to solidify her place in my group if we ended up being divvied up. Can I show Circe off class, Audrey? Hagrid asked, taking a step towards me. I bent down, holding out my arms, and Circe was glad to jump back into them. She had never really gotten past the kitten stage when it came to cuddling. I held her out to Hagrid, who moved slowly. Of course you may. Thank her, he smiled, holding his arms out for Circe. She took a moment, her nose wrinkling as she studied who he was. She looked from him, back to me, and I gave a nod before she crawled from my arms into his. He gave me a nod of appreciation before taking Circe to the front of the class. My pet seemed to be loving the attention of the students' eyes. She looked regally over us all as Hagrid announced that my beautiful cat, Circe, who they always saw trailing at my heels, was actually a Kneazle that was 4 years old. She had really grown into herself in those 4 years. When I had gotten her, she had just been a white puff ball with big amber eyes and a few spots. Hagrid had gotten her because she and Hedwig matched colorings. She had now grown to have pure white fur with cheetah-like black and gray spots. Perfect specimen, too, Hagrid explained. Kneazles, avenue spotted fur, big ears, and lion tails, nice amber eyes too. He pointed each of these features out as he said them. They're usually a little bigger than normal cats. This one seems to be a tad small, but she's purebred with rare purebred coloring. I never thought I'd hear something as purebred when it comes to a Potter. Malfoy laughed from behind me. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws who took the class with us either chuckled or glared. I settled with pretending like I hadn't heard the old insult. Malfoy, Hagrid grumbled, obviously upset by his comment. Can why? Tell me what a Kneazle is. It's that thing in your hands, Malfoy laughed. You just told us that. And why are they important? I'm sure it's considered important because Potter has one. Malfoy's eyes rolled. Why else? They're important because of how intelligent they are, I fumed, turning around and glaring at him. But I doubt you would understand what that means. The Ravenclaws laughed and I raised an eyebrow when I saw his cheeks flush angrily. Malfoy would never change. He was as predictable and vivacious as drying paint. Aren't Kneazles sensitive to dark wizards? One Ravenclaw, Padma Patil, asked. Not just dark wizards, but enemies owe their owners. Hagrid smiled and gave her 5 points. They can't be. Rowed natural enemies their owners cause they imprint on their owners like animals imprint on their babies. They're very protective of them. So what you're saying, Terry Boot elaborated, is that anyone that Audrey hates or doesn't like her wouldn't be able to go near the cat. Kneazle, I corrected under my breath. Come on, Terry, Ravenclaws are supposed to be smart. Exactly, Terry, Hagrid beamed, glad that the class was starting to understand. And if they posed any sort of threat to Audrey, Circe here won't let him close to her, either. That's why I sent her away, Parkinson, I said as I turned to Pansy. She knew to attack you since I hate you so much and I didn't want to embarrass you by having you beaten up by a cat. Even I am too kind. People laughed at that, either about Pansy being beaten up or about me being kind. I felt pretty smug, right up until Pansy walked towards Hagrid and stood right in front of him, glaring daggers through my cat. Let me see her, then. Pardon me, Hagrid repeated, blinking his eyes. Oh God, are you trying to be like Malfoy last year? You really want to get yourself hurt? I sighed, putting my hands on my hips. I guess I'm in for a show. I'm an enemy. I want to see if this cat hates me, or if this is all Hob Swallow. Pansy, don't, Daphne gasped. Hagrid wouldn't lie about that, even if Audrey would. Give me the cat, Pansy hissed, looking at Hagrid with a glare. Hagrid shook his head, and looked to me. I raised an eyebrow. Go on, then, I encouraged. This my answer, he sighed. If Audrey wants her to get Circe, Circe'll hurt ye. Ruin our fun, Theodore sighed quietly. I snorted loudly. The quiet comments that came from Theodore commonly made my day better. Let me see it, Pansy growled, reaching her hand up towards Circe. Circe met Pansy's eyes quickly and in a split second knew that Pansy and I were not comrades. Because she made this connection, Circe showed off her sharp claws by taking a swing at Pansy's hand. Pansy let out a screech, holding her bleeding hand to stop the blood flow. I was surprised by the fact I didn't actually want to laugh by the display, but I did want to roll my eyes. She was being melodramatic. Though Circe's claws were sharp, they weren't daggers. They did not go deep and they tended to just make more blood show than pain. "I'll have that cat's paw as a luck charm," Pansy howled. That was when I laughed. "Pansy, I'll take you to the hospital wing," Daphne offered immediately, trying to mend a long burnt bridge. Hagrid nodded and gave them permission to go before he handed Circe over to me again. I cooed her to calm her down, but really I was rewarding her. What? She'd done her job, and rather well, I'd say. "Anyone else dare to see who I like?" I asked with a smirk. Cherry Boot and Padma Patil, the brave souls, walked forward first. They came towards the cat and dared to put out their hands to see if she would maim them. Not surprisingly, Circe let them pet her. Not that I really liked Padma, but I didn't dislike her. She was nice, when she wasn't gossiping. Theodore didn't line up, but put his hand out and quickly pet her, as he had done so many times, just so that he could show that he could. Most of the Slytherins didn't dare come near except for Tracy Davis, one of the girls in my dorm room who was rather amusing but not a close friend, as well as Blaise Zabini, who I liked though I hated his mates. He was pretty funny and rather mischievous, so I found him a good conversation when I was in a terrible mood. Surprisingly, after Boot, Patil, Davis, Zabini, Goldstein, Corner, and Turpin had pet Circe, I saw a pale hand reach out, rather slowly, and pet her. The gaudy Slytherin ring that adorned his hand made it obvious who it was, and when I looked up, I was not surprised to see the cold, gray eyes of Malfoy, my brother's worst schoolyard nemesis. "Bullocks," I groaned, looking at Circe with a frown. "Are you broken?" "She's not broken, Potter." Malfoy smirked, very pleased with the turn of events. "She just thinks that you like me. Or it could be that you're such a lousy wizard that she knows you aren't a threat to me," I offered. He didn't stop smirking, knowing that the evidence of him still petting my cat was much more firm than any insult I could bite at him. "Mind if I hold her?" he asked, milking it for all it's worth. I pulled her roughly away from his hand, glaring at him as if I could kill him with my eyes. "You may not," I said simply. He smirked at me, shrugging his eyebrows twice in a suggestive manner before turning back and falling in line with Crabbe and Goyle. I looked to Hagrid lividly, ordering him with my eyes to start talking and distract everyone else. "Alright, class, I want ye to write a 9-inch essay on what y saw from Circe when it came to who she did and didn't like and why. Keep it educational, not just gossip about who Miss Potter does and don't like." "Due next class," Hagrid told. I nodded my head, trying to remember that I had a 9-inch essay on my own pet that I would do an hour before I came down to this hut again. As everyone else started heading back to the castle, Hagrid came up to me. "Sri to put ye through that. Kinda embarrassin'," he admitted. "It's no problem, Hagrid. All for a good class. You could take away my essay." "You know I can't do that," he smiled. "But should be easy, ye just write 'bout yourself." "Very true. Sorry for sending another student to the hospital wing on your watch. I even cut off our duel and everything. Never thought it'd be my kitty having a tantrum that finished that argument." I laughed. Hagrid sighed. "It's alright, but ye should try a lil harder not to get detention so quick into year." I laughed again. "Mind if I borrow Circe fair rest week? Just afternoons. Wanna show off tear the school?" I looked at Circe apprehensively. I didn't like the idea of not having her around when I needed her. She really saved my hide last year with Peter Pettigrew. The year before that she had been petrified before me when she was making sure the coast was clear, and the year before that she had distracted the creepy creature in the forest that was feeding off the unicorn. This Kneazle was my lifeline, but most importantly she was the most constant thing I had ever had to a friend, even more so than Theodore and definitely more so than Daphne. "You'll bring her at dinner?" I asked. Hagrid nodded. "I like seein' ye so attached, Audrey. Promise ye, I'll take good care of her. I took a deep breath and forced a smile onto my face. You're the only one I'd trust with her, Hagrid. I smiled, handing her over to Hagrid. She gave a little meow, knowing that this was a more permanent cuddle than the last one. I'll even let you give her a treat of your choice to make sure she still loves you when you keep her away from me. Bribes work, usually. Thank ye. Unknown I shouldn't let her near. He asked. I snorted. Listen, if she likes Malfoy then there really isn't anything I can tell you. The world is topsy-turvy. But I'd keep her away from most Slytherins, self-righteous asses, particularly Montague or Flint. If you need to calm her down in the 6th year class, she loves Fred and George. Will do, he smiled. I'll bring her at dinner. Thanks Hagrid. Be good, sirs. I smiled, turning to see that Theodore had waited for me with my bag. I smiled and took my bag from him, giving him a small thank you. Theo walked with me quietly for a while. So, Sirs likes Malfoy. Hey. It's horrible, I agreed. I don't know what's wrong with her. Could it be what's wrong with you? He asked, but he didn't sound like he was making fun of me. I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You're kidding, aren't you? Not at all. I'm just saying that if you do have a thing for Malfoy that I would help. Why? I do not fancy Malfoy. I all but screamed. I cringed with discomfort and did a strange dance so that I didn't have to feel like my skin was dirtied by the comment. All right, live in denial. He whispered, but didn't say anything else as we went and sat through what could have possibly been the most boring double class of history of magic with Hufflepuffs that I have ever sat through. By the time 7 o'clock rolled in, I was still in the Great Hall having just started my dinner. So finally, around 7:30 I ran into the entrance hall. I'm here, I gasped, falling on the seat next to Hermione who looked up from her book only momentarily. She snorted at me thickly. You're late. I'm always late, I sighed. Blame Hagrid. I wasn't leaving until he brought me Sirs. Harry and Ron sat down beside me, Ron looking concerned as he leaned over Harry and watched Sirs carefully as she jumped on my lap. What's wrong with Sirs? Oh, nothing's wrong, I assured. It's just that Hagrid is teaching about measles and mine is the closest around. Which could have been a lie, because we had found out that Crookshanks may have been a mixed-bred measle, but it had never been proven. Is he teaching our year? He's teaching all years, I think. 'Cause they're rare, he can get her from me, and because she's unlikely to hurt anybody, I snorted to myself. Except for Parkinson, it would seem. No, Parkinson was completely at fault. Aren't you afraid that Parkinson's parents will do what the Malfoys did last year? Harry asked, giving Circe a pet, which made her start to purr. I key. At the top of her head. Not at all. The Parkinsons don't have that much sway, not like the Malfoys do, and it literally was her fault. Hagrid warned her. I told her that Circe would hate her because she was an enemy and she said she didn't care and tried to grab her from Hagrid's arms. Circe was just being the perfect Kneasel. I cooed, dotting her again. Ron laughed. Please tell me Circe got at her face and gave her some dimension to the flat-ass thing. Sadly no, just her hand. But you may have thought that she took out her eye had you been there. She just howled. We laughed and Hermione tutted us, but I was glad to be near people who openly appreciated the situation like I did. All right, folks, who all has put their name in this goblet? I asked, turning my attention to the brilliant blue flame that was flickering above the goblet on the pedestal. A bunch of randoms, Harry shrugged, but his tone was quickly mocking me. Your lovely Diggory put his name in earlier. And I missed it. I groaned, horrified. I bet he looked so gutsy. Speaking of gutsy, Ron snickered. Here they come. Here who comes? I asked, but I didn't need to wait to hear an answer because the roaring voices of the Weasley twins came in with a group of excited students behind them. I let out a laugh when I realized they were here to enter their names into the tournament. Thank you, George yelled over the cheers. Well lads, we've done it. Cooked it up just this morning. Fred added with a smile, showing off a vial of pearly liquid which I immediately recognized as aging potion. I laughed aloud, making the twins shoot me a wink before they turned to the goblet. It's not going to work, Hermione scowled. Oh yeah, and why's that? Granger?" the twins asked. Fred looked over to me, trying to hold in his laughter. I gave him a broad smile, showing him that I was all for the idea of them trying. "You see this? It's an age line. Dumbledore drew it himself." I winced. "Ah, that would definitely complicate things, even for their caliber of genius." "So," Fred scoffed arrogantly, "so, a genius like Dumbledore couldn't possibly be fooled by a dodge as pathetically dim-witted as an aging potion." Hermione scorned, closing her book for emphasis. "But that's why it's so brilliant," George smiled. "Because it's so pathetically dim-witted," Fred agreed. I laughed again and the cheering from everyone else encouraged them to jump up. "Ready Fred, ready George, bottoms up," they both shouted, before swigging back their potion. Like the rest of the student population, we waited with bated breath to see some sign of their aging as the vials left their mouths. But, of course, they hadn't concentrated the flobberworm bile enough to have any noticeable effects. They each let out an identical victory cry before they jumped over the line. I expected some sort of force field, maybe some sort of teleportation so that they just went somewhere else, but none of that happened. They gave each other high fives and walked towards the pedestal where the goblet illuminated the room in an eerie blue glow. It made nice mood lighting. I clapped for them as they reached up and put 2 slips, one with each of their names, into the goblet of fire. Another sound of approval and right as they began to strut back to Hermione, who still did not look convinced. The goblet started firing angry blue whips around the inner age line, where Fred and George just so happened to be standing with faces of horror before one of the whips came and slashed across their chests, sending them flying back the way that had came. I gasped, rushing towards the 2 as I tried to hold back my laughter, which turned into horror when they sat upright. Instead of their vibrant heads of red hair that they shared with all their siblings, Fred and George Weasley were now sporting long white hair with matching beards, and right after they realized, they were on the ground fighting one another. "Oh, come on boys, stop it," I mo.ned, going towards them and trying to pry them apart. When I obviously couldn't do it, Harry came to help me, the twins separating the twins. Of course, even Harry couldn't stop the tall boys from brawling. "Oi, Fred and George Weasley, if you do not calm down." I grabbed one of them by their beard, which made him pull back enough for me to grab the other one's mane of stringy white hair. "I will never bunk with you again." Knowing that when we skipped classes was the time spent coming up with our most creative plots, Fred and George stopped hitting each other hesitantly. By the time they realized what one another looked like, all 4 of us burst into laughter. Harry gave me a smile goodbye, as he knew what would be asked of me next, before he went off to Ron and Hermione, who were watching some of the Durmstrang men enter their names into the goblet. Fred, or it could have been George, these beards made it impossible to tell, looked up at me with a hopeful sparkle to his eyes. "Audrey, you wonderful woman of grace and elegance and beauty and yes," I rolled my eyes. "I would love to brew you the antidote." "You are the potion princess," George, or was it Fred, laughed at me. "You wouldn't want us to get caught by the teachers, now would you? Actually, come on, now, we'll treat you to a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as a special treat." The way to a woman's heart, food. I sighed happily, linking arms with the 2 geezers and skipping out of the entryway as if I were Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. Personally, I thought I was much closer related to the Wicked Witch. It was moments like these that really defined my Hogwarts adventures, and I was happy even to be doing up an antidote for the morons and ignore the blue-tinted room, which I never went into again. By the time Thursday night had rolled around, I was almost surprised to see the goblet of fire at the front of the room. I had been far too distracted to go down and see the spectacle that students made when they had decided to enter. Instead, I had kept to fixing the damage Fred and George had done for the rest of Monday night. Tuesday evening I had gotten in trouble for being with Fred and George as we threw firecrackers before my astronomy lesson. Wednesday the 3 of us pulled a prank on Parkinson as their thanks to me for keeping them 7 months short of 17. Today had been a lesson in divination, so it had been a hard day indeed. Divination was always difficult thanks to the old bat's classroom. There was something about the herbs, or maybe it was the room, or the boredom, or possibly even my mid-class naps which always seemed to make my visions go a little bit haywire. Today had been no exception, of course. Today we had been working on planetary movements during the day of our birth with the Hufflepuffs, one of which had been so excited she knocked over Professor Trelawney's planetary model of the solar system, and woke me up when I was in a rather unfortunate state. "Lighten up, Potter." Zabini smirked when he saw me moping at the dinner table. Class wasn't too bad today. Nope, not at all, for him. Today's performance in class had included shouting out in a slew of French, which was funny as I don't speak French, nor could I really remember much other than water. I'd never been able to swim, so it was a fear I'd had ever since the pipes would burst when I got angry. "Of course not, Blaze," I agreed sarcastically. My nap was just as long as every other class. Zabini showed off his strange half-smirk, half-smile where you couldn't tell whether or not he was mocking you, before he turned his attention to the professors up at the front of the room. They were whispering amongst themselves excitedly. I caught eyes with Professor Snape briefly, and as soon as I did, I felt like one of my housemates had come up and poured a glass of cold water over my head. It was painfully cold, suffocatingly cold. It was because this was no normal cold. This was another premonition. As always, flickers of the future came to the forefront of my vision, each making as little sense as the next. I saw Cedric Diggory getting closer as I ran towards him, a foreboding feeling in my gut. I saw a glass with ghostly images of gaunt faces. I saw Fred looking at me from across the tables with a scowl. I saw a flicker of Seamus looking hurt. Then Fred. Then Hermione and Ginny. I saw Ron glaring at Harry with so much malice that it made even me feel bitter. I saw Daphne screaming in anger. I saw myself looking like a drowned rat as I glared at my brother who was being embraced by his friends while I was left alone. I gasped out from water that surrounded the future and climbed back into the present. I drew only a few curious glances but ignored them all as I shook my head of the image. Theo looked at me worriedly, leaning in close. "That's 2 in 1 day." "I know," I whispered, flickering my eyes back up to the professors at the table. Snape was no longer looking at me, but whispering to Professor Dumbledore. "I don't know what it means. Did you understand any of it?" "Yeah," I whispered, thinking back on the flashes and trying to recall as many as I could. "Everyone's about to be really, really mad." "What do why? If everyone would please, take their seats." Dumbledore's voice rang across the hall. Everyone skittered to their seats excitedly, trying to take as little time as they could manage. "And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the champion's selection." Dumbledore took the few steps it took, so that he could place his hand on the goblet of fire. The lights around the hall dimmed, and I was again bathed in the blue glow of the flames as my breath hitched excitedly. The goblet sat dormant for a long moment before, very suddenly, the flames began to burn an abnormal neon red and seemed to explode in some strange chemical reaction. It took me a moment to realize that the reaction had been from the parchment it seemed to have coughed out before it faded back into the gentle blue fire. "The Durmstrang champion is Victor Crumb." The entire school seemed to cheer to the point that I felt like I was deafened. I cheered as well, though I couldn't see how his Quidditch skills would save him through 3 tasks which were all mentally, physically, and emotionally crippling. Victor Crumb stood up and walked down the tables, getting pat on the back the entire way down to the professors. They smiled at him, whispered some words, and Crumb disappeared into a room off the side of the staff table. By this point, the goblet was already glowing the eerie cheery red, and it exploded again, spewing out a new piece of parchment that Dumbledore grabbed with surprisingly quick reflexes. He glanced at it briefly before smiling. "The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour." The Beauxbatons girls let out girlish screams of excitement as the most beautiful girl of the group, the girl with silvery hair and a particular swing to her hips, stood up and smiled pleasantly at her classmates before nimbly walking to the professors. They whispered a few more words to her before she disappeared as well, but I didn't see. I was distracted by the cherry red flames. By the time I looked again, the goblet had again exploded and a final piece of parchment shot out from the flames, landing in Dumbledore's grasp. "The Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory." I let out a particularly excited and girlish scream as soon as his name was said. I felt a rush of excitement for him and couldn't help the rapid speed and obvious display that I showed over that very excitement. I couldn't even think about the consequences of the tournament. I just knew this meant that I would get to watch him without being thought a creeper at least 3 times this year. It seemed a bonus to me. He got up in all his tall, well-built glory and walked past the Hufflepuffs, who were high-fiving him or grabbing his shoulder as best they could, since the crowd was so thick. By the time he got up to the professors, he got the same whispered words and then disappeared behind the door that Crumb and Delacour had vanished before him. Excellent. Dumbledore clapped. We now have our 3 champions. But in the end, only one will go down in history. Only one will hoist this chalice of champions, this vessel of victory, the Tri-Wizard Cup. As the cup was brought forward, shining a cooler blue than the flames of the goblet, people realized that suddenly, the flames of the goblet weren't blue anymore at all, but a disturbing, cherry red. Dumbledore took a shocked step forward and the noise in the hall died down out of shock before the goblet exploded one last time. Dumbledore used his quick reflexes to grab the piece of parchment that had flown outside of the goblet and gazed at it a moment before he whispered a name, too quietly for me to hear all the way near the back. All I saw was a lot of people suddenly look back at me with narrowed eyes. What? I asked, looking at Theo nervously, but he didn't answer, he couldn't. His jaw was so close to touching the table that he wouldn't have been able to form coherent words. Potter! Dumbledore yelled so that everyone could hear. I looked up in shock, ignoring the eyes of my classmates before they looked over to the Gryffindor table, where Harry seemed to be doing the same. Oh my God, what had he done? I watched as my brother was pushed from the table by Hermione Granger. He shakily got up and looked at Dumbledore nervously. I looked at him, watching as he walked. Oh my God, my brother would die in this tournament. That's what everyone was saying, wasn't it? People died in this tournament. And my brother was a people. I had just had a vision and I hadn't seen something like this. Really. But as I watched Harry, completely terrified by what I had just heard, I was surprised and devastated when he stopped walking and looked directly at me. I looked at him levelly, trying to show the fear for him in my eyes, but he directed my gaze up to the front table. Professor Dumbledore subtly ushered me forward. No. I said aloud, but I don't think that many people heard it. Instead of remembering how to move my legs, I acted as stiff as my brother while Blaise literally shoved me from my seat and into the aisle between our row and the Ravenclaws. I looked around myself like a deer in the headlights, shuffling forward only because people were pushing me. I don't know how long it took me to stand beside my brother in front of Dumbledore, but I felt like I would be sick at any moment. The professor took the parchment and held it out to us before I snatched it and examined the parchment, written in much neater script than my own. Potter. That's all it said. That's all it needed to say. Professor Dumbledore motioned to the side and Harry grabbed my arm to drag me with him to the door where the other 3 real champions had disappeared. Soon, the 2 of us were following after them. What the hell have you gotten me into, boy who's attention deprived? I whispered as soon as we were in the door. I barely paid any attention to the other 3 people in the room, still many feet away while I pulled away from his hold as harshly as I could. Me? What about you, demon spawn? Why would you do this? I raised my eyebrows at the lousy nickname and the accusation. Oh, don't you go pulling that on me, Harry Potter. You know I'd never want this, but you just need more fame, don't you? I hissed. Well, you could have had the decency not to pull me into it. I didn't put that parchment into the goblet, I never would have gotten over the Adeline. But what about you? You always have those damn tricks up your sleeve, he said with a step towards me. I scoffed. Just because I'm smarter than you doesn't mean that I could pull it off. If Fred and George couldn't do it, then I had no chance. You know I'm shite with a wand. I added grudgingly, but my brother just narrowed his eyes. Maybe you didn't need a wand, Audrey. Harry hissed suggestively. I raised my eyebrows in surprise, amazed that this could have actually just been said. So now he was accusing me because every now and then I could do a little extra something without a wand. Was this jealousy, or just misplaced accusation over something he must have done? I placed my hands on Harry's shoulders and pushed as hard as I could. You wanker. Are you bloody kidding me? You've never decided to drag me into your little adventures, now you want to drag me into the most dangerous one yet. You think that I want to do things specifically designed to try and kill me. I'm a Slytherin, not a saint like you. I hissed, reverting back to Malfoy's words so that I would be able to hurt him. Audrey. I was about to yell at Harry again when I heard Professor Dumbledore's voice as he, and many other teachers, stormed through the door and came to be in front of us. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? No. Why the bloody hell do you think it was me? I'm not the attention-craving D. I didn't do it, Professor. Harry yelled out. I saw Dumbledore's eyes look from me to Harry and soften a little on him. He knew that Harry hated fame and he probably knew that I had always been a little jealous of it all, so I turned my just as innocent eyes to my last hope. Professor, I plead, looking at Snape with my genuine concern. Please, you have to believe me, I would never enter myself in this tournament. I was making a potion on Monday and you tried to get me in trouble on Tuesday before astronomy, and on Wednesday I pranked Pansy, and today I've felt awful. Come on, Harry, argue it. I challenged. It's true, Professor. She's been in trouble all week. Harry sighed, knowing that if I hadn't done it and he hadn't done it, then we were in trouble. Professor, I said, looking at Snape and feeling my eyes prickle in frustration. I would never do this. I believe her, Professor. Even Potter here isn't looking for that much trouble, he said quickly to Dumbledore. Even though he had given me a small insult, I felt like hugging the man. Dumbledore could look out for Harry all he wanted. I mean, Harry needed it, that whole all-powerful wizard, to save his hide. I would stick with Snape looking out for me. He did it well, he was always intimidating, and for some reason he never doubted me. Usually it was because I tended to only tell him the truth. We had a strange student-teacher friendship. Did either of you get an older student to do it for you? Dumbledore asked, his eyes once again soft on us. I took a deep breath and shook my head. No, sir, Harry insisted. I couldn't help myself. I sat my ass on the ground rather ungracefully, crossing my arms across my chest like a small child. You're absolutely sure? Dumbledore asked again with an expression more grave than I had ever seen him look, even though he was obviously trying to mask it from the other teachers. What exactly did he expect out of this that caused so much dread? I couldn't bring myself to understand what the big deal was. So long as he believed that we hadn't done this, all he had to do was work his magic. You know, the kind of stuff that brings a phoenix into a maze, or puts a sword into a hat, and then we'd be wiped off the list as champions. Well, of course he is lying. The tallest woman I'd ever seen, the woman from Beauxbatons, strode forward. She was followed by the tall man, whom she dwarfed, from Durmstrang. The hell they are. Mad-Eye Moody hissed darkly. The Goblet of Fire is an exceptionally powerful magical object, only an exceptional powerful conjurer could have hoodwinked it. Magic way beyond the talents of a fourth year. I'm not even good at magic, I added in, trying to make myself look more innocent. As soon as these strangers learned of my extensive bad records here in Hogwarts, they would be sure to blame me for this. I may as well use whatever persuasion I had within me. Whoever put your name in seems to think that Wido, Potter. Moody said to me with a spin of his eye. So don't say that, because if you don't you won't survive. Survive, I choked, feeling queasy. What did he mean? Won't survive? You seem to have given this a lot of thought, Mad-Eye. The Bulgarian man sneered, getting up in his face. I would have been intimidated enough to be indignant, but it looked like Moody had dealt with this before from people far more empowered than this man. It was once my job to think as dark wizards do, Karkaroff. Perhaps you remember. The inflection was not lost on me and I snapped my eyes to witness the reaction Karkaroff would have. It was guarded and hardly present. I saw Professor Snape watch me from the corner of his eye and snapped my green eyes back to him. He held himself masked, showing me that I should probably be less conspicuous in my analysis and do the same. That doesn't help, Alistair. Dumbledore grumbled, walking over to Crouch, the man from the Ministry who specialized in games and sporting events, I think. We leave this to you, Barty. Barty watched the two of us worriedly, his mind flickering with thought. That Harry didn't have to do it, though I was still furious with the bugger, or that I didn't have to do it. Especially me. Harry could at least wield a wand. I couldn't properly disarm someone, nevertheless my oh so talented brother and 3 7th years. But I saw the grave apology in his eyes as he looked away from us. The rules are absolute. The Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. The Potters have no choice. They are, as of tonight, Tri-Wizard champions. Whoa, I said loudly, waving my arms to make everyone look at me. That doesn't make sense. Why do we both have to be champions? What kind of magical contract can force us to compete? I refuse. I stuck my haughty nose into the air, but it didn't seem to win the apologies and agreement that I had been aiming for. In joining the contest, you have signed a contract that forces you to compete, Miss Potter. But I didn't enter the tournament. Besides, all that slip said was, Potter. You can't tell me that our last name is enough to doom us both. I argued. Harry came up to me and grabbed my arm, trying to calm me down. He knew that it was one thing for him to be entered and another thing for me to be. At least he was good with magic once he had actually learned it. Me, not so much. I was better when I hadn't learned whatever it was people wanted me to do. Because you are both, Potter, both of you have been entered, whether or not you approve of it. The Goblet of Fire is unbiased and indefinite. I raised my eyebrows. I'm sorry, though I definitely was not. Are you saying that this magical object, which is so advanced, can only make a binding contract between a tournament and people because of a last name? No one answered, waiting for my point. And if the name had been Johnson, or Smith, or, by Godric, what if it said Weasley? Well, we'd need to. Are you seriously saying that this is because of a damned cup, or is this because we just so happen to be the Potter twins and he just happens to be the boy who lived? Because I swear if he ends up being the boy who died Bako. But I didn't get to finish as Harry literally slammed his hand over my mouth and tried to make it so that I couldn't continue. Though it was successful, I did not stop glaring dangerously at the man from the ministry who had clearly come with the intention to kill my twin and I. You're sure that there's nothing we can do, sir? Harry asked nervously, flickering his eyes to me. I looked away to see Snape glaring at the floor, so he was upset too. Good. At least someone seemed to realize how dangerous this all was. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. You and your sister are champions now, whether you like it or not. He added pointedly towards me. I glared at him the entire time he mumbled his goodbyes and I even managed to hold it through his entire departure from the room. Possibly even the castle. People were in such shock no one moved for quite some time. I waited until he was gone, then until we were allowed to leave, getting away from the glares of the other Triwizard, now Quinwizard, champions. It was unnerving, knowing that we were up against 3 very efficient wizards and a witch. Mr. and Miss Potter, if you would please go back to your dormitories. I would like to escort you, if I may. Dumbledore asked us. We both nodded in unison. He let us walk slightly ahead of him and he hummed a very topsy-turvy tune under his breath to give us the illusion of privacy. It was sweet of him to leave us without worry over what we said to each other. We naturally walked to the dungeons first. The dungeons were not only closest, but I knew that Harry wanted to talk to Dumbledore, and as much as I would have loved some of the guidance my brother constantly got from the man, I really couldn't imagine what to say right now that would have been at all productive. Someone's trying to kill us, you know. I looked to Harry grimly. And by us, I mean you. I know, he sighed. I just don't understand why they're doing it this way. I looked to him worriedly. I don't know. You haven't seen anything, have you? Harry asked. I looked behind me to see Dumbledore's eyes twinkling, though he was conveniently waving to one of the portraits hanging on the wall. As he passed it he continued to hum pleasantly to himself. I'm not sure. I didn't see this, that's for sure. I sighed irritably. What was the point of having these premonitions when I never saw anything useful, besides the man that I refused to admit I saw? I've been seeing a lot of anger. Ron was mad and Daphne was screaming and Hermione was really concentrated. I saw you in some new robes and flying about, but, I sighed. No, nothing to really tell me what it all means. Does that worry you? Not as much as it worries me that you don't seem to understand how serious this is. Someone is trying to kill you, again. I emphasized. He let out a breath of understanding. When isn't someone trying to kill me? He asked boredly. We can do this, Drea. You can. I can barely wave my wand to make something levitate without it spontaneously combusting. I pouted. I'm not ready to die. I will not let you die. Well, it's not up to you, now is it? I spat, looking to Dumbledore as we made it down to the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Please take him back to Gryffindor Tower, sir. Make sure someone doesn't try to kill him before the tournament even begins. It would be a pleasure, Miss Potter. Do be safe yourself. I have the impression that you have some very anxious classmates in your common room. He advised before bowing his head and walking away. Harry gave him a look and we both realized that Dumbledore was going to give us an actual moment alone. I hugged Harry tightly, anger gone and now replaced with fear. We can do this, he assured quietly as he squeezed me even more tightly. We'll figure this out, I agreed. With another extra tight squeeze, we broke away from each other and it was as if we had never hugged at all. Harry sped up to reach Dumbledore and I watched the two mournfully before sighing and muttering the password, lineage, to get into the common room. The common room was as lovely as always. Old-fashioned chairs and stiff-looking couches lined the room of high ceilings that were made out of glass. This glass brightened the room in a green hue as above it was the Black Lake, which cast a frosty chill through me as I had the regular moment of fear that the glass would break and I would drown. Ugh, I hate water. In the common room, however, I noticed that all the stiff-backed chairs and antique-style couches were being used by students from each year, all of which had now turned to look at me since I was in the room. It was unnerving, seeing all of them watching me. I looked around briefly, trying to tell if they were angry or shocked or bitter, but I was so anxious I couldn't tell. You're a genius. One third-year boy, I had no idea his name, spoke suddenly. How did you do it? Confundus charm. No, I muttered, looking from him to all the other faces that seemed to be getting more curious and coming much closer. What do you want? We want to know how you did it, Potter. Was this some sort of surprise organized by the staff? Publicity, perhaps. A sixth year, named Montague asked. I raised my eyebrow at him. Montague had flirted with me once when I was 11 and he was 13, he'd kind of freaked me out ever since. This wasn't planned. Not by us, anyway. I added nervously as my eyes scanned the room around me. Where are Daphne and Theodore? Up in his dorm waiting for you, Blaise sighed. People here are going mad to know how you did it. Well, I can't tell them. I sighed, looking at all the hopeful faces and feeling my face start to burn the color of my hair. Piss off, you lot. You're supposed to gossip behind people's backs, not ask them for facts about it. This is what you wanted, isn't it, Potter? I looked in front of me, right where I was headed to the boys' dormitories, and I saw my least favorite own Slytherin sneering down at me. When had he gotten so tall? You always get what you want, don't you? Is that the real problem, Malfoy? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Or is it that you wanted it to be entered in that tournament? He scoffed, trying to look as if he weren't affected by the truth. Why would I want to be entered in such a pointless thing? I guess your word does count for mud. I raised an eyebrow. Just because you're jealous that I got some fame from my name doesn't mean you need to feel down. You have enough to yours. Hell, it bought our team the second best broom on the market. His face went red. The Nimbus 2001 is the most beautiful broom, yes. I agreed. He blinked a moment as if in surprise that I admitted it. Much prettier than the Firebolt, but you still aren't as fast as Harry. Or, I gasped, mockingly. Maybe it's just that you're so bad, it doesn't even matter. You wait, Potter. This year is going to be your worst yet and you will hate having me as an enemy. Malfoy sneered as I walked towards the boys' entrance, a hallway that looked like I was headed straight into the water. I laughed as I passed him and he swiveled around to glare at me as I passed him. I love having you as an enemy, I smiled. His glare faded into confusion. If you weren't my enemy, I'd be afraid that we'd be somewhat civil in our general sense of apathy. With that, I walked further towards the dormitories, jumping a little as a group of fish eagerly swam to the glass above my head and watched me move. This was a regular occurrence when I went to either the girls' or boys' dormitories, but it never sat well with me. Don't ask me why, I just didn't like thinking of myself as the girl tempting fate by not drowning each day. I was supposed to be the girl who couldn't have a normal school year. Both were just too much to handle. I walked down to the fourth-year dormitories and opened the door widely to see Theodore's room. Luckily, the other occupants of the room were not there, those being Blaise Zabini, Draco Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. I felt sorry for the bloke, but he could just come and hang out in the girls' dormitory anyway. I couldn't imagine being in Gryffindor Tower. They didn't let boys go into the girls' dormitories. Apparently Salazar didn't mind the thought of encounters in his dormitories. But seriously, how on earth would I get up every morning if Theodore didn't come and rip my blankets off? "What did you do?" Theo automatically asked, making me pause at the door. His face was red and he looked more angry than I think I had ever seen him. It was a little bit terrifying, to be honest. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Not at all." I plopped myself down and laid horizontally on the bed beside them. I was kind enough to ruffle the sheets when I realized that the musky scent coming off of them belonged to Malfoy. "But someone else is." "You swear you didn't do it?" Daphne asked slowly. "Why does everyone think you did?" "Because people want a rebel," I sighed. "I don't want to do it." "Then don't." Not said automatically. "With your wand etiquette, you'll die." "You think I haven't thought of that?" I snapped, picking up my head to glare. "Apparently there's a binding contract that won't be broken. Both Harry and I are being forced to compete." "Both of you? Why is that necessary?" "Because the slip only said Potter, which apparently means that anyone who has the name Potter is obligated, which is ridiculous. What if it had been Weasley? What if it would have been Greengrass? Would they have made you and Astoria compete?" I was slightly hysterical as I pictured Daphne's first-year sister trying to survive in the tournament. Ridiculous. "So what do you plan to do then?" Daphne asked quietly, the worry starting to set in. I guess that the image of she and her little sister entering the tournament had let her realize how dangerous the situation actually was. "Panic," I suggested. "It's the only option I seem to have right now." "I don't see how dangerous it could be," Daphne admitted. "You're Audrey Potter. There's nothing that you can't do." "I wish I had your confidence." I sighed, wondering if Harry was getting the same treatment from his mates. Probably not. They were probably actually worried, whereas Daphne seemed fretful, but ultimately elated. Probably glad that I had gone up a few ranks, until I died, of course. That would probably shoot me back down again. "Will you get to know ahead of time what the tasks are?" Theodore asked. "I don't know." I shrugged. "Why? Just because you're bad with a wand doesn't mean you're a bad witch," he reminded me with a sympathetic look. "You're good with potions and good with knowledge, it's just the practical that you're shite with." "Thank you," I muttered sarcastically. "It's as if I didn't even know." "You can do this," Daphne agreed, nodding her owned curls energetically. "You'll just have to try a little harder." "A little," I repeated skeptically. "A little," Theodore agreed. "And we'll be here the entire way." "Thank you," I smiled, sitting up on the bed. "You wouldn't mind if I leave this until tomorrow? I'd like to get a good night's sleep." "It's hardly 8:30, Daphne gasped, disturbed by the thought of an antisocial night. I doubt she'd had one of those even when she was in the hospital wing for a week after being improperly hexed by Crabbe, who had been aiming for a first year in the corridor. "I figure if I start now, I may get to sleep by 2. I confessed, pretending to yawn and stretch, ruffling Malfoy's sheets even more. "See you in the morning." I was quick to jump up before they could hold me down to make me talk some more. Theo realized how uncomfortable I was, and gave me a nod. Daphne stood and gave me a hug, which was awkward for both of us since we both tended to hate touching people. As I left the dorm room, I saw Malfoy walking towards it and smirked. Comfortable bed, Blondie, though I still don't see the appeal for Parkinson. I could have sworn that I saw his eye twitch. "Parkinson isn't the only one who's had the pleasure," he smirked, crossing his arms arrogantly across his chest. I repressed a shiver at the thought. "I'd say you're welcome anytime, but..." I scoffed as he trailed off suggestively. "I have my own bed that has much more appeal than yours. After all, something mildly attractive sleeps in it every night." "I'm sorry you're only mildly attractive," he raised an eyebrow as he passed me, twisting my meaning for his own benefit as always. "One day maybe you'll have a makeup trial worthy of the decency scale so you can get to sleep with someone with pretty hair like mine." As I did on rare occasion, only when I am very disinterested and distracted I let him win. I didn't want to take the energy to think about a comeback, but just so he knew I wasn't agreeing with him I flipped him my favorite finger and walked off briskly. I was not in the mood for hatred to fill me up tonight. Hatred was far too close to fear. "You're up earlier than normal," Daphne nearly gasped when she saw me sat down at breakfast. It had surprised her that I had shown up, nevertheless that I was there before her and already eating. "Couldn't sleep," I admitted sleepily. "I'll be moody all day." "Thanks for the warning," she mumbled, slipping her rucksack off her shoulder and sitting beside me. She pulled some scrambled eggs onto her plate and slathered them in salt. She had always been an overkill with salt. "I don't want to be like this, I just feel like I'm missing something really important," I muttered, thinking about how I had sat up all night trying to figure out what I could have possibly missed and what had happened in my visions that could have given me a clue. I had come up dry all night and early this morning, giving me very little sleep and an even worse hair day. I looked even more like Harry than normal today thanks to the odd angles it had sculpted itself into. "Wherever is our darling Theodore?" Daphne let out a sigh that caught my attention immediately. "I don't know." "What was that?" I asked suspiciously. She did not meet my eyes. "What was what?" she asked innocently. "That," I pointed out, narrowing my eyes. "That sound." "That was a sigh," Daphne pointed out snottily. I rolled my eyes. If she was going to play stubborn with me she clearly didn't remember whom she was speaking to. "What was the sigh meant to insinuate?" I asked. "Irritation," she snapped, even more pissy than I. "Excuse me, I need to talk to Millicent about something." And just like that she wrote me out for the hour, talking to Pansy and Millicent as if I hadn't been to breakfast at all. Great. Spectacular. Instead of walking over to Harry or trying to look desperate, I dove back into my own worries and started picking at my food, too upset to even be in my habit of stress eating. I felt far too nauseous. I was even early to potions, where I chose one of the back tables. By the time everyone had come in, Snape came up to me, asking for the homework. I won't deny, I was surprised by his reaction to me having forgotten about it. "You've got to be joking," I exclaimed, gaping at Professor Snape. Snape was never mean to me and he never picked on me, particularly in front of others. Insulting Harry, sure, but he had always been fond of me. "That's a 2-hour detention then, Potter," he drawled, looking at me levelly. "Care to make it 3? "Professor, I was up all night trying to figure out how I'm going to stay alive. You cannot chastise me for forgetting about my homework," I demanded. "I could make you the potion right now with my eyes closed." "I did not ask you to make it nor ask you how you could accomplish it, I asked you to write me an essay on how to concentrate it," he said pointedly. "Meet me at 6:30, Potter. That should be enough time to have your dinner and your interview." "Interview?" I asked nervously. He raised his eyebrow and went on with the class, determined to make my life a living hell. Huh, joke's on him. He was trying as if it weren't already. "We'll be having interviews after we speak to the judges," Harry informed me in a whisper as we walked into a smart-looking room, bright with sunlight and dreary from the judgment of the Triwizard judges. Professor Dumbledore, Barty Crouch, Igor Karkaroff, Olymp Maxime, and I was surprised to see Mr. Ollivander of Ollivander's Wand Shop sitting beside the quartet. "You don't think that Mr. Ollivander is a judge?" asked, obviously a little more loudly than I had meant to because Dumbledore smiled politely. "Sadly no, Miss Potter," he said simply, not explaining any more until the other contestants were sitting close to Harry and I, though noticeably farther away. Harry and I looked at each other sadly, knowing that they still blamed us for our entry, which normally would have made me angry were it not so bloody tragic. "May I introduce Mr. Ollivander?" Dumbledore smiled, motioning to the wispy man smiling before us all. I smiled at him and he gave a tight one back to us all. He and I didn't have much of a history, so I wasn't surprised by his lack of enthusiasm. "He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament." I winced just thinking about the thin stick in my pocket. It certainly wasn't in what you could call perfect condition. Mademoiselle Delacour, his soft and raspy voice almost shocked me, making me wonder how old he was. "Could we have you forward first, please?" Fleur swept forward as confidently as if she were trying to impress younger men and handed over her wand. It was a nice wand, rod straight and simple without design carved or molded from the blushed wood, perfectly beautiful for a beautiful woman. I had always thought that wands probably emulated their owners, but this really helped prove a point. Ollivander twirled the wand through his fingers, and as he examined it, gold and pink sparks shot from the tip. His eyes sparkled delightfully as he hummed to himself. Yes, he mused quietly. 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me, an heir from Z.E.A.D. of Avila. She said quite proudly. One of my grandmothers. Well, that explains a lot, I whispered over to Harry, who nodded his head slowly. There was part of me that wondered if Harry really knew what Avila was by his nonchalant reaction, but I realized he was probably just entranced by the woman, since I remembered his reaction to the villa that had been at the Quidditch World Cup this year. Yes, I've never used villa hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands. However, to each his own, and if it suits you. He looked at the wand again before holding it, very differently from what I had seen Fleur do, as he cast a spell. Orchideous. I was pleased by the orchids that sprouted from the tip of the rosewood wand, but tried not to look too happy. I had a particular weakness for flowers, though I had never received any, nor had I ever voiced it. I liked the colors and the fact that no two were the same, much like people, with the brightness of their personalities. Very well, it's in fine working order. He took the flowers from the tip and handed them to Fleur. I frowned to myself as he handed her wand over as well. She looked very pleased with herself as she took it. Mr. Diggory, you next. I watched closely as Cedric walked up in all his godlike glory. I was amazed by how beautiful the man was, it was almost humiliating. I would have to try and find a way to get on his good side now that he thought my brother and I were complete shams. As he walked up, Ollivander noticeably perked up. Ah, now, this is one of mine, isn't it? Cedric handed over his wand with a small smile, and I moved a little in my chair to get a good look past his broad shoulders, which were consciously trying to make the moment more private. Yes, I remember it well. Containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn. Must have been 17 hands, nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. Cedric gave a chuckle which made me smile. So, the guy wasn't all serious. Crush intensified. 12.25 inches. Ash. Pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. You treat it regularly? Ollivander asked him as if he were impressed. Polished it just last night. Cedric acknowledged proudly. I looked over and caught Harry doing exactly what I did, checking his wand to notice the difference between them. I didn't even take mine out. Harry's looked even more well kept than mine, and his was certainly worse for wear. Smoke rings floated across the room from Ollivander's test on Cedric's wand. He announced that he was satisfied with the wand, though it was clear he was much more proud than that, before he smiled at the last real champion. Mr. Crumb, if you please. As Cedric walked back, not even looking at me, Victor got up and walked forward. His walk was noticeably stronger and more brutish than Cedric's, somehow with a fair amount of the grace that Fleur didn't need to try showing off. I was shocked by the force with which he shoved his wand at the wand maker and stood back with a frown. This is a Grigorovich creation, unless I'm much mistaken. Ollivander began pensively. A fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what I. However, yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. Crumb nodded, looking rather proud of himself as well. I felt like my wand was burning a hole in my pocket. The blasted thing knew that I wasn't proud of it. The thing didn't work half the bloody time, so why was this even necessary? Maybe he'd say my wand was malfunctioning, get me a new one and I could have a chance. Or, better, they'd just pull me from the tournament altogether. I sighed, knowing that there was no reason to get too excited. Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10.25 inches. Avis. The hornbeam wand let off a loud blast before a string of birds appeared from the end, flying through the open window and out into the rusty sunlight. Good. His eyes turned to Harry and I then, looking at us both levelly as he wondered which of us should go next. I purposely avoided eye contact, wondering if I could dash to the lavatory while Harry was getting his wand checked so that I could polish mine. I was happy when I heard Mr. Ollivander ask for Mr. Potter. Harry glared at me and I winked at him lightly while he went up. Ah yes, Ollivander breathed as Harry handed him his dull, tanned wand. Yes, 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 how well I remember. I fought rolling my eyes, trying not to be annoyed with how everyone just felt the need to gawk at everything Harry did. So what, his wand had the same core as Voldemort's. It wasn't that big a deal since he had killed Voldemort 3 separate times now, and he was a powerful dark wizard whereas Harry was just a student. Not treating it the best, have we, Mr. Potter? Ollivander asked with a raised eyebrow. I tried not to snort as Harry blushed. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather core. Very strong core, phoenix feather. He said with meaning. Fiery wand. Very good for defense and dueling. Mr. Ollivander didn't say anything past that, but he did examine it, much longer than the others. It seemed like he was reliving the memory of the 2 wands, wondrous as it was supposed to be. It made me sneer. It wasn't that great, not anymore. It had no relevance now that the twin was gone. I sighed, watching the magic, as Ollivander coddled my brother. Relatio, Ollivander muttered, looking surprised by the massive amount of red sparks that came from the tip of Harry's wand. Even my eyebrows shot up. That was an unnecessary display of power. No wonder magic was so easy for him if his wand were that apt to obey. Very good, Mr. Potter. To your seat. Harry smiled in relief, taking his wand back from Ollivander much more carefully than he normally would have shown his wand. I widened my eyes, having completely forgotten my plan to run away with Harry as distraction. Miss Potter, if you would. I got up hesitantly, Harry passing me with a small nod of encouragement. I found I could barely look at him, but found that Cedric was giving me a small smile which gave me a tad bit more confidence. I walked towards Ollivander, pulling out my suddenly heavy wand. Yes, yes, I do remember yours. Ollivander muttered as I handed him my wand. It was a pale wooded wand with a large X carved into the wood of the grip. I had always been a little put off by it, considering the same symbol had been carved into my neck when I was an infant. But last year in the middle of class, I decided that the X was probably resembling the ancient rune meaning, gift, or at least that's what I resigned it to. Ollivander took my wand from me and moved his hands across the wood. I was upset by how it had lost its gloss as well as all of the general dents and scuffs that adorned it. 9 3/4 inches. Ash. Augury feather, I believe. He asked. I tried not to blush as I saw the foreign judges look at me with raised eyebrows. Yes, sir. Still fascinating. A very temperamental wand, I recall, just like the augury. Tried to rip me with its talons when I got too close to its nest. He recalled vaguely, frowning as he turned it over into his wand hand. Wingardium Leviosa. The simple swish and flick which normally caused an object to levitate would not be so simple with my wand. Since he pointed at the vase on the table where the judges sat, I was not surprised to see the table tremble and lift slightly above the judges' ankles before slamming back down onto the ground, tipping the vase over and spilling the water inside. I winced and blushed as Dumbledore righted the mess and looked to Ollivander, who was examining the wand again with a raised eyebrow. It tends to do that. Augury feathers, Ollivander muttered before handing me back my wand. Very good, that will be all. I gaped at him. Had he not seen that little display at all? I didn't get pretty birds, a shower of sparks, or some flowers. No, I got to nearly take out the judge's toes. You don't think it's even a little odd that my wand is a ticking time bomb? Ticking time bomb, he scoffed. I hardly think that the case. Did you not just see the random blast of energy that was completely misdirected? This thing, I hissed, looking down darkly at my wand. As a menace. As I recall, so is the augury, he said pensively. A very mournful bird, controlling water and rain, a supposed death omen. The exact opposite of your brother's, in fact. Yes, I realized that years ago. I growled, shoving it in my pocket so that the judges would perhaps stop staring at me so incredulously. That doesn't quite help me survive a death trap like this. As I recall, the augury are very loyal to their nest, Miss Potter. he said meaningfully. I should think you remember that next time you wield your wand, perhaps you will understand why it doesn't function for just anyone at just any time. And just like that, the annoying little man left me. I still had no idea what that meant about my wand, other than that it wouldn't work for other people either, and I still had no way to make it work for me during this tournament. I fumed as I stormed over to the group who was lining up for a picture. Cedric nodded to the spot beside him, and as ecstatic as I was that I got to stand so close to him, I was still seething by the time I stood between he and my twin. What a charismatic quintet. There was a bright flash and I winced away from it, crossing my arms back over my chest when it was done. The woman in lime green robes with her bright red glasses was smiling at us all, but I was already calculating her. Her perfectly manicured appearance and swaggering stride made her confidence look ruthless, and the lazy droop to her eyes made her look somewhat bored. I didn't like her. Hello, I'm Rita Skeeter. I write for the Daily Prophet, but of course, you know that, don't you? She shook our hands one by one. When she got to mine I was upset by how cool her hands were. She gave me bad vibes. Harry seemed to have the same reaction when she shook his hand after mine. It's you we don't know. You're the news. Aren't we always? I thought moodily. I didn't like how she was circling us like a shark, waiting for us to move so she could strike. My eyes followed her warily. I knew her game. I lived in the feeding tank and I hadn't been killed yet. I felt like she was trying to dip poison in my ear. Wasn't that some sort of Shakespearean play? Yes, it was. Macbeth. Or maybe Hamlet, I believe. Either way, the bloke died. So, who's feeling up to sharing? She sang. She was quick to grab Harry's arm and I instinctively flinched towards him, but backed up when she spoke again. Shall we start with the youngest? Audrey's younger than me, Harry said quickly. I rolled my eyes. By 4 minutes, I hissed in exasperation before I quickly realized that he was trying to get me alone with the woman. You're the famous one. Clearly people want to hear about you. Lovely. Rita Skeeter agreed, pulling him out of the room. I made sure to smile sinisterly when he looked back at me, but I wasn't so smug for long. In fact, I felt ultimately awkward as the real Tri-Wizard champions looked at me. For the record, I said with a wince, I had no part in this decision. At all. How do you explain your name in Z Goblet Zen? Fleur Delcourt spoke. It was the first time she had actually spoken to me. Even angry it was light and silvery, like her appearance, through the language barrier and high levels of frustration. I held my hands up. Listen, I'm no good with magic. Actually, I'm terrible. I don't have a death wish, I assure you. I said honestly, I plan on forfeiting every challenge. Eternal glory is great, but I think it's probably overrated if you don't last for the eternal part. Cedric gave a wry smile. I'm sorry you got brought into this. Did Ari do EET? Fleur demanded at once. Crumb, the ever-silent type, nodded that he also wanted to know the answer. No, I said defensively. Harry did not do it. Neither of us did. Zen, who did? She asked, her cheeks pink in irritation. I tried to calm myself. We don't know. Could it have been a joke? Cedric asked, sticking his hands in his pockets. I shook my head, knowing who the jokesters were that he was referring to. Not them, and I doubt it was anyone else. Even if it was, no one would come forward after the reaction to it. And there's no way you can get out of it? Cedric asked doubtfully. I was about to answer him, but instead the door burst open and Harry came back into the room, Rita Skeeter hot on his heels. Don't let her write any of her nonsense, he hissed to me. She's mad. Now, Mr. Potter. The reporter chastised. She can make her own opinions of me when I take her to interview right this second. Come with me, won't you? Though I'm sure I could have made up some colorful reason not to. How Snape's detention was starting soon, how I had my period, there were many options I could have used to get out of this interview. But something told me that it was time someone put her in her place. I thought that I was just as equipped as any other. I'll handle this, I said, giving my twin a meaningful glare that he had seen and understood too many times before. He gave a small nod that I returned before turning back to the woman in the venomous green robes. I placed on one of my most ingenuine smiles. Shall we? She returned the smile. motioning for me to follow her swaying hips out as she led us to a broom cupboard. I looked at her suspiciously as she closed the door. "You're joking. You should be even more comfortable with your brother is. Much better than a kitchen sink," she observed. I couldn't stop the shock and grimace that accompanied the words. The memory of being locked under the kitchen sink when I was bad always plagued me. I had been so much smaller than Harry, and at the time when the funny business began, I'd been put in there to face some of my darkest fears, small spaces and water caused by the bursting pipes. "How did you know about that?" I hissed, my eyes flashing dangerously. She was obviously excited that she had struck a chord as a quill that matched the color of her robes floated behind her. "Don't mind if I use a quick quotes quill." "Of course not," she smiled, not leaving me with time to give my answer. "So, Audrey Potter, the boy who lived's sister. Are you upset that your brother is following in your path for making trouble? Or is it you that has always had to drag behind him to ensure his safety? Causing trouble is a talent that I hold alone. Harry just happens to find it." I watched the quill warily as it wrote frantically. "What did you say that upset my brother so much? Was he upset?" I was worried that my words on your parents may depress him." She looked meaningfully at the pad that the quill wrote on. I furrowed my eyebrows. "He wasn't depressed, he was livid. Could it be because of that quill that writes whatever it wants?" She raised an eyebrow in interest. "I know my fair share of tricks, Ms. Skeeter. Are you the one who entered the name in the goblet then? No one would blame you for finally wanting to get out of your brother's overbearingly dark shadow." Her voice was so condescending. She wasn't speaking to a 6-year-old, and I would let her know it. "Overbearing? Yes, he is. But neither of us entered. We don't like danger. Is it because you're not the best with wand wielding? I have sources that you are quite the little care of magical creatures lass and potions mistress. Would this have anything to do with a balancing act between your brother's knack to speak Parselmouth and his inability to make a decent potion?" "In that context it's called Parseltongue," I corrected bitterly. "Who told you that he could speak it? And who said my brother couldn't do potions? They're wrong. It's on a need-to-know basis when you're a writer, darling." She smiled. "That quote itself I have heard from your professor, Severus Snape, who seems to have taken a fond liking to you. I was never very fond of the man, but he was very defensive over your position in all this." "That's because Professor Snape is one of the best professors that has ever worked in this school," I hissed defensively. "I don't know how you get your information, or why you insist on writing nonsense, but I hold by my brother like you hold by your quill. And listen, I am not the best wandwoman, but I can do things that would make your nightmares run scared, lady. So don't you dare try to toss my brother off the broom so that you can get more readers. My brother didn't put our name in and I didn't put our name in, but whoever did is going to feel my wrath when I find them. You hear that, you false quill? Write that in your bloody article." I shuffled over towards the door and pushed it open, glad when the spill of light flooded my eyes. I turned around to glare at the snide woman, bleached by the daylight. "You know, even the less honorable Slytherins consider your articles a joke," I informed with a raised eyebrow. "Maybe you should interview some of our enemies while you're at it. I'm sure they'll be just as credible. I mean, since you're as big a joke as you're writing." "That's not good, Drea," Daphne said as soon as I reiterated what I had said to Rita Skeeter. "She has the biggest gossip column in the Daily Prophet. If you upset her, the whole wizarding world will hear of it." "Good," I muttered irritably. Considering I said nothing bad about anyone other than her, I can't wait to see what the prat comes up with. "Daphne's right," Theo sighed. "This isn't the end of it. That article won't be either." Daphne seemed to light up with the acknowledgement, and she nodded quickly before searching the ceiling above us as an owl came and landed on my empty dinner plate. "Thank Merlin food hasn't been brought in yet," I sighed, looking at the owl, who was very cute. I took some of the bread that was constantly left on the tables and fed her some. "Here you go. May I take my letter? It astounds me that you can be such a git to someone like Rita Skeeter and then so polite to an owl." Daphne frowned, watching as I gave the owl more bread and took the letter from her. "Piss off, Greengrass." Daphne huffed and looked over to Millicent, who sat at her other side, before she started a conversation that she seemed to have not wanted to stop from breakfast. I looked back over at the owl and told it that it could leave, so it hooted pleasantly before flying in a circle, and landing with Harry. I watched the exchange for a moment, noticing how I was much nicer, and because of that, the owl nipped at his finger. I tried not to laugh as I turned back to my own letter. "Who's it from?" Theo asked, leaning over. I shrugged, but with a second look at the writing I recognized who it was from even before I tore it open. "Sirius," I whispered to him. He leaned forward to look over my shoulder. Theodore had always been very supportive of my relationship with my godfather. Daphne, not as much. Daphne still firmly believed that her father, who worked for the ministry, would never make up a lie about something as serious as a convicted killer. "Audrey," he wrote in surprisingly neat printing. "Do some reflection on Sunday night at 6 o'clock. I suggest being in your room for privacy. Be nice to the bird, she's had a hard journey, though I expect no less of you. Snuffles." "What does that mean?" Theodore asked when he was finished reading. I folded the note back up and shoved it into the deepest pocket of my robes with a sharp look. Something about being in my room on Sunday evening, probably because he knows people will still be at dinner. I sighed. "Doesn't matter, mate. Got to go to detention. Hopefully Snape takes it easy on you." Not smirked. "You are his favorite." "Malfoy is his favorite," I corrected as I stood. "I'm his most promising." He laughed as I was slinging the strap of my rucksack over my shoulder. I winced as it hit my hip painfully. When would I start gaining the weight back that I'd lost over the summer where I was starved with the Dursleys? It was an annual tradition, underfed at the beginning of the year, and by Christmas, I looked close to healthy again. With a slight wave to Theo, I all but stormed out of the hall, already putting on my moodiest expression for my unearned detention. I was already regretting the fact that I hadn't skipped dinner to go up and change into some Muggle clothes, whether the Slytherins found them acceptable or not. They were at least more comfortable than a skirt, and I swear there was a conspiracy that made all the Slytherin skirts shorter than any other house skirt. It was ridiculous. As I approached the dungeons, I slowed my pace. No matter how upset I was with Snape, I didn't want to take out all my frustration on him. Not that I understood why it was so necessary to have a detention in the dungeons for a lack of homework due the night after I found out I may die. No, that clearly was not reason enough to forget about the concentration of Murtlap essence and what it does. By the time I had gotten myself worked up again, I was standing in front of Snape's door. I didn't even need to knock before he called me in, to which I sluggishly entered the quiet room. He didn't look up from his scribbling when I came in, but I distinctly noticed that he was giving grades. I could tell because he scoffed and gave someone something that scratched the parchment twice, before he flipped the page and hummed to himself before scribbling something with 3 lines. Yes, back to giving T's and A's. He was clearly in a mood as well. "Miss Potter, nice of you to be on time, for once," he added in an undertone. I fought off a smirk as I plopped down in the desk at the front of the class. "I've always enjoyed our time together, sir. I would not want to miss a moment of it." "Cheeky today, I see." He sighed at the papers. "You wouldn't happen to have your homework with you, would you?" "No, not today. I wanted all my attention on you, just in case you try to quiz me on how and what happens when you concentrate Murtlap essence." I was proud of myself when I saw him smirk slightly to himself. He looked up at me with a raised eyebrow. "What does happen when you concentrate Murtlap essence?" I smiled. Oh, I was so ready for his little tests. This is why I happened to love detention with him. If I got it right, I even knew what my punishment would be. You concentrate Murtlap essence by boiling the water and adding a teaspoon of salt for every quarter liter of liquid. The longer you boil, the more intense the concoction becomes. But if it starts to turn from a liquid to a solid, then it will turn into more of an acid base and hurt you rather than heal you. I was proud of my answer, and though he didn't sound it, I could tell he was too. "And how long does that take?" "It takes about 4 minutes after it begins to boil." I was glad potions was an exact science that I had nailed just as well, if not better, than Hermione. She had to hound her potion and books to keep it right, but I was told early on that I had a natural knack to it. I could apparently just know when it was right and wrong. It was a 7th sense, just behind that of my 3rd eye. "And what are the consequences of the Murtlap essence turning into a solid?" "Murtsap," I said pointedly, not even able to hide my pride. As a strong substance with a pH balance of 4 that cannot be healed by Murtlap essence, and it will only make it worse. It can only be cured by Wardlap powder. 100 marks to Audrey Potter, thank you very much. Thorough, he said with a masked face. This was one of those moments where I was sure he was proud of me, even if I had never gotten proof of it. Thorough enough to help me grade the 4th-year papers. Take that stack there, I will look over them for fairness. I scoffed. By fairness, he meant that the students who got good marks were either students who absolutely deserved it or Slytherins. And by people who deserved it, he meant no higher than A's. Professor Snape only handed 3 people O's per class assignment, and those were usually reserved for Hermione, Malfoy, and myself. Yes, sir, I smiled, taking the thick stacks of parchment and the quill provided as I began to correct and grade the essays. It was always amusing to do this and was actually one of my favorite parts of the detention. Snape and I would just sit quietly, marking and not speaking, unless I would ask what mark one should give even though they flunked it and were Slytherins, or they were not Slytherins and they aced it. I was always surprised by what people wrote, who was smart and who was not. Poor Neville Longbottom never seemed to understand what he was doing, which I felt terrible about, and so I never gave him lower than AP, though that was sometimes being too kind. I was never allowed to mark Harry, Ron, Hermione, or Daphne's papers because he knew that I would be unfair. I was allowed to mark Theo's because he could actually pull off a good grade, but Daphne was lost when it came to potions and deserved higher than I would have given. I assumed that Ron and Harry would have gotten lower than I would have marked. As for Hermione, well, I'm not really sure why I wasn't allowed to mark hers since it was almost always perfect. I assume he had some sort of discriminating reason. I snorted as I read through Parkinson's paper. She had called the essence Murtsap instead of Murtlap throughout the entire essay, and she had completely forgotten to talk about how it became a solid because of the salt that was added. I looked to Snape. Please, I said slowly, pointing down to her paper. It deserves a D. He took a moment to glance at the paper before he went to his own, which was currently Parvati Patil's. He shook his head. Write her a warning and give her an A. But that's 2 whole grades higher. I groaned, looking down at the dreadful paper that hadn't gotten any of the facts straight. An A, Potter, I sighed, scratching the A almost through the thick parchment. Fine, but you have no control over what warning I write. Next time you could at least try plagiarism, or maybe even plagiarism from other plagiarism, at least they will have known the facts. Get it straight, Parkinson. Snape looked at my comment but did not say anything about it as he bent over another paper. I did the same, looking at the paper behind hers. Bulstrode had basically the same concept, but she had at least gotten the terms, Murtlap, and Murtsap, straight. I gave her an A too, but left her without as colorful a warning. Behind her work was the surprisingly neat cursive of the B-owned brat. I'd watch his cursive throughout the years, and surprisingly his was one of the few that had not changed throughout them. He'd had elegant script for as long as I had been marking. I was told by Daphne that his mother probably taught him calligraphy at a young age. The wealthier families did it. I was upset by the fact that his cursive was more neat than mine, though I was even more upset by the fact that he had done nothing wrong in the essay. I raked my eyes over it again, looking for something out of place. Ah, there, he didn't use the term Murtsap constantly. Those cost some serious marks, Malfoy. A, I wrote in big green writing. Snape looked over at me with a raised eyebrow. Malfoy's work normally warrants an E or an O. I shrugged the comment off, pushing the paper into the stack I had of marked work so that he couldn't dispute it. He forgot some terms. I thought you'd like to give fewer O's this assignment. No need to start the year off kindly, I said with a wry smile before pulling out the next paper. Ah, poor Neville. I felt bad seeing the continuous scratched-out mistakes he had made on his own paper. I knew from experience that this did not bode well for his overall mark. I heard a grunt halfway through Neville's excruciating paper and looked up to see Snape glaring down at a paper that he was giving a large D to. I glared at him when I read the name, knowing that it was not worthy of it. After all, Harry was my brother. I had told him the difference between Murtlap and Murtsap, and I know Hermione wouldn't let any other mistakes fly when she evidently edited his paper. He didn't do it, you know, I said quietly, guessing on his most current reason to hate him. Put our names in the goblet, I mean. Didn't he? Snape asked bitterly, not looking at me as he went to Ron's paper beneath Hermione's. Hers seemed to deserve a E. No O's at all this assignment, I guess. No, he didn't, I said strongly, suddenly very sure that my brother had no involvement in it. Did you? He asked, looking up at me with a slight glare. I was immediately insulted. I thought you believed me, sir. I growled. You can't honestly think that I would have the guts to enter a tournament where you think on your feet. I'm not a witchy witch, I'm a theory witch. Yeah, theory. I suspected as much considering you and your brother, though vastly incapable of regular adolescent behaviors, never seem to go without admitting your discrepancies, he muttered to himself, moving on to another paper. I looked down at Michael Corner's paper, but couldn't seem to properly read it. I was far too distracted to understand the English language while I looked back up to the professor, who seemed to have expected me to start talking now that the ice had cracked. Why is Professor Dumbledore letting us do this? I mean, doesn't he want Harry alive? Isn't that the whole point of everything that's happened the past 3 years? I leaned back in the chair, letting only 2 legs support me. I hope he doesn't honestly think that I'll take the brunt of it all just because of who I am. I may be a theory witch, but I am not a coward. All right, maybe a little bit of a coward, but I am not inept. I admitted with a frown. Snape let out a sigh before setting down his quill, ready to face me with facts, which was nice. Dumbledore's riddles were always fascinating, and if you had them time to sit and figure them out, usually it had a lot more insight and fact, but right now all I wanted was logic. Cold, hard logic that I could argue against my emotions with. Which witch or theory witch, he said with a small sneer. The problem is more the fact that someone entered your common name, Potter. A name that also puts you on the chopping block, in case you failed to realize. I opened my mouth for a moment of uncertainty. What are you saying? Potter, is it really so hard to grasp the fact that you are in just as much danger as your brother is because it was such a neutral name? The term is obviously used for both you and he. It could be more than just a fluke that you have been dragged into this ridiculous situation, yourself. He sneered, shuffling the papers on his desk and writing them in a fashion that showed me he didn't want to make his words sound as important as they were. Why would anyone be after me? I asked quietly. Harry's the one who killed the Riddler. He's the powerful one with that whole magic of love thing. I'm not even close to being dangerous. I wouldn't be so sure, Snape mumbled, more to himself than to me. Your talents are intriguing. It's not something that people just glance over, Potter, and I'm sure the culprit behind all this has the same ideas. I shivered, setting the front legs of the chair back on the ground as I looked at him levelly. Well, Professor, you have officially terrified me. Good, he mumbled, turning back to his marking. I have done my work properly, then. You're free to leave, early even. What? No more words of comfort? I asked sarcastically as I stood. He shot me a piercing look which made me sigh as I walked to the door. Understood. Good night, Professor, and thank you. I looked back to him when I said this, only to see him looking at me with a heavily furrowed brow, not that you could tell easily under all his greasy hair. He didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. I decided to be kind and elaborate. For talking to me honestly. People don't seem to do it anymore. I smiled meaningfully at him and he immediately looked back down to his papers. He didn't like people smiling. Then you should also know that you are still getting AT for not handing in your homework, he drawled with a snicker. I rolled my eyes. Back to that, then. Fantastic. Good night, Professor. Instead of attending dinner on Sunday night, I quickly ducked into my dorm. Though I had doubted that any of my dorm mates would be back as it was only 6, I had still hired Theodore to help distract Daphne from coming into the room or coming to find me. I had locked the door so that I would at least hear if Daphne, Tracy, Lillian, or Aaliyah decided to come back in. I am never on time, and though I was a little worried over the fact that I had been on time for not only my detention, what should have been dinner, and this potential meeting with Sirius, I knew it wasn't a waste of my one punctual weekend of the year because as soon as I was coming through the door I was hearing him whisper my name. What if I had been Aaliyah? She's your cousin somehow, I'm sure, You purebloods are all related. I whispered, closing the door behind me. Where are you? The mirror, he whispered. I rolled my eyes. Ah, that would make sense from the whole reflection thing, I said, climbing over Lillian Moon's bed to reach the mirror in between she and Daphne's. Sirius was standing in the mirror, full length and smiling, though his dark gray eyes remained troubled. And just how have you managed this one? You didn't honestly believe that James and I would have prevented ourselves from visiting our girlfriends in their dorm rooms. He laughed. I wrinkled my nose at the excessive amount of information of my father. This can hook up to all the girls' mirrors, the boys don't have them. You have to write a list of all those kinds of tricks you have. I don't believe Fred or George even know this one. I smirked sarcastically before sitting on the bed closest to the mirror. He seemed to lean against the frame. I took him in. You look well. I have been much better. I spoke to Harry early this morning. He's terrified. So am I, but you can't tell him that, I said quickly, pointing to him accusingly. He raised his hands, though his eyebrow had also raised somewhat skeptically. I knew that glint. I knew what he was thinking even before he mentioned it. I didn't put in the parchment, Sirius. Harry assured me you didn't, he said slowly. I don't believe you could lie to him. You take his word over mine, I notice. I mumbled, noting the small and bitter difference between, I believe you, and, I believe that Harry wouldn't lie. Those observations of yours really make those green robes glitter, Sirius joked. I scoffed at him, waving my hand royally between us. You should know that I like credit for my work, I acknowledged, crossing my arms. But I don't like being treated the hero. I liked being the bitter one. I'm not used to being the one fawned over. Harry's been having a hard time. Gryffindor aren't appreciating this new feat as much as ones in the past. Sirius muttered. Not even Ron. Harry hid that we were speaking from him. I thought back to my vision. It brought back the cold sensation even as I thought on it. Ron looking so bitter where I felt the urge to nearly choke on my own distaste for my brother. It was a familiar sensation that I sometimes got, but it was hard to imagine those feelings emanating from his best friend. I saw it in my vision. Maybe I'll go talk to him before curfew, I offered, though I knew I wouldn't. Snape has been filling my head with some terrifying thoughts. I didn't sleep at all last night thanks to them. Speaking of Snivelus, Sirius sneered, reaching out of sight to something behind him. He pulled out a copy of the Daily Prophet. Have you read this yet? He waved the article in front of me and I was upset to see that the picture moved to show me going from smiling Audrey to angry Audrey who crossed her arms and looked like she was ready to snap someone's neck. I didn't like moving photos. They made it so much more difficult to be somewhat photogenic. Can't say I have, or that I want to, I said clipped. Sirius raised an eyebrow but raked his eyes over the article anyway. Harry Potter, aged 12, suspect entrant in the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Here seen his eyes swimming with the ghosts of his past as he worries over the dangerous path he has once again taken after his parents so bravely tried to change his course. I suppose I get my strength from my parents, he explains in his first and only interview. I know they'd be very proud of me if they could see me now. Yes, sometimes at night I still cry about them, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I know nothing will hurt my sister or I during the tournament, because they're watching over us. Though he shows some pathological desire to prove his worth to the wizarding world now that his fame no longer can rest only in you-know-who, the young second year. Enough of this rubbish, I hissed, steaming from the magnitude her lies and even more upset that Harry's article was again making him the hero. What's the point of reading it to me? Oh, I've barely gotten to the best part, Sirius said with a dark look towards me. Oh no, I thought, I knew what that look meant. And I should have realized that Harry probably hadn't been the only one to get a section to himself in this article. Sirius straightened the paper and began again. Harry Potter's quizzically less famous twin sister, Audrey Potter, is also being entered into the tournament under a technicality that she is not proud of. It's seen that she has been turning her questions to her mentor, Potions Master Severus Snape. Snape seems a father figure to the lonely soul after she has only recently discovered that her uncle is mass murder. Sirius Black, I particularly like this part, who would never be able to look past the girl that will be forever plagued by her brother's shadow. The small, defenseless girl, who has admitted to being no more magical than a squib. She said what? I screamed. He immediately hushed me. I gasped as I thought about it, my vision turning to a bloodlusting red. She didn't. She did. What did you say to her? He asked, looking almost as amused as he was concerned. I said that I wasn't good with a wand, but I would bring my wrath on whoever did it. Yes, it goes on to say after the squee. Shish, I hissed. That comment, I get it. She will still find a way to take her wrath out on those who try to hurt her twin brother, she told me with red eyes. Yes, red as in livid. I hissed. She stormed off being too emotional to tell more to the Daily Prophet, but we expect to see interesting results from the two Potter twins who will need to help each other through their severe psychological and magical disabilities to survive this vicious tournament. I beeped on my teeth, thinking bitterly back to the article before I let out a barking laugh. Sirius looked at me worriedly. That bint is brilliant. Pardon me, Sirius asked skeptically. I hissed out another laugh. She's brilliant. She got a point. What she doesn't know is that I'm going to retaliate. Oh, will I retaliate? I can't believe she thought to call M. Audrey. Sirius whispered urgently. Focus. I am focusing, I said defensively. What else were we talking about besides the fact that I didn't put in the parchment in that article? The fact it's true. You can hardly use a wand, Sirius said lowly. I quieted down quickly. His comment was biting, but it did its job in sobering me up. It's something that needs to be dealt with before the first task. I can use a wand, I muttered to myself. I just can't direct it, or focus it, or something. I bet Dumbledore could explain it to you, you know, since he won't explain it to me. Dumbledore is doing all he can to figure out who is trying to get rid of you, so I wouldn't give him any trouble were I you. Sirius sighed. Snivellus on the other hand. I raised my eyebrows. What about him? As soon as I heard the news I started reading up on the rules. You, my little potions mistress, are allowed to consume potions as soon as the competition starts so long as it is checked by the judges. The problem is making it last long enough until it's your turn. I thought about it for a while. Who knew how long the bloody task would end up lasting? It could have been anywhere from an hour to a day. Possibly more. You could never tell with these ridiculous wizarding competitions. I'll ask Snape about it. I think I read something in the 6th year potions book that taught you how to make the effect of certain potions last longer. I thought, screwing up my face as I tried to remember. I think there was something about Banshee Sweat and Oak Ash. Well, then at least he could assist you with the tasks. I would, of course, but... Sirius, I gasped by how easily I could identify his bitter tone. Are you jealous? Of Snivellus? He snorted. Not at all, I just wish I was able to do more. I frowned, sitting up straighter and uncrossing my arms to place them against the bed. Sirius, we don't blame you. You've done more for us than you know. Still, he sighed. I won't deny I was a tad bit upset when I saw that you considered him a father figure. It's not that he's a father figure. He's hardly warm and caring or anything, I explained with a sigh. It's more that he says it straight. He's not cryptic or homicidal and he takes all my bull. I'm horrible to the man, really. You should be. It's not you he would like to get on the good side of. Sirius growled lowly, but he didn't give me a second to think about the meaning behind it before he continued. Igor Karkaroff was a Death Eater and Barty Crouch, his son was a Death Eater who he sent to rot and die in Azkaban. He's heartless. These tasks are designed to kill someone and someone jumped on that possibility. You can't trust anyone here, Audrey. You and Harry are alone in this tournament, so stay together. The emphasis was powerful and I heaved a long sigh, nodding my head. I wish you were really here, Sirius. I won't be far away. If you ever need to talk to me, you can send me an owl and I can get in touch with you through here. He assured. I should go before any of your dorm mates come in, that are the house elves to clean up this sty. They should, considering none of us will, I smiled wryly. Good night. Please tell me I can see you over Christmas. I'll bring you a box of rats. The Tri-Wizard tournament continues over Christmas, he said as he shook his head and tried to hide his smile. But I'll see what I can do. Good night. And suddenly, with a flash of the glass, Sirius was gone. As soon as I had given myself a moment to breathe, I was out my dormitory door again. Speaking to Sirius had been comforting, but at the same time I was more than distraught now that he was gone. I needed something to comfort me and I knew exactly where I would find it. Knowing that I couldn't go to find Theodore after the little distraction that he must have been running, I decided to head to the library. I would most likely find Hermione there and hopefully Harry. Knowing now that Ron was so mad at Harry that they were not speaking, I also had a chance of running into Ron with Hermione there, but I figured that I could put him straight were I to see him. Either way, I needed someone to talk to and for once a Slytherin wasn't going to cut it. I wanted to talk about my problems, not summarize them and leave time for working out someone else's. By the time I made it to the library I was almost frantic. The jeers from some students about me being a squib were ringing in my ears, though they weren't as bad as they would be tomorrow when everyone got their post. Post doesn't come on Sundays, so I had no idea how some people had already gotten editions of the paper. My eyes were skimming over anyone who had green in their robes, looking for busy hair or even red hair. Ginny would make good conversation right now as well. It only got stronger the more time we got together, but she was a little more rebellious and realistic, which was refreshing in comparison to Hermione or Daphne. "Audrey, why are you in the library?" The voice made me turn around and I rushed towards the bushy hair in the corner of the library, not noticing whether or not anyone was beside her. I almost went to hug her before I remembered that I hated touching people, a sad consequence of the Dursleys' neglect, but I still sat down directly beside her. "I need to talk," I announced. "You're the only one I could think of." "Great," a bitter voice said from my right. I looked to see flaming red hair and an angry expression on a face that I rarely saw it. We both rolled our eyes at each other. Need to ask how to get over a gender line, this time. Why don't you just go ask your new father figure? Though I doubt you need bother, clearly age lines aren't a problem for you. "Oh, get off it, Ron," I hissed, stung by the fact he was quoting the article in the Prophet. "I had a vision of you being this bitter weeks ago, but I always thought you'd be smart enough to do it over something true. Even the Slytherins are being more supportive than you are." He glared. "Had you just told me that you were entering?" "We didn't enter. As Harry's best friend you should know he hates this attention, and even if you were only an acquaintance to me you should know that I don't have the ability to survive the first disaster of a task. Don't act so bloody noble, you're just jealous. If you want it, I would be more than happy to make you some polyjuice potion and you can walk to your death. For now stop being a prat and remember where your loyalties lie, because glory doesn't become of gits." He narrowed his eyes before sliding his books into his hands and getting up from the table, not caring to give so much as another look in Hermione or my direction. I heard her sigh beside me and I turned around with pink cheeks, embarrassed by my outburst. "Sorry, I didn't mean to rush him away. It's just hard to believe that as a Gryffindor he wouldn't trust his friend and try to listen." "I agree with you, so don't worry." Hermione sighed, putting a bookmark in her charms textbook so that she could give me her full attention. "What's wrong?" "I don't know, I'm worried," I whispered, stopping when a group of Hufflepuff fifth years walked past and made an obvious joke to their friends about me. I winced at the hit to my ego. I've just had a conversation with Snuffles and it's unnerved me. "More than that wretched article?" Hermione asked doubtfully. "She really loathes you. Whatever did you say to her?" "Certainly not that I was a squib," I hissed. "It doesn't matter anymore. Sirius said that he spoke to Harry this morning. Did you get the chance to talk with him about it?" Hermione immediately looked guilty. No, actually. I've been spending a lot of time with Ron. He's very torn up about this whole situation." "Oh yes, he looks distraught." I rolled my eyes. "What about Harry? He needs someone to talk to and I'm not able to be there as often as I'd like to be. If he's freaking out half as much as I am, then he'll need you around." "You're freaking out?" Hermione asked with raised eyebrows, looking at me skeptically. I needed to stop admitting this to people. It could ruin my image. "Not if anyone else were ever to come up to ask me, and if you repeat it, I'll deny it," I informed with a raised eyebrow. "I wanted to talk to you about this, but I think that Harry should be the more important person here." "Don't you start being noble now," she teased. "Just do it, Granger." I smirked, pushing myself up as I thought about how I would keep tabs on him if Hermione wasn't going to. I thought about it for a while, my brother's knack for trouble ringing as true in my mind as my conscience did, before I nodded to myself. Tell him that I want to do a swap of materials, I want the cloak and I'll pass him the map. Tell him I'd like to get it sooner rather than later and to expect some sibling bonding time when I get it, if you would. My pleasure. Hermione smiled, watching as I went to turn around. Are you sure you don't want to talk about you? I looked into space for a second before shaking my head. No, I actually admitted that I was scared. I think that's all the psychological release I need for the month. Well, you know where I am if you decide differently. She smiled to me but leaned in close to whisper, and stay safe, will you? You say that as if I fight werewolves or go looking for basilisks or... Yes, off with you. She mumbled, opening her book back up. Pleased with my work, I left to go back to my dorm room, still to be empty but surely having an alienation that I actually looked forward to. Luckily I've already done my business with the cloak, Harry said to me as I walked from Charms 3 days later. I wasn't upset that it had taken him so long to get back to me, we were both busy in our own current drama. It was one of the reasons that I was walking alone today, not wanting to have to put Daphne or Theodore through the humiliation that came following Rita Skeeter's article. While I wanted to hide under my hood, I made sure to try and walk with some semblance of pride, ready to show anyone who upset me how I could still perform a good hex as a squib. My main ideas were to avoid Parkinson or Malfoy, considering if I did meet them, I could assure that I would hex them and I would be more than happy to get expelled to avoid the upcoming first task. Well, that doesn't make sense. I tried to smile. It's the most useful since you're so clumsy. Are you kidding? He asked skeptically. I'm not the one who sounds like a troll in the morning. Are you kidding? I asked with a laugh. At least I don't look like a troll all times of day. I'm really sorry about that article, Harry said quietly, falling in step with me as I slowed. I know you were probably just sticking up for me. Don't worry about it, I shrugged. These people will know exactly what I am if they push me much farther. Don't get yourself expelled just because you don't want to be in the tournament. We will still need an anarchist to fight for our rights of no homework when it's all over. Harry smiled, knowing exactly what was going on in my head. I smiled and elbowed him back. That would have been a wonderful campaign had Snape not called my bluff, I sighed, remembering the fact he had dropped homework for a week before giving us the cruelest test that anyone at Hogwarts had ever seen. Hermione had gotten an acceptable. And it was a fair marking, just to put things in perspective. As we walked past a classroom, I heard someone gasp and say something that involved the word, squib. I held my head higher, but Harry looked livid. How badly are they dragging you through the ringer? They're Slytherins, I stated plainly. Harry nodded his head in understanding. That bad? Worse, I acknowledged lightly, before I raised my voice. Nothing a witch like me can't handle. I need to talk to you about, Harry began, but he was cut off quickly. Oi, Potter. Both Harry and I turned our heads, but as soon as we saw who was walking towards us, Harry let out a huff. For me. For once, someone was trying to get my attention and not his, not that either of us would have wanted it. Heard the bad news. What do you want, Montague? I hissed, looking at the 6th year bitterly. He smirked at me, raising his perfectly plucked eyebrow. Montague was a strange specimen of wizard, not too bad with magic and coming from a fairly affluent family. He was always well-groomed and manicured. He was tall, dark hair, brown eyes, tan skin. He was a very well-bred pure Italian wizard. Problem was that he was also a purebred ass. No need to be harsh, Potter. I came to offer words of comfort. How could you possibly comfort me? I groaned, looking at Harry for help. Harry was distracted, however, by looking outside into the courtyard before he threw me an apologetic look and left out the exit to the outdoors. I turned back to the ass in front of me. I just wanted to show my support for your cause, Potter. Notice that I am not wearing a badge, and I am going to get right on making some badges just for you. He winked. I took an instinctual step backwards as I felt bile rise in my throat. What badges? I asked, looking at him in disgust. Oh, you haven't seen them. He feigned shock. I would have thought someone told you. Told me what? You know, I amended, watching as Harry was talking to Cedric. Well, perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't care. I have places to be. Places to be, he repeated irritably, looking at me with a sneer. I did not reply to him as I turned on my heel and followed in my brother's footsteps. I heard Montague let out a huff before he moved back down the hallway as he had come. It made the weather brighten even more. Outside, the courtyard was catching the last few rays of warm sunlight that we would see this season. The leaves had not started to change, but I was excited for when they would, though I was glad that the crispness in the air wasn't as cold as it would soon become. Now that I was outside, Cedric had already gone back to his friends and Harry was approaching Ron. I won't deny I was upset that I had lost my opportunity to talk to Diggory, but I was also surprised that Harry had traipsed right up to Ron and seemed to be yelling at him. But as their conversation seemed to be drawing to a close, a yell from behind me made me jump about a meter in the air. "Oi, why so tense, Potter?" Malfoy shouted from behind me. I whipped around to see him chuckling at my reaction and I narrowed my eyes, upset I had actually shown how jumpy I have naturally been feeling this year. He smirked. "What do you want, Dragon Dick?" I hissed, crossing my arms as I glared. "My father and I have a bet, you see," he said, his eyes snapping behind me where Harry was approaching. He stopped when he was standing directly beside me, where we stood with identical postures. "I don't think you'll last 10 minutes in this tournament." "Oh, don't you?" I mumbled. Malfoy jumped out of the tree to walk up to me, trying to intimidate me with his height. It beeped being me. Anyone looked intimidating if they were standing near me because of how small I was. No, but he disagrees. He raised an eyebrow. He doesn't think you'll last 10 between the both of you. Clever, I sighed with a roll of my eyes. But Harry wasn't as used to hearing his little jabs as I was. For Malfoy and I this was a bi-hourly insult, thanks to our close quarters. For Harry, this was a bi-daily sighting of the cricket. "I don't give a damn what your father thinks, Malfoy." Harry pushed past him and I widened my eyes, watching the bee-own's eyes widened angrily. "He's vile and cruel. You're just pathetic. Come on, Audrey." Harry grabbed my arm and started to drag me away, but I had a flash where the world went bright, too bright. It was vivid and angry, like the contrast had been turned up and the world was burning in color. I turned around, sensing the danger, to see Malfoy's wand pointed at my brother. I gasped and jumped to the side, trying to drag him with me. "Pathetic. I'll show you pathetic. And I'll show you not to cast a spell when someone's back is turned." Another voice with a thick Irish lilt yelled back. I saw the white spell hit Malfoy before he even had an opportunity to change the word of his spell to block it, and suddenly the bee-owned boy was gone. Replaced with a bee-owned ferret. "Oh my Merlin," I gasped, looking at who must have been the tall Slytherin but was now a cowering ferret. He was a little longer than normal ferrets, as well as a pale bee-owned that I had never naturally seen on one. Not even an albino would be that color. I looked over to the caster, seeing that Mad-Eye Moody was happily raising his wand at the now ferret boy. As I turned my eyes back to the animal, who I suddenly was much more concerned about now that he wasn't an arrogant human being with no end to his loudmouth complaints, Moody started to make the ferret bounce against the ground and back up a few feet into the air. I tried to laugh with everyone else, but I was worried about the poor animal, though I was much less worried when Harry whispered me to try and imagine that it was the full-grown Draco Malfoy. I split into a grin, but that was the most I could do. "Professor Moody, what are you doing?" The shrill voice of Professor McGonagall interrupted the scene, and while everyone turned to look at her, I quickly grabbed the ferret from Moody's levitation charm, which was much stronger than I had expected it to be. There was a part in my mind that said I was insane, looking after Malfoy when Moody was giving him no more than he deserved. But then there was the part of me that said that now that Malfoy was vulnerable and of all people it was Moody who was hurting him, that there was something I could do to get him out of the line of fire. "I'm teaching, Miss Potter, if you would," Moody asked, eyeing me as I held the disgusting little rodent closer to me. "I don't think that's necessary." "Is that Miss Potter, is that a student?" McGonagall gasped, looking at the ferret in my hands. I nodded my head. "It's Malfoy," I informed flatly. She gasped as she pointed accusingly at Moody. Technically, it's a ferret, he said somewhat defensively. Alistair. I could almost hear her as if she was reprimanding him when he was back as a student. It is never okay to use transfiguration against a student. Surely Professor Dumbledore told you that. Moody frowned prominently and looked down to the ground, his magical eye swiveling to Malfoy, who was still in my hands. He might have mentioned it. Then you would do well to remember it, she exclaimed, before looking at all the gathered students and shooing them off with a stern look. Moody ushered Harry to go with him, and Harry gave me a small glare for cutting short his abusive form of fun before he left to follow the creepy fellow. At this point, McGonagall turned back to me. Miss Potter, would you be so kind as to walk Malfoy up to the infirmary? Can't you just do it, Professor? I asked nervously, looking down to the greasy bee-owned boy in my hands. You are the Transfiguration's teacher. Be that as it may, human transfiguration is a nasty business. One who is being transformed into an animal has to be in the mindset of a human before they can transform back into one, whether or not done by the caster. You will be excused from classes until you can walk him back to his dormitory when Poppy is through with him. But Professor, I whined, I'm not in a state to be missing classes. I was of course referring to the idea that the first Tri-Wizard task was fast approaching, and not only did I have any idea what to be ready for, but I also was no good with a wand, so I had to come up with some kind of potion or non-wand ability that I would be able to use when the time came. The professor raised her hand against my complaint. Since you are in my class, Miss Potter, I can tell you that we will be studying turning our pets into an ink bottle. I assume you'll be able to find that cat of yours. Kneazle, I corrected bitterly. Yes, I'm sure I'll find time to practice as I prepare for this tournament now that I have to escort the biggest croc. Language, Miss Potter. Off to the hospital wing. I expect Mr. Malfoy to give me a good report on your treatment of him when he comes back to human mindset. Agreed. I huffed and let go of Malfoy with one hand to rearrange my books and shove the ones I had been holding back into my rucksack with the invisibility cloak. Of course, Professor. I began to walk to the infirmary with Malfoy in my hands. He was writhing a little, but it was easy to control him because of how small he was. There was one point in the travels, of course, when he let out a whine. I turned the little creature to look at me, feeling bad for it until I remembered who it was. But of course, my love for all things non-human completely won over my hatred for Malfoy. It was nearly pathetic. Oi, you listen here, Malfoy, I explained, my voice not nearly as harsh as it normally was. Just because you're now a small woodland creature does not mean I do not think you got what was coming to you. You should never use your wand when someone's back is turned. It makes you even lower on the food chain than you are in this state. So, man up. As for me taking you to the hospital wing, I'm only doing this because no one else would, and I'm so against cruelty to animals, which you are, so, turn human soon so I can hate you more easily. Thank you. I nodded my head slightly, letting him know that my little rant was finished. Normally, I did not feel awkward talking to animals. I guess it was just because this animal happened to be one of my worst enemies. I thought about letting him find his own way back to the hospital wing, but I had not done much reading on wand to human transfiguration, so I didn't know how, in touch with the animal mind, one really was. I didn't want to leave him to wander the castle alone when he didn't remember the layout of it. It was over 7 stories high and the hospital wing was quite a jaunt. He was still wriggling and trying to get away from me when I entered the hospital wing with him in my hands. Normally I would cradle a creature this scared, calm it down. Malfoy didn't deserve it, and to think of cradling the git. Well, I couldn't even imagine his mother having done it when he was small. The infirmary wasn't that full today, which was sad because it meant that Malfoy wouldn't get the good dose of embarrassment he deserved until after. There were 2 Gryffindors on 2 beds and they were lying down facing each other because their hands had been stuck to one of the golden plates from the Great Hall. I assumed Fred and George wanted to play a trick on them. It seemed their handiwork, literally. They were making small talk and not really paying attention to me coming in. Another Ravenclaw girl was laying in bed looking rather queasy. Her dark hair was pulled up and away from her face as she looked worriedly into a bucket on her lap. Again, I wondered if she was here under Fred and George's care. What's happened to you, Miss Potter? Madame Pomfrey asked as she came bustled up to me. I shook my head immediately. She and I knew each other well. Nothing's happened to me. It's Malfoy here, an unwanted trip down Transfigured Avenue. I sighed. She gave a little gasp and ushered me over to a bed, where I was told to put him down. She looked at him quickly. Did you do this? Of course not, I scoffed. Even had I wanted to, I would never have been able to pull it off. This was Professor Moody's signature, I'm afraid. Though don't be fooled, he deserved it. No student ever deserves that kind of magic being used on them, she tutted. She walked over to the large medicine cabinet by her office door and went through it briefly before picking up a pink vial of liquid and setting it down in front of him in a Dixie cup. Get him to drink all of this. It should clear up his mind long enough for him to be transfigured back. Thank you, I'll do that. She was quick to hobble off towards the two Gryffindors with their hands on the plate, inspecting their progress and tutting again when she saw each of them could only move their thumbs away. I turned back to the ferret in front of me. All right, Malfoy, drink away. But the ferret didn't seem to want to drink the potion. I looked at him bitterly. I said, drink up. I don't want to be here all day. The little rat tried to scamper off the bed. I grabbed him before he did any damage to himself and dragged him back over towards the cup. Putting him on the back and in the crevasse of my arm, I tried to force feed the damn cup to him as he wriggled. Oh, just stop it. The longer you stay a ferret, the longer it will take for the teasing to die down. I hissed to him, but apparently he didn't understand or didn't want to because he still refused to swallow the potion. I guess it made sense if he was no longer in a Malfoy mindset, not an I need to survive mindset, but I was still aggravated. I won't be nice to you just because you're a soft woodland creature. I told myself more than him. Usually I would do fine with convincing animals to take their medicines or to calm down, but it was against all my moral ambiguity to be nice to a ferret who just so happened to be a Malfoy. Audrey. The voice was a low baritone and it took me a second to recognize it before I turned to see the stunning profile of Cedric Diggory as he looked at me warily from his place by the nauseous girl across the room. Is that Draco Malfoy? It is. The Lord won't drink the potion, I explained, feeling my face heat up. I looked at the ferret and glared, upset that he had embarrassed me in front of such a pretty man. So he won't understand what I tell you, he clarified, looking down in my arms again at the bee-owned ferret, who was not struggling anymore but looking between me, his captor, and the loud voice not 15 feet from him. I doubt it. Why? I asked nervously. 1 minute, Cho, he whispered soothingly. She nodded her head and looked back to her puke bucket before he sauntered over to me slowly, looking as if he were a little lost for words. I won't deny, I felt my pride sting a little bit when I saw that he was with the Ravenclaw Seeker. I never liked the girl, there was something off about her. Ingenuine, so of course she would go for a genuine guy like Cedric. I guess she didn't hear it when I called dibs. I just wanted to thank you and your brother about the tip-off. I thanked Harry, but not you. I blinked up at him for a second, thinking about what Harry and I had told him that he wouldn't have been around us at the same time for. Nothing came to mind. Beg your pardon, I asked, furrowing my brow. He looked almost surprised. About the first task. I raised my eyebrows. He leaned in, lowering his voice confusedly. About the dragons. What are you on about? I asked quietly, looking from him to Malfoy. I haven't heard anything about dragons. Merlin, is the first task something to do with dragons? I gasped, squeezing the Dixie cup a little too tightly and having some of it splash onto the ferret in my arms. I apologized to it instinctually, petting its head and trying to dry it off a tad. I looked back up to Cedric, who looked a little frustrated. Did he lie to me? Did who lie to you? What are you saying? I asked, shaking my head out of the image of dragons ripping apart my bloodied carcass. He looked over his shoulder at Cho to ensure that she wasn't paying attention before leaning in closer to me. Just this afternoon your brother told me that we had to fight a dragon in the first task. Tell me, Potter, was he lying to me? His voice was intense and slightly hypnotic, so it took me a moment to understand what he said. But when I did, I don't think it was what he thought would happen. My nostrils flared the more I thought about it, Harry had told Cedric about the first task, but Harry had not told me. In fact, Harry had been speaking to me, alone, just minutes before he had pulled Cedric aside, and still, he hadn't thought to mention such a large scribble in my linear life line. He may as well slashed a dagger across my palm. That git didn't tell me. I hissed. Cedric widened his eyes, looking at me nervously. He could have just. Harry doesn't lie to anyone, I cut him off lowly. But he doesn't ever tell me shite. Oh, Harry James Potter is going to rue the day he decided not to let his sister in on something so vital. I swear to Merlin that. Has he taken the potion, Miss Potter? Madame Pomfrey's voice interrupted what would have been a very elaborate villain's speech, so I held out the ferret to her. I explained he had gotten some of it down just moments ago, so hopefully it should work. She set the ferret down on the bed, and without an incantation, but just a flick of her rather long wand, the ferret began to distort. First it started off as a little rumble that shook it, before its legs started to stretch and its torso thicken. Its snout started to squeeze back into his face, and the hair started to recede and change color to look like smart and crisp Slytherin robes. By the time the awkward transition had been there for 3 minutes, Draco Malfoy was back in the flesh and blinking around as if he were in pain. His clothes were mussed, but not nearly so much as his hair, which was messy, and even in its dishevelment, it looked more natural than I think I had ever seen it. I looked at him with a sneer before turning back to talk to Cedric, who was already back at Chang's bedside. I felt my nostrils flare as it added fuel to the fire. "All right there, Malfoy?" I asked through gritted teeth. He looked up at me a moment, as if he hadn't understood what I said to him before nodding. "You must feel so proud of yourself." Malfoy slurred, human language still being downloaded into his brain. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't smart, but I was angry. So this is what he was getting at. Now that he was entered in the tournament, he was playing to win. Did he think I was some sort of competition now that it was something to do with dragons, because I am so good with animals? Well, let me tell you, even if I was good with the one dragon I've ever met, that was because he was a baby. I was not good with dragons, and I couldn't see any weaknesses on them to fight against. Mr. Malfoy, Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief when she saw him sitting awkwardly on the bed. Wonderful. How do you feel? Livid. Can I go? He drawled, looking at her expectantly. No, not yet. Just want to have a quick check to make sure everything's working as it should be. Human transfiguration on a student, she scoffed to herself morbidly as she left again. Malfoy let out a loud groan and pounded his hand on the bed. I stood up instantly, the shock of the vibrations reminding me that I had been sitting on his bed, which I had never done with him in it, even if I did commonly muss up his sheets when visiting Theodore in the dorms. He smirked at me. "Were you comfortable there, Potter?" "I was when you were in your true form," I sneered. His smirk fell. "I don't need to hear that from you, potions wench. I saw the mark you gave me on that paper. I deserved no less than an outstanding." "It seems that Professor Snape agreed you deserved an acceptable considering he double-checks all the marks I give," I feigned shock. "I'm sorry that your paper didn't work out well. Perhaps you should learn the difference between Murtlap and Murtsap. Not all of us can be potions ponces." He sneered. I rolled my eyes. "Tell me when you come up with a better one, will you?" I sighed. I've heard that one far too many times to even give it a peace of mind. "Well, I guess it's good a squib like you knows something about anything in our world, isn't it, Potter?" He hissed. I felt my jaw drop. It's not like I hadn't been expecting reference to that article from him, nevertheless was I expecting it to be a painful one. I was just expecting that I would have been ready for it. "Better," I acknowledged, trying not to show my distaste for the insult. Now my eyes didn't get watery or anything like that, but I did look away from him for the briefest moments, when my eyes landed on Diggory across the room. He was talking to Cho quietly, smoothing back her hair as she shook her head to something he was saying. My flaming gaze turned back to Malfoy and I gave him a sneer that even his father wouldn't be able to duplicate. I would show him. I would show them all. I'll survive this. I looked at him viciously and saw his eyebrow raise. "And I will have you eating those words, Malfoy. Just you wait." "I don't need to wait long. Isn't the first task next week?" he asked mockingly. "It is," I acknowledged lightly. But haven't you ever heard the advice not to poke the sleeping dragon? It's the school motto, Potter. Of course I have. Then I'm going to show you how to really play with fire. You may want to keep that hairspray out of your jerry curl that day, this style looks much better anyway. I said as innocently as I could before waltzing out of the hospital wing, a large smile on my face. With this inside knowledge and my ability to problem solve, I may just survive this contest yet. In first year, I had made acquaintance with a rather rabid character that was known as a dragon. It was the only of its kind I have ever gotten the chance to meet, and I guess it doesn't actually work to base all of my judgments off a one specimen, but Norbert was a dragon, and after my short time to study him, I had learned a few things. Dragons have very sensitive eyes, for example. It is virtually impossible to penetrate their scales and they get cranky without food. Dragons are territorial and tend to have a bad sense of smell soon after they have breathed fire, not for a long period of time, but possibly long enough for me to get the battle done. But the most important thing I had learned about dragons. Even those creatures liked me. I had never really questioned my strange allure when it came to animals. They all seemed to trust me, and I had never complained because I was just as fond of them. I've never met a creature I haven't liked, or at least one that wasn't somewhat human, and I've never met a creature that didn't start off curious and then cuddly with me in return, so I was hoping that may give me a small advantage. Even the little dragon specimen who I'm basing all my facts off of had liked me. He was like a toddler having a temper tantrum most of the time, but he had been much more gentle with me than he had been with Ron, even when he had sent the redhead to the hospital wing and I'd had to calm him down. So maybe the initial curiosity that creatures started out with would give me a few seconds head start to get away. But it didn't matter. I knew that I was allowed a wand in the tournament, and anything, such as a potion, that I brought would be allowed so long as I was the one to make it, and I didn't take it until the tournament began. I had been sure to ask to make sure Sirius had his facts straight. So my next question hadn't been so much what I could make, it was more a question of how can I make sure it lasts as long as I need it to. Theo had been there for me as I had made the potion, slipping ingredients to me from his own potions kit, stealing a few ingredients from some of the older Slytherins who used them in their own. It had been a complicated potion that had taken a lot of time and a lot of planning. I had run across this potion back in second year around the time the basilisk had been stalking the corridors. It had seemed a good one to keep bookmarked at the time, in case it started coming after Slytherins, but I had never had time to use it, which was lucky because I probably would have gotten it wrong and it wouldn't have saved me from looking directly at the basilisk anyway. It required ingredients that were more difficult to get than stealing from 7th years, that's for sure. Hopefully Snape didn't mind, and the mysterious letter of apology on his desk would let him know that it was for a good cause. Dirical feathers had been stolen from a 6th-year boy that Theo had kept distracted so that the Weasley twins could go in for the kill. It was sweet of them to be so helpful, even after they assured me that I would owe them for it later. A Thibaut tooth had been taken from Professor Snape's storage, along with some other ingredients I didn't currently have on my person but were not quite so valuable. The last one I had worried would be an issue, Demiguy's hair. After a long night slaving over books, however, it had been nice to know that my dear, sweet brother had unintentionally given me some of the hair earlier on. You know, before I stopped speaking to the prick. Though it didn't really matter that Harry and I weren't speaking, we didn't really have time to. When it came to him constantly getting his back up about Ron, while working with Hermione to master whatever it was he was doing to ward off the dragons, he was a busy boggart. My potion took 7 days to make, so I had no time to lose. It was done in the early morning the day before the first task, and I was more than happy when I had watched it work, at least on my guinea pig, Circe. She wasn't happy with the effects and let me know by weaving through my legs and tripping me multiple times until the effects wore off 3 hours later. What will happen because you let it sit for so long? Daphne implored worriedly on the dreaded afternoon of November 24th. It was only an hour before I had to go partake in the first task, though I had skipped breakfast and my morning classes. I didn't think that divination was something I should attend before I did a death-defying feat such as this. I wasn't looking forward to the bad news. As I sat there, decorated in specially fitted dark green robes with Potter flashing in silver across the back, I could think of nothing but how flammable these robes might be. They were fairly spiffy, to be honest, and under any other circumstances I probably would have admired them more, but now I was feeling far too nauseous as I fiddled with the capped vial sitting on my bare plate. "The potion is fine to sit dormant for 5 days, Daphne," I replied in a monotone. The question had been answered around a dozen times by this point. "Please don't worry me over the one thing I don't actually need to worry about." "What if you're wrong?" Daphne prodded more, hardly eating anything herself as she put down her fork. I was somewhat flattered, considering Daphne was always very sure to eat her well-balanced meals of 300 calories per plate to keep her figure. Her little act of rebellion with her fork was one of the most compassionate things the woman had probably ever done. "Then I die." "She's never wrong when it comes to potions," Theo said firmly, throwing her a glare that he seemed to not want me to see. I stared at the clear liquid and nodded my head firmly. Theodore was right, this would work. This would work because if I could do anything right, it was potions. And if it wasn't right, well, let's just hope I can run quickly today. "Getting nervous, are we, Potter?" The obnoxious and pompous drawl of Malfoy floated towards me as he sat down a few seats away from me. "You've barely touched your food. You need to eat, after all you already look like a dead woman walking." I didn't really mind the weight jokes, I had gotten them a lot in my earlier years thanks to malnutrition in the summer. It took a few months for me to gain the weight back, and as it was still only November, I was still very wiry even if I was looking much better as the weeks passed. "No need to be concerned for me, Malfoy," I muttered down with a glare, the only thing he had received since I had abandoned him in the hospital wing. "I can just make you my distraction for this task, if you're so worried." 10 minutes won't give you enough time to do something like that, Potter." Malfoy smirked with a raised eyebrow. "And if my father is right?" "No, your father is twisted towards the left, actually," I hissed, touching the vial on my plate to reassure myself of my statement. "You're right, I'll not last 10 minutes, I won't need to. I'll be done in 8. Care to put a wager on that?" he asked with a smirk. "Or do you not have the money to do so?" "I don't gamble with nitwits." I rolled my eyes, but remembered what Fred and George had insisted they wanted to bet to get some galleons after Ludo Bagman took their Quidditch Cup winnings, even though they had tried to cancel the idea when my name came out of the goblet. "But I'm sure Fred and George are taking bets, as promised. They'll be sure to cut you a deal. They wouldn't have the money to back up my kind of bet." My eyes flashed to him and a sneer that could only resemble an animal formed on my lips. "Well then, lucky for you I can back them, isn't it?" "Ha, I'll send you an owl with the amount and we'll see who wins, shall we?" "I'll see that the best competitor wins," I agreed with a nod. "And to think, you'll just hand it all over to blood traders. But at least it will be earned money. Even if it's mine, at least it will be my own, not my daddy's." "Well, there's a reason for that, isn't there?" he asked lowly. We looked at each other bitterly, trying not to explode at our own house table where so many people would see and we would surely get in trouble, but I almost wanted to thank the prat. He was giving me a good distraction from the tournament that was only mere minutes away, and as terrible and insulting a distraction it was calming down my nerves and would help me keep a level head for later. "I'm headed to the pitch early," I announced, standing up from the table. Theo and Daphne widened their eyes and pushed their plates away, but I shook my head. "You guys stay and get good seats for later on. To be honest, I just want a few minutes to breathe." "Since you won't be doing it long." Parkinson laughed behind Malfoy. I rolled my eyes, the insult was so classless that even he hadn't laughed, his mouth just folded into a firm line. "Since your stench is making me sick," I corrected as I waved my hand under my nose. "Is that your natural odor?" She turned her head away from me, looking to Daphne, who didn't even pay her any mind, she was looking so jumpy. I nodded my head to her, taking her hand a moment to calm her when it hit me, a brightening of everything around me and a glass of cold water being struck over my head as it slithered its way down my senses. Everything clouded until it went into nothingness and I was pulled from the linear moment of the day into the wreck of consequence. The first image I saw was unclear at first, bright and colorful, meaning that it was soon approaching as I saw a familiar scene, Harry riding on his broom in matching robes to mine, though they were in a deep crimson. He was cradling something that sparkled under his arm as he flew quickly through the air. It took me a moment to realize that this was so familiar because I had already had a vision of it, way back at the World Cup. So even then, in Consequence's opinion, we had been doomed to this fate. The second image I saw was just as vivid and colorful, but it was of Cedric, carried on a stretcher with two Medowitches addressing him while he mowed Ned and held his arms uselessly in front of him, burnt to a crisp. Though he was groaning and burnt in his rather dashing mustard robes, he had a goofy grin on his face and the scene around him was loud with cheers. The third scene was Crumb watching aghast as the ground trembled below him, shaking the earth and making people in the stands scream. In front of him, a once majestic beast was convulsing dangerously as if it were choking and unable to breathe. Crumb watched in horror before running forward, and I tried not to wince and cry as the scene changed from the terrifying spectacle. The next was of Fleur, the gorgeous woman screaming as she patted herself off, something gaudy and gold in her hand as it contrasted with the scorched silver material that ran across her body. She seemed pleased with herself, though absolutely disgusted by her messy appearance. The fifth scene was not so much seen as emoted while I looked down on familiar hands. They were pale and rather nice, considering how the fingernails were gnarled, but you couldn't see that. Instead, all I could see was blood covering them as they turned back and forth, before I looked at the audience around me. I looked to Hermione, the first person I could spot in the audience, as the feeling of dread and fear swept through me like a parasite. Something was terribly wrong. But as soon as that scene came, it had faded, leaving me with a quick succession of snapshots with individual people yelling out in fear. Fred, George, Hermione, Ginny, Ron, Daphne, Theo, Blaise, Malfoy, Fleur, Cedric, Cho, Lillian, Tracy, Snape, Trelawney. And then, with a heat wave of normalcy, I was back. Back in the great hall with all the excited whispering, back leaning across the Slytherin table as I held Daphne's hand, which I guiltily released as soon as I was fully aware of what had happened. "What did you see?" Theodore asked nervously. I looked to him, calculating his worry and what the chances were that he would do something stupid or ridiculous if I told him what I had seen, if I had explained that dread to him. And I realized that I would not be able to tell him at all. "Just everyone's different techniques," I assured softly. "Not a big deal." "You're sure?" Daphne asked, neither of them believing me, and for good reason. I put on the best smirk that I could, knowing that it must look more twisted than normal as I waved my hand dismissively. "Not a problem," I repeated. "Air would be nice before it's all combustible." "Excuse me." I was quick to stride out of the hall, only taking the deep breath I needed when I was far enough from any surrounding voices so that I felt alone. There were still people all around me. It was the problem with having the other schools here visiting. Privacy became rare. The extra abundance of students, even in a castle this size, made me feel very closed in, which was a problem. I'd always been somewhat claustrophobic. I was happy when I walked outside to see two of my favorite redheads organizing boxes full of wizarding money as they counted out their floats for all the bets they were going to take. "I'll have 3 galleons that Potter dies," I said in a fake, manly voice as I came up behind them. The boys jumped and spun around, and when they saw me their eyes rolled, though as Fred laughed at me he was sure to try and hide the money as if it weren't there. "Harry's not going to die." "You might," George added with a smirk. "But Harry definitely won't." "You pricks are cruel," I pouted, sitting on a rock next to their floats. I took out a little pouch of galleons that I brought out particularly for the two of them. "I have bets, my gingerhead men." "Oh." I took out a galleon as Fred looked at me curiously. "Harry will use his broom and survive." I threw a galleon into Fred's container. "Cedric is going to get burnt, but he will be fine and he will survive." "Course he will," Fred muttered lowly as I tossed another galleon into George's container. "Crumb will almost kill his dragon, Fleur will catch fire." I threw 1 galleon into each of their containers yet again. "And as for me, something terrible will happen and I will probably die." I threw the rest of my galleons in each so that their money was even, but my little statement was not ignored, which I won't deny I was happy for. "Your potion is foolproof," Fred argued quickly, sitting beside me. "Don't be a wart." "I had a vision," I argued lightly, not feeling the need to say any more. "You had a vision of dying?" George asked, completely aghast. Audrey, withdraw. It wasn't a vision of dying, per se. Withdraw anyway, Fred said quickly. Honestly, it's completely unnecessary. Harry can do it all on his own, we all know that. I felt my face heat up. He shouldn't have to. I can do this without him. I could do it just as well. You just told us you had a vision of not dying per se. George pushed. Fred nodded enthusiastically. I sighed, feeling as if the potion all of us had avenued over was burning through my pocket and weighing down my side. It was just a feeling of dread. And a little blood, I added as an afterthought. Doesn't matter. I need to finish in 8 minutes or less. 8 minutes. Fred choked. That's ridiculous. You don't even know what you're being asked to do. Nothing that will take over 8 minutes. Malfoy is sure to come up to you and place a bet that if I do happen to survive, it will take me over 10 minutes. I don't care how much he bets, you take it. And if I do die or anything happens, I'll pay you back in full. You're getting the money for the shop. Not on your life we aren't. The twins said in unison. It made me snort. Listen guys, I'll survive. If I don't, I'll come back as a ghost and even make Peeves afraid of the trouble we'll cause. Got it? They looked very uncertain, so to save them the worry that I knew they were feeling, I stood up from the rock next to Fred and patted off the dust that probably wasn't even there. I looked at my emerald robes, knowing that they weren't ever going to be so pretty again, and frowned to myself, but smiled outwardly. Drea, oh, don't you, Drea, me, boys. If I don't see you screaming out. My playful scorning stopped for a moment as I pictured the last few images of all the people screaming during the tournament. It was so bright. So soon. I knew that it had something to do with this task, and to remember the horror on the twins' faces haunted me. In encouragement, I added nervously. There will be an ass-kicking. Got that? Yes, Sir Potter, sir. George said with a salute. I looked to Fred, who looked much more worried than his brother, and I elbowed him lightly. Please smile for me, I asked innocently. Fred did not stop frowning. If you get hurt. Oh, I'm bound to get hurt, I said quickly, having always known that was an inevitability. If you get more hurt than you usually do on a yearly basis, he amended. I'm going to be furious with you. Charlie's doing fine, isn't he? I asked lightly. If he can wrestle dragons, so can I. Charlie's much more tough than you are, girly. George sighed, standing up and looking down at me. I'll be outright furious with you if you die. I'll ignore your ghost for weeks. Just so long as you still ruin my funeral, I compromised, even though I was worried that this would all be happening sooner than I'd like. I think I was subconsciously reminding him of everything I wanted done when I could no longer do it for myself. Done, he agreed. Get going and get yourself ready for the thing. You can do this. No little premonition is going to convince me otherwise. You may not be the Harry Potter, but you're Audrey Bloody Potter. You can do anything, Miss Wandless. Shish, I said quickly, looking around worriedly to ensure that no one had heard of my little mutant ability. And it's Petunia, Audrey Petunia Potter. Terrible middle name, mate. Off with you, then. We'll be sure to rob Malfoy out of house and home. George smiled as I started strutting away. I tried to appear confident even when I heard them whispering behind me. I tried not to pay attention even when I heard a distinct, "Shut it," followed by a resounding, "Ow." The way to the task was marked by new gravel set down, even though the gravel had been laid nicely before, since the task was down where the Quidditch pitch was. Though Quidditch had been cancelled this year, not that I much minded, the scene looked very different. The golden hoops were missing and there were always people flying around there. Day, night, class time, or at times like this. But now it was barren. It even looked much bigger and far more daunting now that the risers had been risen to accommodate all the new guests and hide whatever it was that was inside. I waited outside of the pitch, too frightened to actually go in. Up by the castle I could see the horde of people beginning to file towards me, wanting good seats for the show. Fred and George were walking up and yelling at some of them, taking bets and making money, which I was glad for. When they made their joke shop, the Weasleys would have a much easier life. And if anyone could pull off success, it would be those two. They were two peas in a pod, much closer than my own twin and I. Speaking of him, I could see him making his way now. His face resembled the color of my robes, though his robes contrasted because they were in a deep maroon. The lettering which identified him was in a strong gold, and I got one of those rare feelings of pride for being a Slytherin. Red and gold was pretty, but green and silver were much more elegant. Hermione was right at his side, Ron following close behind, trying not to be noticed. I don't know why the Weasleys ever tried to be subtle, their hair always gave them away. I headed around the side of the pitch, noticing a large tent and knowing that it was where I was to head. I didn't want to run into Harry yet, and I hoped that maybe if I got into the tent there would be some sort of reason that I would not have to speak to him when he joined me. Perhaps he would have the nerve to stay outside of it with his friends for longer, and then we wouldn't be allowed to talk as we mulled over the fact that we would be dying in less than 40 minutes. The tent was made of a canvas-type material, the outside just as large as the inside. It was held up by wooden poles that had not been used. I knew this because there were no dents or carvings into them. The ground was still grassy, there were a few chairs, and most importantly there were different areas for each champion. Harry and I got to share a corner. I didn't mind as I planned to pace around the tent and rack my brains until I thought of a better plan, as my potion made it so no one would bother me. Would I tell anyone that I was panicking as to why I would soon feel that nauseating dread? Not at all. No one would know because they wouldn't need to. Fred and George were right about one thing. I may not be any Harry Potter when it came to magical abilities, but I was Audrey Potter, schemer extraordinaire. I could think myself out of any situation, I could think circles around anyone, I could calculate any setting before I even knew what the setting was. I was put into Slytherin because I was too clever to be put anywhere else. I could analyze life like other people analyzed books, or helped someone, or did a brave deed. I was the street smarts, the brains, the person who could wriggle my way through any loophole or any muddy knoll. I could bathe with leeches and come out looking decent enough for Sunday brunch because that was what I did. Screw Harry and having humility. I was Audrey Potter, and I was relentless. Harry came in next and went to his corner. He looked too nauseous to actually try to talk to me. I was fine with that. I didn't want his company. I was trying to force myself into some form of positive thinking and ignore the fact that every other person in the tent was better at magic than I. But I could trump them all with potions. So hopefully that would be enough to get me through the next however many hours. I fingered at the vial in my hand, its clear liquid looking both daunting and comforting at the same time. What did the feeling of dread mean? I was the best potions mistress I could think of. You couldn't give me a potion I couldn't complete, so what had gone wrong? I swallowed thickly when I realized it's not something that had gone wrong, it's something that would go wrong. I still had to feel that drop in my stomach, I still had to live in that fear. I was distracted from my potions vial when I heard Dumbledore speaking to the crowd outside, advising them to stay in their seats, saying that the task had no expected time frame, then warning them of the danger. People were surprisingly silent as they listened to him. Then again, it never crossed my mind to ignore the man. He had one of those presences that was hard to avoid. During the quiet outside and Dumbledore's voice booming instructions, I was surprised to see a familiar owl fly through the opening of the tent. Like most animals, its head cocked towards me and I smiled to him. He was a very pretty thing. He looked very majestic for an owl, more lean in shape and more regal with its dark feathers. I was surprised when his bright eyes fell on me and he turned to fly to me. I had assumed such an impressive owl would probably belong to someone like Victor or Fleur. As it came closer to me I felt my confusion be replaced with annoyance. Other than Dumbledore, there was another presence I found it hard to avoid. The owl dropped a letter in my hand and landed on the back of my chair. I tried not to pay him attention as I opened the letter and scanned the neat cursive. 100 galleons for 10 minutes are being saved by the professors. I hope you can back your Raggedy Anns, Potter. Good luck, hope you do me right. Draco Malfoy. Typical, I scoffed, thinking of the excessive amount of money he had placed against my survival. I looked at the owl who hooted in annoyance that I had not paid him any mind. I had gotten one letter from him in second year, but otherwise I hadn't met him. He was pretty and I had paid him a lot of attention back at that time, he must be expecting the same now. I was sure to pet him and coo as nicely as I could make myself. since now I remembered that this was the owl that regularly brought Malfoy treats from his mother. The treats the owl brought him and the owl were much sweeter than Malfoy himself. A bright flash caught my eye and made my glare shoot over towards Harry's side of the tent where he was embracing Hermione in a death grip. I looked at the reporter, again in acid green robes, as she cooed over them. "Young love," she gasped, walking towards them. I looked over at the owl, who was an eagle owl I noticed, before frowning to him. "Sorry, but I have to go save the enemy. Though which one I'll choose to save, I'm not sure," I muttered to the owl, hearing him hoot as I stood. He flew over my shoulder and out the tent as I walked towards Rita Skeeter. Oh, I had a bone to pick with this one. "This tent is for champions and friends," Crumb said with a frown almost as heavy as his accent. I felt my fists bunch up and heard the crumple of parchment as she turned to me. "Sorry, this tent is only for people who actually have a life to live for," I hissed to her, agreeing with Victor. "My writing is my life, dear," she smiled, her eyes flickering down to my fists. I hoped she understood the anger that they conveyed. "I'm sorry that your life is so lousy then," I said seriously. "You should leave before you depress yourself." "No matter," she said haughtily, holding her head up to seem more dignified. "We've got what we wanted." She flicked her quill across Victor's jawbone before strutting out. She was too pleased with herself, which made me even more worried. I glared at her back as she walked away, only to see Harry and Hermione turn to me with irritated expressions as well. "Thanks," Harry breathed, his eyes flickering back to the woman who was now gone from the tent. In her stead were the judges who were making their way towards the five of us, looking determined and almost giddy. "I didn't do it for you," I hissed to Harry before walking around the judges the long way to be sure that I was not standing next to my twin brother. I stood beside Fleur, who looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't seem so arrogant. In fact, fear looked good on her, as it was the first time she looked more human than Viola. An angry wood could cause quite a fright. "Good day, champions," Dumbledore greeted enthusiastically. "It did nothing for my comfort. Gather round, please. Now you've waited, you've wondered, and at last the moment has arrived, a moment only the five of you can fully appreciate." Hermione took a step backwards, realizing how out of place she was. Dumbledore raised his eyebrow knowingly. The old man knew everything anyway, towards her. "What are you doing here, Miss Granger?" "Sorry," she said immediately, going tomato red. "I'll just go. Good luck," she added in a whisper before she dashed out of the tent. I closed my eyes and tried to focus as Dumbledore let Mr. Crouch take over. Champions, in a circle around me, which was redundant to say considering we were already circled around Dumbledore, who had stepped back to let the man take over. I understood more what he meant as he organized us in a different way, which appeared to be oldest to youngest. In other words, my attempt to stand further away from Harry was fruitless. I was put beside him anyway. "Now, Miss Delacour, if you will." Mr. Crouch held out a leather bag, very expensive and well made. It had a drawstring and appeared to have smoke leaking from the top and through where the stitches had begun to come loose in the seam. It did not bode well. Fleur stepped forward and gently put her hand into the bag, pulling it out once or twice when she was hurt from whatever was inside of it. By the time she was finally able to take her hand out, she held in it a living creature that looked very angry. It was a green dragon with a large number 2 written on it. The Welsh green. Crouch smiled enthusiastically, as if he were telling her she had made a good choice. She shared a nervous look with Madame Maxime as he moved on to the next eldest competitor. Mr. Crumb. Victor Crumb was not as delicate when he put his hand in the bag, and though he tried to play tough, I could tell that he was being burnt as he fished around for a dragon in the mix. I felt bad for the bloke. Keeping up such an image must have been exhausting. When he pulled his hand out, I could immediately tell by the shape of the body and whiskers what kind of dragon his represented. On the red and yellow dragon was a dark number 3. The Chinese fireball. Crouch seemed happy again, but I couldn't really tell why. These dragons were notorious for being dangerous. Why couldn't we have been given easier ones like the Vipertooth or Longhorn? Those were recorded to be the most docile, and the smallest. Cedric was already putting his hand into the bag for his dragon. He was showing the pain, unlike Crumb, but he was still trying to play it tough and get it done with. I couldn't help but admire him for his strength. If anyone deserved to win this tournament, it was him. Sure, I was biased, but he was too beautiful to lose anything. When he pulled his hand away from the smoking sack, I saw that his dragon was silvery blue and had a large one written on its side. Cedric would be going first. The Swedish short snout. Ooh. I was not impressed by his false humor. He turned to Harry, second youngest in the group, and held the bag out for him. Harry beeped in a breath, muttering something about not getting the horntail, and I felt my blood freeze. Surely a Hungarian horntail, the most hostile of all dragon species, was not an option. But as Harry winced and pulled out his dragon, I knew that I was wrong, for in his hand was a black and bronze horned dragon that looked terrifying, even in miniature, and about ready to try and take Harry out even in this form. His dragon had a large 5 written on its side. The Hungarian horntail, Crouch seemed to admire before turning to me with a grin. And that leaves. I put my hand in the bag for the final dragon that would be found in there and found myself pulling back when I was bitten. I got a bit of a head rush before I dipped my hand back in and yanked it back out, sure that if I got it into the open I would know what I was dealing with. The dragon was terrifying in its own right, looking very much like Harry's Hungarian horntail. My dragon also was black scaled with bronze horns and a black 4 written across it. My dragon, however, did not have a spiked tail but disturbing black ridges along its spine, and it was bearing particularly vicious spiked teeth. The familiarity of the dragon in itself terrified me. The Norwegian Ridgeback. You've got to be joking, I breathed, closing my eyes and shooting an annoyed glare to my brother, who looked at me nervously. Was my luck really that ridiculous? These represent a group of very real dragons, each of which has been given a golden egg to protect. Your objective is simple. Collect the egg, Crouch explained as if it were the most simple thing in the world. This you must do, for each egg contains a clue without which you cannot hope to proceed to the next task. I'm done for. I looked to Professor Dumbledore, who was already watching me as if he knew I had something to say. It took a minute for me to catch my breath enough to ask my question. And if we made potions for the task, how would you have known what potion to make? Crouch laughed humorlessly as if I was stupid for having even tried. I ignored him, watching my professor and trying not to show my nerves. Professor Snape, Theodore Nott, Daphne Greengrass, and both Fred and George Weasley were there when I was brewing it. I brewed it entirely on my own, any one of them will attest to it. I said formally. Dumbledore nodded. I was surprised he believed me, but the glint in his eye let me know that I wouldn't be denied my plan A. Then you need to take EET now, and hope that EET lasts to row until Z3 in front of you, avenue gone, and EET is your turn. Madame Maxime said with a slight sneer. I looked at her bitterly, explaining with my eyes that this was none of her business. I'm afraid Madame Maxime is right, Dumbledore said evenly. Take it now, dear. I sighed, closing my eyes as I popped the lid off of my vial and downed the sour ingredients of my potion. I was sure to dab a bit onto my robes as well, just to ensure that it affected all it could. I was glad that I had added in more demiguise hair than I would have ever let Harry know. Maybe it would help with how long it would last. The feeling that spread through my body was strange. It wasn't like I had expected it to be either. It wasn't cold like my visions or warm like when you drink tea early in the morning, but it did have that feeling of expanding through my chest and working its way through my system. Instead, it almost felt like pins and needles, like when your leg falls asleep while you sit on it awkwardly. But it went all over my skin until I knew it had worked. Audrey, that's brilliant, Harry beamed, still not understanding I was mad with him. I can't see you at all. Then my modified potion had worked. Thank goodness. Getting the demiguise's hair from Harry's invisibility cloak had been worth every moment. I'd be hearing shite from him later if it worked out for the best and the concoction worked as long as it should have. Still can't see me? I asked as I held my middle finger up to Harry's face, but he looked right through it, eyes darting to see if there was any trace of my hair or robes. Not a bit, he said simply. I smirked. Good, I muttered. I'm going to sit in my area now. Can I have a word? Harry asked nervously, looking to Dumbledore and Crouch, who were giving Cedric instructions as to what he was about to do. I saw Cedric nodding, looking brave even though he was noticeably shaking. I had the urge to go up and wrap my arms around him, but shook my head. I hated people touching me, and some silly crush wasn't going to make me do something as ridiculous as throwing away my boundaries just to get his attention. Why would you need one? I don't understand why you're so upset with me, Harry said as if it were obvious. I don't think this is the time to be mad with each other. Just go to your corner and practice out your course of action. You've had long enough to figure it out, haven't you? I sneered. Harry rolled his head back exasperatedly. That's what this is about. Me not telling you about the dragons sooner. Sooner. I scoffed. You didn't tell me at all. Cedric did. You were so bloody arrow. No, you know what? Never mind. I have nothing more to say to you. Audrey. Harry started as I was walking away. He must have known I had walked off because his voice raised a little bit. I'm sorry. Piss off. I hissed back, firmly sitting myself in the emerald area of the tent. This was my spot and Harry wouldn't be allowed in it. I needed to work out a course of action now that I actually knew what I was supposed to do as pertaining to the dragons, and how I would survive it. That may be important too. I looked at Cedric as he passed me, not looking at me because I was invisible. I would accept that reason and not take it personally as I sighed. Good luck, Cedric, you're going to do wonderfully. He looked around, almost spooked by the phantom voice before he smiled to himself. You too, Potter. Clever plan. I took the admiration much more closely to heart than the fact that he had first forgotten I was there. I was smiling to myself as he went outside of the tent and Dumbledore began commentating his plight. It was a terrifying experience as I listened to Dumbledore explain everything that Cedric was doing. The professor seemed to think that he was doing well, but I was much more worried when I heard the audience's gasps than when I heard Dumbledore's praises. The Swedish short snout. The silvery blue dragon would be one of the larger species to be brought to the arena, and it was characterized from its blue flame. It was quick to anger and had pearl-colored eggs which were commonly hidden close to Muggle communities in Sweden. Lots of people died because of these mountain dwellers. Cedric really only had to worry about this dragon's flame. Blue flame, as commonly known, is much hotter than red or orange flames. That's what the Swedish dragon was infamous for. Cedric took under 15 minutes to use a distraction, having transfigured a boulder into a Labrador dog while making a dash for the egg. It looks like Mr. Diggory has been burnt by his dragon, Dumbledore announced. But he seems quite all right. Very well done, Mr. Diggory. I closed my eyes against the wave of nausea that hit me at the announcement. I was so glad that Cedric was okay. I almost cheered aloud, but it told me two very crucial things. Number one, that my vision of Cedric's fate was accurate, which led me to assume that all my other ones were as well. And number two, that if we really had that rocky terrain, then my vision of my fate was literally set in stone. Cedric did not come back to the tent as Fleur was ushered to the entrance. The people outside of the tent were chanting her name up until the dragon started making more noise than the cheering fans. Fleur had the Welsh green dragon to worry about, which made me want to switch places with her. It was well known that the common Welsh green was much more docile than the others. Those ones didn't even eat humans. Their orange flames tended to be in very small but powerful jets that were pretty easy to dodge. It was obviously the easiest dragon. Dumbledore explained her plan to the audience and I listened to the words numbly, but was shocked when her idea to put the dragon into a trance didn't work. Apparently those jets of fire that were easy to dodge still got onto Fleur's robes and she was lit up. I felt terrible for her, but figured that if she couldn't dodge that it was good she wasn't playing with the big kids who had much more dangerous dragons. She took a total of 20-something minutes to get her golden egg. Fleur did not come into the tent either, which made me start to think that whether you were injured or not, you would end up going somewhere else. I was not at all comforted by that, even though it was nice to hear that she was all right. Krum strode up much more confidently than both Cedric and Fleur had been able to, but even he looked pale. His fan section was much more vocal than the fanfare before and he seemed much faster to act. The Chinese fireball was a long dragon, but not thick even though its flame mushroomed to be 3 times its width. If a fireball was trying to burn you, there was hardly any chance that it would miss. These dragons also tended to love the taste of humans and were very fast. These were the big leagues now. Then the most terrifying sound I have ever heard filled my ears, a coughing. A violent cough that would never have come from a human. It sounded like something was trying to take its last living breath and the earth was shaking from it. I felt my heart freeze as I began to fear for the dragon. Dumbledore was announcing that Krum was losing points and that he needed to take the hex off the dragon before it ruined any of its eggs. So, there was more than one egg. It sounded like it had its own eggs. Great. That made me at least feel better because I knew that a golden egg would be easy to spot around all the black ones of a Norwegian ridgeback. Krum took another 10 or so minutes before he got the egg and fixed the mess up with his dragon. As if I weren't nervous enough, Filch ushered me forward blindly, still unable to see me. "Your turn to go, Miss Potter." I sneered at him though he couldn't see it. I had already hated him, now I loathed him. "You're number 4. No worries though, you just have to find the golden egg." "Find the golden egg," I repeated skeptically as I slid past him. Golden eggs usually insinuate something to do with hens, not dragons. "Good thing I can't see you, Potter. But there's no need to complain of that lip of yours," Filch said with a smirk. "Might get it ripped off soon." I tried to ignore the jibe, looking at the opening of the tent in front of me, listening as Dumbledore bellowed my name. I heard all the sounds vividly. I couldn't tell if they were cheers or boos, but they were loud. "You can do this, Audrey." Harry's voice rang from behind me. "Love you. Stick with your technique, Harry, it works. I've seen it before." I sighed, looking back at my brother. Filch didn't seem to understand, which made me feel a little bit better about it. "Love you too, Git. Off you go, Potter," Filch muttered, shooing me off towards the door and not realizing that he almost hit me with the movement. I didn't really mind, I was far too nervous. I stepped into the afternoon sun, hoping that it wasn't the last time I ever got the chance. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.